Hi, my name is Lawrence, and I'm so excited to have the opportunity to present Mastering Bootstrap 4 to you today. So with Bootstrap 4, there's been quite a lot of changes since Bootstrap 3 and a lot of really amazing improvements. And I'm going to be showcasing what Bootstrap has to offer as well as what's new with Bootstrap 4 within this course. I started as a web developer in 1998, and back then things were a lot different, and structuring and designing websites there was a lot more to it, and there wasn't a lot of guidelines to designing websites. So websites were designed, we weren't just using styling, we were just using straight HTML. And then when styling came along, that was a big advance with designing websites. And now with Bootstrap and having incorporated styling HTML structure, it's given us another amazing advance step forward within web design. And I use Bootstrap on every opportunity in order to create websites quickly and really nice mobile ready responsive websites for various projects, web applications, and so on. Some of the benefits of Bootstrap: it comes ready right out of the box to save you time and allow you to develop content easily. Essentially, the main benefit is that it allows you to create websites in a more uniform fashion and utilizes all of the typical web design structures that you would see within a website, and allows you to bring them easily into your own web projects. Simply by adding in classes into your web projects, that's all you really need to do to utilize Bootstrap. Some attributes and you're ready to go with Bootstrap. The foundation of Bootstrap and getting familiar with Bootstrap, once you've mastered an understanding of what Bootstrap has to offer, it's going to be really easy to develop websites, amazing looking websites, quickly and easily just by bringing Bootstrap into your projects. Now, Bootstrap allows you to create better website structures and layouts and allows you to create modern websites with Bootstrap. So in the course, I'm going to be walking you through how to set up Bootstrap, the core functionality and foundations of Bootstrap, also what Bootstrap has to offer in the form of components, different utilities that you can use within Bootstrap in order to accomplish what typically you would have been doing within CSS, and adding a lot of CSS classes and fine-tuning your structure. So typically it would have taken a lot more time, but with Bootstrap it's already there, it's pre-made, ready to go. You can bring it into your project. And that goes for JavaScript as well. So Bootstrap is based around jQuery, so we link to the jQuery library, and then bringing in Bootstrap jQuery functionality components is another really great advancement with Bootstrap, because it makes it really easy to create sliders and have different effects within Bootstrap. And we're going to be highlighting some of the most commonly used ones within Bootstrap 4. Also, by the end of the course, we're going to be creating 2 different web pages. So a single page website, and this is one of the things that Bootstrap is known for as well. So if you want to create a website and have all of the content within one page, a lot of the times these are for information websites. They're quick, easy websites to set up, and users love them. And just simply by adding in the Bootstrap and some jQuery functionality, you can make really effective websites easily. And then we're also going to move on to creating a multi-page website with 4 different pages, 4 different page structures, all incorporating Bootstrap. So when you're ready, open up your editor and let's start creating some amazing things with Bootstrap. Bootstrap provides an amazing way to create websites quickly and easily, just simply by typing in HTML, linking to the appropriate classes and components, updating the attributes, and you're ready to go to bring in any one of these amazing Bootstrap components. And as you can see, Bootstrap has a lot to offer. Bootstrap allows you to create websites really quickly and easily, and this is why everybody loves Bootstrap, and it's one of the most common formats for creating websites. It actually is the most common front-end framework, so creating HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And with Bootstrap, really quite a lot of options here. You can see here on their website at bootstrap.com that you see all of these different components, and they're really easy to bring in. So within this course, I'm going to be going over most of the common used components in Bootstrap, how to add them into your web pages, how they work, the different options for those components, and so on, giving you the full understanding of what they can do and how you can use them within your web projects. And then at the end of the course, we're going to be bringing everything together and developing 2 complete websites from scratch. And you're going to be amazed at how easily these websites can be created simply by going in and adding in some simple Bootstrap structuring into your web page projects. So first of all, we're going to start out with a single page website. Single page websites are super popular these days, and I'm really excited to have the opportunity to present building this website that we're looking at right now from scratch. And it can literally take you maybe 30 minutes to build out a website just like this by bringing in Bootstrap components. And then of course you could customize it and get the look and feel that you're looking for from your website design. So a lot of different options, and this course will provide you the starting point to get started to develop websites with Bootstrap. And we're going to finalize the course by building out a multiple page website. So a website just like this one here that we're looking at with full Bootstrap components all ready to go. So you see here we've got the slider brought in. All of the websites, the good thing about Bootstrap is websites are responsive and mobile ready. So they're ready to accommodate different size screens, and it's really easy to bring all of this functionality into your web projects. So this is the amazing thing about Bootstrap, and I'm so excited to have the opportunity to present Bootstrap and show you all the amazing functionality within Bootstrap. So taking this course gives you the capabilities and the resources that you need to understand how to add Bootstrap classes and structure into your web page and build out those web pages really easily. And really Bootstrap has thought of everything. These are all the common classes and all the common structure that we typically use to design websites, and it's just really easy to bring them into your projects with Bootstrap. Welcome to section 1 of Mastering Bootstrap. And in this section, we're going to get to know Bootstrap. So we're going to get to know more about Bootstrap, what it is, how it works, and how it can actually benefit you within your web projects. We're going to also look at how we can get Bootstrap into our web projects, either by downloading the source files or connecting to the web CDNs or online libraries for Bootstrap, and you could link to those within your source code and bring those libraries into your project within that format. Adding Bootstrap to web projects, so the options that you have available to you to bring it into your web projects. Also an overview of Bootstrap. So Bootstrap is super popular, and I'm going to show you why. In this first video, we're going to be introducing Bootstrap. So just the basics of getting Bootstrap and how you can bring it into your web projects. We're going to look at the main source code for Bootstrap. We're also going to be looking at how you can go over to GitHub and where the GitHub repo is located, as well as the main website for Bootstrap. And both of these resources have a ton of additional information about Bootstrap, so it really can familiarize yourself quite a bit with just going to a couple websites and reading up and seeing more about what Bootstrap has to offer. So let's open up our browser, and I'm going to take you for a quick tour through GitHub and as well as the Get Bootstrap website. This is the Bootstrap GitHub repository, and this is by far one of the most popular repositories that are available on GitHub. If you're not familiar with GitHub, so GitHub is a cloud-based resource where people can store source code, different versions of source code, and you can also branch and develop different versions of your code, update it, and so on. And it's a super popular way for web developers to share their source files and collaborate on projects. And the most popular one as of right now on GitHub is Bootstrap. And Bootstrap is so useful. It's a CSS, HTML, JavaScript framework. It allows you to develop your websites quicker and easier. And the best thing about it, it's mobile ready, so it's fully responsive. So when you bring it into your projects, it's really easy to make your websites fully responsive and ready for any size screen. So essentially over here within the GitHub repo, so this is the main source for everything Bootstrap, and it gives you a quick start. There's bugs and features, documentation, there's a nice community here, so you can get a whole lot more information really easily and quickly within one place about Bootstrap. It's also got a bunch of different versions of Bootstrap. So currently we're still on version 3, but number 4 is just around the corner. The alpha version is released, and within this course we're going to be focusing on version 4 as well. So there are differences between version 3 and version 4, and I'm going to be illustrating them as we progress through the course. So github.com/TWBS bootstrap /bootstrap is where this is all located. It also gives you a link to download the current release of Bootstrap. We can also clone it, so just do a git clone. So if we've got our terminals open and we're using git to pull down files from GitHub, then we can simply clone the repository onto our local computers. And there's a bunch of other ways to get Bootstrap into your project. So depending on what type of project you're working on, there's a really easy way to get Bootstrap into your web project. So essentially within Bootstrap, it's going to be a set of files here, and we're also going to review this. But at the bare minimum, what Bootstrap is, it's a CSS library that you bring into your website and a JavaScript library. So this JavaScript is actually dependent on jQuery because it's based around jQuery. So you do also need to include the jQuery library, which is actually not included with Bootstrap. So you have to download that separately and link to that separately. And I'm going to show you all of that as we show you how to bring Bootstrap into your web projects. But this is just a quick summary of what Bootstrap is all about. So a lot of great information. And then, of course, the main site to get started with Bootstrap is getbootstrap.com. So this, again, this is a great resource here. So we've got some information here. You can also check out different themes that are available in Bootstrap. And there's just a ton of stuff here within the links here, the navigation links here at the top about Bootstrap. And of course, once again, that Bootstrap is the most popular HTML, CSS, and JavaScript framework for developing responsive mobile-first projects on the web. And I guarantee you, once you get started with Bootstrap, you're going to try to develop as many websites and projects using Bootstrap as possible because it's just going to make it so much easier. And if you're looking for ideas of what you can do with Bootstrap, there's a bunch of themes down here and a collection of examples of different websites that have been done with Bootstrap. And there's a whole variety of different websites and web projects. So you can really get a good sense of the flexibility that Bootstrap has to offer. And of course, more examples of Bootstrap, and then linking back to the GitHub repository. So if you want to download Bootstrap, then you just go over to Getting Started, and you've got several options here. So you can download Bootstrap. You can download all of the source code. So this is, and you also can download it as SAS. And then you could set that up and customize the CSS. It also links to the CDN. So we've got the CSS link here, and there's also a theme for CSS. And then, of course, we've got the JavaScript link here. And between those, you need to include your jQuery library. And I'm going to be showing you in the next lesson how to get Bootstrap into your website. But also just a quick note, because we're still on version 3 while I'm making this video, the link to version 4 is up here at the top, which will eventually be moved to the main site once this is the main version, the currently running version. So version 4, as I said, it is an alpha 5, and we are going to be basing the course around Bootstrap version 4. So they've got quick links here to get the CDN for the CSS library, and then another quick link here to get the Bootstrap JavaScript library. And in the next lesson, I'm going to be showing you how easy it is to add Bootstrap into your own web projects. In this section, we're going to be looking at how we can add Bootstrap into our web projects. So how we can get access to the CDN, the different file structure, and we're going to look at how Bootstrap file structure looks like, including where you look at minified versions and what the difference is. Also adding CSS and jQuery libraries and any additional libraries that we need to add in order to get Bootstrap working properly. So let's open up our browser and we'll browse over to Bootstrap. and give you an option of how you can add Bootstrap in. So earlier we had looked at that we can link in with a CDN. We also have an option to download Bootstrap. So there's more download options, and we can simply download all of the Bootstrap files and link to them locally within our system. So let's take a look at what happens when you download the Bootstrap files. So essentially you get 3 different folders. So you've got your CSS folder, which contains the Bootstrap file and the Bootstrap minified version. There's also a theme file and a minified theme. So the difference between the Bootstrap and the Bootstrap minified is that Bootstrap minified is without any white space. So we can open up our editor and we'll take a closer look at Bootstrap. So essentially Bootstrap is a CSS file, and it's got a bunch of classes in here. There's also some tags there that it specifies how the output should look. And bringing these classes into our web projects is going to allow us to access Bootstrap within our web projects. So the minified version is just that, the same thing that we had looked at earlier, but it's a minified version. So compressed version, when you look at the minified version, we can see that we have no white space, and there we go. So we've got all of this Bootstrap file minified. And of course, minified will load quicker and faster than it would if it's the non-minified version. And if you want to really take a closer look at Bootstrap, take a closer look at the Bootstrap CSS file. So there's also fonts. So there's a number of different fonts that Bootstrap brings in as well. So it's got the glyphcons, halflings, regular, TIFF, glyphcons. So one of the big changes with Bootstrap 4 from Bootstrap 3 is that we got all of those default glyphcons. So if I go back to the Bootstrap version here, we see that originally Bootstrap had a lot of these glyphcons that were already set up and preset within the Bootstrap library. So when you downloaded Bootstrap, you had access to all of these by default. And of course, these glyphcons take up a lot of space. So in order to make it a lot more streamlined, that's where we got rid of the glyphcons, and we've got the access to options now whenever the user wants to add in any more specific glyphcons. Typically, we're using Font Awesome or other libraries to take care of that functionality now for Bootstrap 4. So along with the CSS file, there's also the JS file. And so the JS file is Bootstrap JS here. And then, of course, there's the minified version of Bootstrap. So this is, again, without whitespace, compressed version. So if you want to take a look at the different functionality that's in Bootstrap, that's available here within Bootstrap JS. And this JS library is a jQuery library, so it does require jQuery to be installed as well. And over here, the first command here that we have is that if jQuery is undefined, it'll throw an error saying that the jQuery library is required within your project in order to be able to access the JavaScript functionality within Bootstrap. Now, of course, with Bootstrap, you don't have to add in the JavaScript library. You can just run with the CSS and use the different classes. But if you want some of the advanced functionality that's available within Bootstrap, some of the components do require JavaScript jQuery library to be loaded. So in that case, when you are using those advanced components, then you will need to require adding in Bootstrap, JS, and jQuery into your project. And if you want a quick and easy way to add Bootstrap into your project, you can just go over, copy the CDNs, open up your file that you want to use them in, paste them into your project, and there you go. So now you've got the CSS file, you've got the JavaScript file, and of course with the JavaScript, you got to make sure that you get jQuery as well. So you can use external source like developers.google in order to get a jQuery library. So you can just grab jQuery library, add that into your project as well. And there's actually one other file that's going to be required. So Bootstrap 4 now has some additional functionality where if if you actually require to use tooltips, and if you don't want to throw any errors with your JavaScript library, then don't forget to add in tether. So tether is for some added functionality with the JavaScript library that does require this for additional functionality such as tooltips. So at the moment, we do need to add in that one additional library, that tether library, within our project so that we don't throw any errors and we're all ready to go. So also make sure that the order is within this order, within this format, where we've got jQuery first, we've got the tether file next, and then lastly, we've got the JavaScript, the jQuery JavaScript library for Bootstrap. So make sure that we do have that order in place, because this library is going to be calling on functionality within the tether library. Tether library could be calling on functionality within jQuery, and of course Bootstrap is calling over to the jQuery library. So make sure that you do have it within this order, and of course with the CSS, you can place that in the head section of your web project or web page. So in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at what can be done with Bootstrap. So I'm going to be showing you some of the power of Bootstrap and why Bootstrap is so super popular. That's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome to section 2 of Mastering Bootstrap. In this section, we're going to be breaking down Bootstrap, and we're going to be showing you what Bootstrap is and introducing you to the power of Bootstrap. So looking at Bootstrap with page structures and containers, also showing you how to create a default template and even why you should have a default template, and then of course the grid system. So we're going to spend quite a bit of time on the grid system because it is important to understand how the grid system works. So it's a bunch of rows and columns, and you've got a lot of different options, how to set up those rows and columns. So we're going to be covering that in this section. Also covering off typography. These are things like headings and lists and how they're going to output within Bootstrap. Also the Jumbotron. So this is one of my favorite features about Bootstrap because it's got this really cool thing called a Jumbotron. So I'll show you about that, and there are some changes now within Bootstrap 4. It looks slightly different than the Bootstrap 3 Jumbotron. So I'm going to show you how to create one of those. And also we're going to be covering off within this section just a lot of the common Bootstrap components and get you ready to start creating content within Bootstrap. So now in this video, so this is the first video in this section, and we're going to be covering off Bootstrap containers. And with Bootstrap, so there are two different types of containers. And of course, container is smartly named container. So that's all you need to do to bring it into your web project is specify container. And container is just that. It's a way to contain the content of your website and web elements all in a nice, smart main container. So let's open up our index page, and I'll briefly show you what the difference is between the two different containers. So these are the main parts of where you would hold all of your content, and you do have an option. You can use container multiple times because it is a class, and then depending on how you want to design your website, you can use it as a main container, so kind of a main wrapper to wrap all of your content, and then your content would go in here, so content. And you can also specify multiple containers. So if you had different sections where you had multiple areas where you had content, you might want to have them contained as different containers. And then there's another one as well. So basically the container actually readjusts depending on the size of the screen. So depending on what the max width is available for the screen, whatever the size of the screen is, it is actually a fixed width size. And that will change depending on what each breakpoint is, and essentially it'll give you a little bit of spacing at the side. So the difference between the container and container fluid, and I'm just going to create my own class here called box so that we can actually see what the container is going to look like. So I'm going to call it style and box. So this is not a Bootstrap default class. I'm just doing one here so that we can set up a border and we can actually demonstrate what what the container is actually going to look like, because of course the container doesn't actually have a border, so we wouldn't actually be able to see it. And I'm also going to give it some height as well, so 200 pixels. Let's go take a look and see what these look like. So we see that we've got our original container here and we've got our fluid container. So the fluid container is actually taking up all the available space. I'm going to shrink my page back to 100%. So we see that the container has some gutter areas on the side, and basically that's the big difference between them. So if you want to have a website that's 100% wide all the time, then go ahead and use container-fluid. And if you want to use the container, so if you want a fixed width, then you can specify that as well. So if you're designing your web page and all of your content is fixed width and you want it nice and neatly to align, like your header, your footer, and so on, then go ahead and just use the container. And of course, you always have that option to go container fluid, or if you want to do your header and footer container fluid, main content container, you could do that as well. So you could do something like this. And typically you might see websites doing stuff like this because they want the header and footer to go all the way across. So I'm going to just specify that this is container fluid, and then this is just plain container. So now when we go out to our web page, so we've got a page that we can resize, and we can change to the different size. So we can drag it down, and we see that once we hit a certain breakpoint, that regular container actually takes up the full available width. So it is resizing depending on the screen size, and we can see the gutter sizes are changing. The idea is just that so that everything fits nice and neatly within this main container. And so we've looked at fluid containers, and containers are essentially what preps us for the grid, because when you have a grid, you want everything to fit nice and neatly within that grid. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at creating a default template and show you how to do that, and then we're going to show you the grid. So all of this is coming up in the next set of lessons. This video, we're going to be showing you how to create your default Bootstrap template, and even why you should be creating that default Bootstrap template. So essentially going to show you basic HTML setup, how to create an HTML page, why viewport is important, also how we add CSS and the jQuery libraries, and then overall, the basic reason why you should have a Bootstrap template is it's great to have one handy, and whenever you want to create a website, you have a starting point. So you just open up that default file, name it to index or whatever you want to call it, and there you go, you're all ready to go. So make sure that you've got all of this important information, especially that viewport. That is ever so important, that your website scales properly on the smaller devices as well. So sometimes you might see that if you go to a website and they haven't included the viewport, if you're on your mobile device, the writing is really, really small. And this is what you don't want. So you want your initial scale to be 1, and you want to fit on those smaller device screens as well. So that's an important part to add in, and other ones too, just to specify that doc type HTML. So this is a HTML5 document. Also some of the other things, so of course adding in the CSS and the JavaScript. And with the JavaScript, sometimes you might see JavaScript added at the top of the page, but more commonly it's placed at the bottom, and the reason being is that jQuery is based around the DOM. The DOM is the web elements, all of these web page elements that load into the DOM. They all take properties from the DOM, and jQuery waits for the document to load into the DOM and to be ready to access it. So it allows you to access and interact with the DOM. The DOM is short for Document Object Model. So all of the content within your website actually loads into the DOM. So I can briefly show you what the DOM is. We'll just console log or console directory, and we're going to console directory out document and open that up within the web window, refresh it, and I'm using Chrome, and the reason I really like using Chrome is because it's got a really good dev console here. So essentially, just want to specify and quickly show you what the DOM is. So it's all of the information contained within your web page, and jQuery utilizes it and accesses it. And the reason I'm showing you this is because Bootstrap functions off of jQuery. So this is the reason we place it at the bottom, is because we want all of this web page content to load in and that we have access to it all before we try to do anything with our Bootstrap JavaScript. So essentially, also another thing that I usually like to add into my web projects is I like to link out to my own style sheet. So this is something that I do because a lot of times you need to make some adjustments with the styling. So we just do another link to a style sheet, and I place that. So if I've got Bootstrap downloaded, I'll place it within the same folder as Bootstrap, and I'll just call it something like style. So something that just makes sense. And I just realized I'm outside of the head section, so I gotta pull that one down and move that down there. But I would set something like this up by default, and then I'd have a default blank style sheet all ready to go. And usually do the same thing for JavaScript, because whenever you're working on those bigger projects, you want to have access to the files across all of your web pages, so that you don't have to be page specific and you can simply link out to them. And especially if you've got some really good JavaScript libraries that you've created, you can bring those in and link to them or copy and paste them within your script library. And these tend to grow as we develop more and more websites that we reuse a lot of the same code. So if it's not available in Bootstrap and you've got your own custom library, you can add that in. And also notice the order that it's being placed. So I'm calling Bootstrap first, and then I'm calling my own custom CSS file. And the reason for this is that if I want to make any adjustments to the default Bootstrap styling, when I place mine afterwards, it'll overwrite that content in Bootstrap and allow me to make adjustments to the Bootstrap library. And that's the reason why the order is like that. And the same principles apply for the JavaScript as well. And I'm just going to remove out this console directory. So that was just to demonstrate what the DOM is and what it looks like and all that amazing useful information that's available within the DOM. And then, of course, I would create that style.css and the script.js, and I'm all ready to go. All I need to do is copy this folder, and whenever I want to start creating a website or a web project, I've got this all ready to go. I just simply copy and launch my project and start working on it right away. And it does save quite a bit of time. So in the next video, we're going to be going into the Bootstrap grid system. And I know this is the one that you've all been waiting for, so that's coming up in the next video. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at the Bootstrap and the Bootstrap grid. So the grid is really at the core of what Bootstrap is. It allows us to do responsive web design. We go by rows. We start off with a default of 12 column system. And the good thing about 12 is it's really easily divisible. So if you've got a 12 column system and you want a 2 column website, then all you need to do is set one to 6 and the other to 6, and there you go. You've got a nicely split 2 column website design. I'm going to show you how to do that, and it's so quick and easy to make these websites using this grid system. Also, it's based around the media queries. So we do have a new size now with Bootstrap 4. So the sizes have changed, and it is important to note that we do have a new sizing system within Bootstrap where we have extra large. So these breakpoints here have actually changed from the 2 different versions, so they're slightly different. And this is just an overall of what the grid system is. So essentially on the extra small, the horizontal lines are across the whole time, and doesn't matter, it's always the same. So if you break it apart, your website on the XS, then you're going to see if you have a 2 column website and you're breaking on XS, then you're always going to have 2 columns. Doesn't matter how small the screen is. So we've also got the container widths. So these are where the container widths come in. And again, so depending on what size of container you are, it's going to use these breaking points and it's going to readjust those columns. So these are the class prefixes here, default number of columns. Each column actually has some gutters, so there's 15 picks on each side and so on. So there is some default padding around them. We can also nest grids within other grids. So if we want to have two-column website, but each column had maybe 3, another one had 4, we could add that in as well. So a lot of options, and when you start getting used to this, it's just really amazing how easily you can build a website. So we start out with our base unit of container, and now we need to specify. So let's say we want to create a website with 2 columns. So we'd start out with an element that could hold the classes, and by default we use divs quite a bit, and you're going to see that there's quite a bit of elements that are nested within other elements, and I know divs are very commonly used for this type of thing. So we've got our row here, and next we let's set up our first column, and we'll do col, so specifying that we want to specify a column, and now we need to make our choice where we want that breaking point. So if we do XS, and we're going to do XS6 for this example, and show you where the breaking point is. So this is XS column. And to get to the number 12, we need 2 size 6s, so we just do something like this. So column, we'll call it maybe column 1 and column 2. And also, I probably should bring back that class that I created earlier, that box class, in order for us to be able to break apart and actually see the different columns. So now when we jump out to our browser, so we see that we've got column 1, column 2, and it doesn't matter how small we make our screen, we still always have column 1 and column 2. So now to give you another example, we'll create another row. And for this one, let's break it at SM. So instead of XS, we're going to break it at SM, and we're going to do SM column 1 and column 2. And this will give you a really good idea of what's happening, and maybe we're even going to add in one more just to have a really nice effect. And let's make this one LG6 and LG6. And you can actually even combine these classes as well. So if you want to look different depending on the different size screen, you can make those adjustments as well. So I'm going to show you those. So quickly refreshing it, we see that once we hit, once we're at our full size, everything looks the same. Our XS columns, our SM columns, our LG columns, they all look the same. There's no difference. I'm going to shrink the screen actually using the Chrome browser default here. So they've got one where we can set it to responsive. And another reason I like using Chrome, because we can quickly get a quick view of what the web page is going to look like. So this is by default in the dev tools of any Chrome browser, so you can really see the difference when we're resizing. So we see here that we've got a width of 1505, and once we start shrinking down, we're going to hit that first breakpoint of LG. So we haven't hit it quite yet, and there we go. So right at this point over here, once we shrink under that 993, we actually break our LG, and we see what happens now. They stack in their full widths. So that column 1 now goes full across, column 2 goes full across. So we no longer have just the 3 rows, we have what looks like actually 4 different rows, but this is still the 3rd row. But the only thing here is that now Bootstrap is calculating and saying, okay, well, we've hit the breaking point, and the design was saying that we do need to have a breaking point because maybe we have some images or content that we don't want to shrink. We don't want to shrink down as the screen size shrinks. And this is where the idea of responsive design comes in, because it gives us full control of how our content gets laid out on different size screens. And all we had to do is specify the different classes, and we saw that they break apart differently. And notice here that it doesn't matter how small I shrink it, if I'm on XS, then I never lose those 2 columns. So if you always want 2 columns, no matter what size screen, then just use XS. If you want to have on the smaller sizes, then you can make adjustments as well. So I did mention that we do have the ability to set multiple screen sizes. So if we've got something like this where we want to specify for medium size, and let's do 4 and 8. So notice that our values are always equaling 12 because we've got 12 columns to fit across. If we're not utilizing the full 12, then sometimes it doesn't look right. And I'll show you how to offset those in the upcoming section. But for now, it's just important to understand that we can specify we can have this look different depending on what size screen the user is looking at. And we don't have to really do anything different within the code. So when we're on this medium-sized screen or the larger screens, then we've got 4 here, we've got 8 here. But notice what happens once we start shrinking it down. So instead of breaking into the 2 columns, it takes the next available one, which was the excess setting where we're doing 6 and 6. So we see that on the smaller screens, it takes those properties, but only after it breaks that medium size. So for small and excess, there's going to be 2 columns. For medium, large, and extra large, there's going to be the smaller column and the larger one. And that's what the difference is. And this gives you full control of how your web projects are going to look depending on what size screen you're working with. And this just really does illustrate how much power you have with Bootstrap. And it literally just was a matter of adding in the classes to get our website to look and function within this type of functionality. So in the next lesson, we're going to look deeper into the Bootstrap grid and how columns and row works and different options that you have when you're creating your columns and rows in Bootstrap. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap columns and rows and how you can work in deeper with the columns and rows. So we're going to be looking at how they behave on the different screen sizes, how it works within XS, SM, MD, LG, and how we can push and offset different columns, and essentially how we can design a website really easily just with this grid that we've seen within Bootstrap. So in the previous lesson, we looked at how we can set up different columns and how they could respond differently on different screen sizes, and we saw that we've got 12 and 12, and everything always adds up to 12. And so this is ideal, but it actually doesn't always happen. So you do want it to add up this way, but say for instance you have this one adding up to 5 and this one adding up to 5. So what's going to happen now whenever we shrink this box down? Let me show you what's going to happen. So when we refresh it here and we shrink it down, so we got to get under medium, and we see what happens now is we're not pushed all the way and it doesn't look nice and neat anymore. Especially if you had text or images, this doesn't look good within the website, because you do always want to have both sides looking the same. You want to have the spacing the same, and this just does not. So you do have a few options with Bootstrap. You can either make it adjusted and set it up to be 12, or you can offset this one. So the idea with offsetting is that we have the ability to move columns over, and again, now with Bootstrap 4 we can specify the size. So I want to specify that I want to offset it on excess screens and up, so I want to offset it by 2 columns. So let's take a look and see what happens now. So we see that offsetting it created that spacing between the two, moved it over, so now everything looks proper. But what happens when we get larger? So we see that once we hit that medium-sized screen or that larger screen, well, things don't look right anymore. So we're still offsetting it by 2. We've got a width of, I believe it's 8, and so it is actually centering here, but this one doesn't look quite right. So we do have a few choices here. We can remove the offset. So just as we've added in here, but on the smaller screens, we do need to keep it. So on the larger screens, what we might want to do is we want to offset it by 0. So this is where we would specify offset MD0. And now when I go back out and if I refresh it, things are back as we wanted them to. And now when we shrink it down to the smaller screens, we've got both of those sides aligning up nicely. And you can do quite a bit with offsetting, moving them around as needed. You can center columns, so if you have something that's maybe 4 and 4 and you want to offset it on smaller screens by 2, so we can do an SM by 2. you can see that this allows us to kind of center and give us a different look and feel to the content, that it actually looks centered. So you can do that as well. And you also have a few options if you can push and pull the different elements. So let's say I had this one at 2, I had this one at 10, and maybe on those larger screens I want to push it over, so I want the column 2 to move over a certain amount of columns, so we can push it, and we got to set our breaking point. And usually we do like to keep them in line with what we're specifying here, so that everything functions nice and neatly. Whenever the user does a breaking point, that it does move over. So if I do something like this, what do you think is going to happen here? Let's go take a look and refresh it. So again, remember, now I've pushed this one over. So I've got column 1 is still only 2 columns, but now it's pushed over 10, and by default, column 2 has a space here because this one's been pushed over to the right. Column 2 now has a space there, so it's taking up that available spacing within the grid. So things, and once we shrink it down, of course, once we're at 100%, none of that really matters because we've hit that breaking point and it's going to 100%. But ideally, there's a problem here because what's happening is we've still got the column 2 has a width of 10 and this one has a width of 2. So actually what's happening, it's aligned with what 8 columns are, and then the column 1 is actually floating on top of the column 2. So we don't want that, and this is where we can actually pull the column back. So instead of just pushing the 1, I want to pull this one back by 2 once it's on the larger screens. So now let's take a look and see what happens. And so now what we've essentially done is I've pushed this one over 10 to start at this point, and I've pushed this one over 2 to start at the 0 point, where it normally would have started after column 1. Now it knows to start there. And this is the really cool thing about Bootstrap, and this is what allows us to design websites and be very specific on how we want our output to show, because all we need to do is specify and place it within columns. Now that we've gone over this part, let's make some adjustments. And say for instance, I want to have a website here at the top, and I want to have, so this one could possibly be my header, so I could give it an ID of header. And this one could be my footer, so I give it an ID of footer. And this is just to identify them. So typically for the footer, I might not want it, maybe I want to have a nice fat footer or something like that. But I only want it on the big screens, because on the smaller screens it just doesn't make sense to have this fat footer. I'm going to have a lot of content in there, so I can make some quick adjustments there. I can add in one more column here of 4, and essentially this could be for contact, this one could be for directions, and this one could be for links or something like that. So you typically would have that type of stuff within the footer. We have our main content area. So the header, I'm just going to leave the header as it is right now. So maybe I've got a logo here, and then here I've got my company name and slogan. And now in the main content area, I've got several columns here. So maybe I want to have a website that's 2 columns on, forgot I took out that class there, so we're not able to actually see them. So I'm just gonna make some adjustments there. And let's say for instance in the first column, maybe I want to divide it up even more, because for whatever reason my design calls for a bunch of separate columns in here. And that's the cool thing about Bootstrap, is that we can nest these grids within other grids. So I can create another row here, I can open and close that, and then within this row maybe I want to have, so I know there's quite a lot of classes and nesting and columns within here, but Essentially, this is what Bootstrap does, is that it builds all of this structure and allows you to smartly add the classes within your Bootstrap structure. So for instance, if I always want to have 4 columns and I want to divide it up, so maybe I've got my news and I've got my RSS feed and I've got maybe my Facebook feed or something like that. So I'm not sure, really this probably isn't the best example because it's going to get really tight on the smaller screen. So especially if it probably would be better suited for some images or something like that. So that would be our first one, and then this would be our second column, and maybe this is where our content goes. And this is where we have all of our site information. So now let's go take a look and see what we've done. So we've made some adjustments here, and we see that now we have what looks more like a website. We can see that we've got everything nice and neatly ordered and organized, and we can see how essentially we can build out this website really quickly using Bootstrap. So now we just need to put in the right assets here. We could put in the logo, we could put in these feeds and this information, these images as we needed. This could be our main website content, and then we've got our footer. And we could go and we could use this as a basic website and build out the content from there. And this is how you can use Bootstrap to really easily set up a website from scratch and just use all of the different Bootstrap grid options. So in the next lesson, we're going to show you some of the more popular Bootstrap components, and one of my favorites is Jumbotron. So I know it sounds really cool, and it is actually pretty cool. So I'm going to show you how to add one of those to your web project in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at the Bootstrap Jumbotron. So Bootstrap Jumbotron, it's not only fun to say, but it also is a really cool effect that you can add in your Bootstrap. So I'm going to show you what Bootstrap Jumbotron looks like, and if you're familiar with the Bootstrap 3 Jumbotron, the Bootstrap 4 looks slightly different. Not a whole lot different, but there are some subtle differences on how that content is being presented, so with the padding and so on. So I'm going to show you essentially how to add in one of the common Bootstrap components, and it's just a simple class called Jumbotron. So let's look at our project that we were looking at in the last lesson. And as mentioned, a Jumbotron essentially is used for marketing messages. So you want something really big and bold to stand out, then this is where you come in and start using the Jumbotron. So maybe if you've got let's say you've got your company information, or maybe in the content you want something to really jump out at you. So when the user comes to the content area, they want to see this marketing message before all the rest of the content, and they want this to really, really stand out. So this is where we add in the class. It's just called Jumbotron. And so it's going to give us some default styling to the contents within the Jumbotron. Within the Jumbotron, you've got some options to use some typical classes. So a lot of times you're going to see this is where each one's, so marketing, message, and you've got some, this is the best product ever. So maybe this would go into a paragraph. And then next, you might have another paragraph, or you might have a break there. And then a lot of times you're going to see within the Jumbotrons, we've got our call to action. And this is where we add in a button or something. So maybe the time is running out. And then this is where we're going to add in button. So with Bootstrap, buttons are really easy to add in. So I'm going to just show you just a default primary button and what this is going to look like. So I'm just attaching it to the H class, so href, and then this would link out to your sales page and buy, or we could do something really big, bold like that, buy now. So let's go take a look and see what this looks like within our web page. And so we see that it is a really nice output of a marketing message, and it's actually going over there because I've got to adjust my CSS there, so just make a quick adjustment there. Go back out, and so now we're able to go over the 200 pics that I had initially set for the default sizes there, and we see how the Jumbotron really stands out. Now you notice with the Jumbotron, we can also make it full width, so we do have some borders there. So now with Bootstrap 4, we do have the ability to make it full width. So we can add in another Jumbotron class, and this one is called Jumbotron, and it's fluid. And I'll show you what the difference is, so keep an eye on that Bootstrap class, and we can see that what happened now is that this message now is taking up full available space, and our corners aren't rounded anymore. So the message is, maybe if you had more content in there within that message, or if you had less space, you didn't want to have as much padding, you could use the Jumbotron Fluid. So it gives you a little bit, it allows you to occupy even more of that horizontal space within that element. So in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap typography and how to use that. And that's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap typography, what it is, how to use it. So typography is just different ways to displaying that content. So we've got things like the H1 tags, so those are by default within HTML, but Bootstrap adds a little bit of a spin to those, so it makes them look different. And we can also use classes for those headings as well. So we don't necessarily need to use the tags for the heading, we can use classes. And this allows us to emphasize even more content and text within our web pages. And with Bootstrap 4, they brought in displays. So we've got the option to start at display 1, go all the way to display 4. Looks a lot like headings, but is a little bit bigger. So this is another way to really highlight certain text and content within your web page. We've also got the block quote. We can reverse block quote. We can do lists, so we can do them unstyled and so on. So we've got some list options as well that we can bring in to our Bootstrap simply by specifying those classes. So let's go take a look at this, open up our content here, and where we have our company name. So generally when we've got a company name, we really want this to stand out. So what we've done in the past, we've done something like this, where we've got H1 and I've got my company name within there. So this would be something typically done for web design, but now with Bootstrap, we don't have to use H1. We can use something like span, and we can set the class, and we can set it as H1. And this is actually really useful because if you are using your website for SEO purposes, maybe you don't want to overuse those H tags, but you do want some certain key messages to really stick out. So this is another way that you can essentially apply what you'd be getting with the H1s, but by specifying a class. So there, all I did there was a span, and I should put that H1 right next to it so you can see what the difference is between the two. So the first one is going to be the Bootstrap class. The second one is going to be the HTML tag, and they look the same. So that's the idea here with Bootstrap, is that we takes a lot of that headache out of our design process, and we can simplify what we want to do within our website. And we can even do things where if we've got our H1 class, and maybe now because we've got Bootstrap H1, it doesn't stand out enough. Well, Bootstrap has another class that can even display the content even larger. And this is the display class. So we have an option to go 1 being the largest, 2, 3, 4, all the way down, shrinking it down. So now whenever we see what the display 1 looks like, we see that it takes up quite a lot of real estate, and the display 1 is much bigger than the H1. We can go down to 3, we can go down to 4, refreshing it, and you can see how that really does stand out within the web page. And this is really useful when you want to really highlight messages, especially something like a company name. You really want that to jump out and people to be able to notice it. So this is where you would use something like that so that it really jumps out. And I'm just going to keep that H1 here within the project. I'm going to go down and maybe specify this particular one to be H1. So we're not going to be using the HTML tags. We're going to be using the Bootstrap ones. And another one of the really cool things about Bootstrap is the way it handles block quotes. So you see block quotes get used quite often within web design. So this is just an example of block quote. So this is the HTML tag for block quote, and I'm just going to do the block quote and then I'll add in the Bootstrap class afterwards. So typically we might have a paragraph, and this is my quote to make me famous. And then you would have something underneath where you would have the author's information. So this would be, we can set it up as a footer and add in a class, and we can specify the class. So I'm not going to do that yet. So then you see the author's information. So let's go take a look and we'll see what this looks like now within the web page. So it doesn't really look like anything, just looks like 2 lines of text. So now let's transform it into actually looking like a quote. And this is what Bootstrap does really well, because if we have a quote on our web page, we don't really have to give it a lot of thought as to what we want it to look like, because Bootstrap already has styling for us all ready to go. I can add in the footer, and the footer is also going to have a class as well. So this is going to be block quote footer. Let's go back out, refresh the page. So take a look at what's going to happen here. And maybe I'll get rid of this right now so we can take a closer look at our content. And we see that it automatically styles it to make it look like a quote, and we've got that content there. We can also add in block quote reverse. And if we want it to be formatted the other way, to brought over to this side, we can just reverse it. So now it looks like a really nice quote, and this is more evident to users as they come in and they take a look at it. They can say, oh, this is definitely a quote. And Bootstrap has us covered for designing these quotes and bringing this content really easily into our web pages. So another thing that Bootstrap has us covered with is to create lists. So let's say, for instance, instead of, or maybe I'll just give this one a separate div here on top, and we'll contact contacts, and maybe the person has multiple contact numbers or something. So we've got an unordered list, we've got a list item, and we've got the home number. And then under that, we're going to have another list item, and maybe this would be a work number. And then underneath that, maybe we have our cell number. So we've got multiple ways to contact the user. Let's go take a look. By default, HTML just makes it look like that. It's a little bit boring, and of course, Bootstrap gives us some more options of things that we can do. Let's make some updates with using Bootstrap. So let's say I want to get rid of all of those bullet points because I don't want it to look like a bullet point list. Well, we've got an option here called List Unstyled. And now we see that we've gotten rid of all those bullet points. So maybe don't want those bullet points, or maybe we want our list to be in line, so we can do list in line as well. So that's another option that we can use for Bootstrap, where we can have them in line, and I don't think we have enough space there to inline them. Or we actually need to specify within the classes there, within the list items, which ones of the list items are going to be inline. So I'm going to actually make an adjustment to make this bigger. I'm going to get rid of one of these because we don't necessarily need that. And I'm going to give it a class of list. So we just need to specify that we've got a list inline item. So this is also new with Bootstrap 4. And we need to actually, oops, we just put that in, I put that in the wrong place. So the item needs to be specified there. And now when we go out and if we see it, we only have actually one inline, so it doesn't quite yet matter. But if we put a second one in line, we'll see that we can actually inline the different list items. So it doesn't actually even have to look like a list, although I think it may have looked better as a list, but we can inline them all. So essentially it's still a list and we can still break these apart, but we've got it formatted to look like just in a row of content. So this is the really neat thing about Bootstrap, is that we see that we have this ability to really easily design our content. So also new with Bootstrap 4 is the ability to align our text. So we can align it depending on what size screen. We could do something like text, and if we want always over, or maybe on the SM screens and up, we want it over to the right hand side. Everything else we want on the left hand side, so right on SM. So I'm just gonna print that nice and big bold there, so we know which text. And we see that this text now, it's pulled over to the right, and as I resize it, we see that it goes over to the left hand side. So once we hit a certain breakpoint, the SM breakpoint, we see that it actually pulls it over to right. So we have full control of where we want our text to be showing up. Also with Bootstrap, some other really useful typography. So we saw that we had our company name bold. So if I didn't have it bold, or if I had something like this for whatever reason, I was writing it and I had some capitals mixed in there, well, we've got Bootstrap can take care of that as well. So we can change it all to lowercase if we want. And I'll just show you how that's going to look. So we can change it all to lowercase. We can change it all to uppercase. So I think that's what we had before. And we can also capitalize it as well. So depending on what effect you want from your text, Bootstrap has you covered for that as well. Gives us the ability to really easily add these classes and make updates. Maybe I want to bold out some content. So this particular piece of content that I really want to stand out, I want to bold it out. I can do font, weight, bold. And I just gotta bring this closing tag to the end there. Save that. We can also do italic as well. So you don't always have to rely on your CSS to do that. We see that we can bold it there, and we've got a lot of options that we can do now with our Bootstrap classes and typography. So in the next section, we're going to be showing you some of the really cool things about Bootstrap, some more of the tools and components. And as you've seen, Bootstrap is really easy to work with. It just makes sense, and it takes a lot of the styling work out, and all you need to do is add the right classes, and you can really build up your web design just by adding in these Bootstrap classes. And it makes it really easy. So in the next section, we're going to be showing you a whole lot more you can do with Bootstrap. Welcome to our third section on mastering Bootstrap 4.0. Within this section, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap tools and components, and a whole bunch of really neat things that you can do with them. So we're going to be going over text styles and introducing the new cards classes, as well as tables and what's new with tables, and you've got more options to organize and present your content with cards and tables. We're also going to be looking at what's changed with images, how to make responsive images, and then going into buttons. So buttons are one of my favorite things about Bootstrap, because Bootstrap just does buttons so well. So we're going to look at buttons, grouping of buttons, and a bunch of really neat things that you can do with buttons as well. And then alignment, styling, and some of the other components that are new and useful, very useful within Bootstrap. So this is going to be a really exciting section where we go over a lot of really nice things that you can do with Bootstrap. So when you're ready, let's start looking at all the really cool things in Bootstrap. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap text styles. So with Bootstrap, there's a lot of really neat things you can do with text. You've got options for vertical alignment on inline text. You can also make some content invisible. You can transform content from inline to block and from block to inline. So can all be done just via classes. And then of course, we've got some text styling that we're going to look at and just how to present some of that text with different text default colors as well as default background colors. So this is all available within Bootstrap. So let's open up our editors and check out some of the neat things we can do with Bootstrap. So when it comes to vertical alignment, you need to make sure that you're applying this to inline elements. So if you're applying it to elements like the paragraphs, you're not going to see the effect within the vertical elements. So that's why I've got a paragraph here. I've got some lorem ipsum text, and this is all inline. So when we open up our browser, we see that we've just got a big block, big chunk of text there. So I'm going to zoom that in a little bit. And let's take some of this text and let's apply some vertical alignment to it. So I'm going to add in a span element, and within the span element, I'll attach a class there and close that off, and then drag this one over maybe a few. So I've got a few words in there, and let's see what we can do with alignments. So we've got an option to align top. So let's see check out what that looks like. So there's a bunch of different ones there that we can see that we can align our content. So for this example, let's align some of that text. So we've got align, and let's do align text top. So this will move some of this text up, and it's going to be a little bit hard to see as well. So I'm going to open up style, and let's add in some color for this one so we can really pick out which element that we're looking at, and I'll give it a color of red so it stands out. And now let's go over to our document, and we can see that the text, it's slightly down, so we've got some alignment there within that text where it's slightly off alignment with the rest of the text there, because we've got that align text top. We can also do align text bottom. Let's refresh that and take a look at that as well. So we see that now it's aligning the text along the bottom line there. So it's actually bottom is moving it to the top, and top is moving it to the bottom with in line to the rest of the text. So those are some of the options that you have with text. If you do the text align top, middle, baseline, or bottom, you can do those within tables as well. And so you can see an illustration of that. So I'll do a quick table here so we can get a better idea of what that looks like. So create a table, and we're going to give it a table row there and table cells. And so we're just going to have this one as 1, and I'll just do another table cell, another quick one. And actually I'm going to do 2 more, so that we can see the alignment of this one. So this one in here, I'm going to apply a class, and this is where we use that align top, align bottom, and so on, so that we can get a better idea of some of that content. And I'm going to also make these, I'm going to give it a default height as well. So now let's go take a look at those tables, and let's refresh those ones out. So we can see that where the alignment, so we can place the alignment of, so we've got the first cell, we've got the second one, and we've got the third one, and we see that we're able to pull that one down to alignment bottom. By default, it's alignment top. So if we want them all to be aligned in the middle, or if we want the center one to be aligned in the middle, we can see that this gets aligned to the middle. And then lastly, we've got also aligned to the top as well. So we see that we can pull it right up to the top. So these are where the default alignments are falling within the table cells. And so that's how you can make adjustments on those as well. So some of the other functions within what we want to look at within this lesson, we want to change some inline elements into block elements, and we can do that as well with our classes. So if we want to change to, we've got the D block. So I'll just apply D block to that particular class. We see that now it gets the property of a block, and we could also do that. So if we actually had a div in here, and that div, or it shouldn't be a vid, it should be a div. So if we add in a div in here, we can see that we can apply classes to that. So we can turn that div, instead of by default divs have a block class to it, we can change it to d inline. And this is this. Now, so we just so we can flip divs from spans and spans to divs just by simply adding in the classes. So now we see that now this div, which typically would have taken up that full line, it's now going to be inline as well. And so there's a bunch of other things that we can do with our text as well. So I'm going to just add in another span here and add some text in here. And we've got our default options. So within Bootstrap, we've got this color scheme that we can continuously use and reuse, and we can apply it within the classes. So by default, if we do text primary, you'll see what happens with the text color. So we could have easily, when we wanted that text to stand out, we could have applied a text style to it as well. So instead of having all the trouble of going up here and applying red, we can get rid of that. And if we want to apply text color to it, we can do text, and it uses all those defaults. So danger is usually by default a reddish color, so we can see that that stands out. And there's also another thing now in Bootstrap where you can add in a background color. So this is another really cool feature within Bootstrap, because if we want to have a background, we can set background colors to any one of our elements. So let's try background warning, and we're going to do some other background colors here as well, so you can get a better idea of the full spectrum of all the different colors. And so again, these are all of these these default color schemas that come with Bootstrap. You've also got an inverse. You've also got a muted. So this is a kind of faded out off black type color. And then of course you've also got, so you've got background, or this should be actually background faded. And then let's just do the text muted. So do text muted. And let's see what this looks like. This is just another example of, so we've got this kind of text muted, so it looks like it's kind of disabled color that you typically get with elements. We've got our background, so inverse color there. So instead of white, it changes it to black. And here we've got an example of using the background warning color. So that's that orangey color. So you can also use the other ones as well and really get a good scheme of really easily adding in colors to backgrounds and to text within Bootstrap. In the next video, we're going to be introducing what's new with Bootstrap 4, and these are cards. So cards are a really neat feature within Bootstrap 4 and introduces a lot of this really nice functionality that we're always looking for when we're designing our web pages. So this is coming up in the next lesson with cards. Welcome to our lesson on Bootstrap cards. So cards are new with Bootstrap 4, and in this lesson we're going to be showing you how to create a card, what card blocks are, and get you familiar with some of the card classes for Bootstrap. So we've got an option for card titles, subtitles. We can also do card text, card links, and a lot of these are very self-explanatory type classes because they just make sense within the structure. So depending on what you're trying to do within your card, and this will give you the structure within using the classes in Bootstrap in order to present your card properly. So these are some of the options within cards, and let's open up our editor and create our first cards. So the idea with cards really is that this is going to be a reusable element that we can reuse over and over again. So if you have a case where you've got to present multiple items that look the same, and you've got these kind of predefined mini templates that you can create using cards. So they're flexible, extensible containers. They actually replace some of the old panels, wells, thumbnails that we typically would have been using in Bootstrap 3. And the main thing is that they're very flexible and you can use that content in a variety of ways. So let's set up our basic card. So the class is going to be called card, and so this is just a very basic card, and then of course you're going to have some content within that card. So let's create some content within this card. And typically with card content, so I'm going to create some content within card, and maybe we can make a couple of these cards so that they stand out and then we can get a better feel for them. And so basically with just a plain card, it's not going to really do too much. When I refresh it, we see we've got a slight border around it. It's this rounded border and content within cards. So it doesn't really present too much. And the reason that I did want to show you that there's the card block is the first one that we're going to look at. And this is what we typically use for structuring and for containing some of that content within the card. And what the card block is going to do is it's going to actually give us some padding around the default card content. So we see that right away from the difference between when we're not using the block and when we're using the block, that right away we do see that there is this kind of pull out of the content, there's padding, and it actually looks a lot better. It looks like there is actually some kind of element and structure within this element as well. So now typically within cards, so a lot of these are optional. So we're going to look at card titles and subtitles. So let's add in some titles into here. Now titles can really be within any elements. So again, we're going to use divs, but we could just, or maybe for this example, we'll use an H3. And so maybe this would be a typical title that you would have. So this is my product. And these are really good for products and so on within your web page. So you could reuse this stuff and you could really outlay it really nicely. So you see you've got this is my product, and if you had a bunch of them, then it would present really nice and neatly within your web page. So we've got our title here, and even without any kind of class, we see that it really nice stands out. But when you introduce the class of card title, so this, first of all, it gives it a semantic structure where we can tell what the meaning of this is, and we get this default styling to it as well. So if I transform this back into a div, you can see that what's really happening is that it's providing a little bit more of a structure in how it's presenting that content. So it's slightly different. It's got some padding by default and so on. So usually, really when I like to use cards, I usually place them within the heading tags, heading elements. But of course, you can do it in a number of different ways. So there's also, whenever you've got cards, you've got an option to do a subtitle. So let's say, for instance, this was going to be my subtitle. I could use card subtitle. Now, of course, you don't always have to use them as subtitles. So you could use a subtitle. You don't have to use a subtitle. Maybe what I can do is just change this one into a span or something like that. Or it probably would have been better as a div. But we see that this is gives us a little bit of structure, and it just helps us more in a readable format for what the card is. We also have what we had before, where we had that text. So we had our paragraph. So this could be something like class card text. And then this is where we could put our product information. So we could put product information and so on into that area. So now we see we've got these nicely packaged type outputs where we can copy and paste this and reuse it over and over again. So also within cards, you typically might have a link within the card as well. So we might have something within here, so buy now or something like that. So let's create an href here and move that buy now into there and add in a class. So for this one, let's do some button classes, and I'll show you those in the upcoming lesson as well. But so this structures it more as a button, and one of the classes within the card, we need to add it in as a card link. So now let's go take a look at what our card looks like. So now we've got this buy now, so that's actually a button. But if I remove it, you're gonna see it's a lot of this stuff is more for just how we lay it out and how we structure it. So it doesn't really carry a lot of design with it, but it's more of the readability format. When we're looking at our cards, we've got our cards title, subtitle, text, link, and so on. So it's just really easy to understand. So also within cards, we've got the ability to do headers and footers in the cards. So this is another really neat feature. And usually when you're using a header, you're going to use it outside of the default card block. You can also place it within that card block, but just keeping in mind that card block does have that default padding around it. So depending on how you want your card header to look, you could use it either way. So header. So maybe this could be the product information and so on. So show you what that looks like. So the header kind of stands out there, and typically, yeah, you would be using them outside of the block. But again, it is depending on how you want to design and how you want to look like. There's also an option for card footers. So this is pretty much the same thing as the header. And it's more for just the semantics of it, that we have a header, we have a footer, we have our content in there with the card block, and so on. So another thing that you might see within a card is you might see some images. So I'm just going to go and grab an image source. And I'm going to grab an image from Placehold It. So they give you some placeholder images. Now with images, you've got a few options with your images. Maybe you want your images on top, maybe you want them on the bottom, maybe you want them in the middle. So we can add an image in this way. So again, keeping in mind, if you keep it in card block, you're going to have that padding around it. So, and a lot of times with images, they do look better when they're outside of the block. So there we've got our image. I'm going to just save that, show you what this looks like now. So we've got our image, and let's add that image now as, give it a class. And with images, you've got an option for card image top. And so this is for placing the images at the top of the card. There's not much difference there. So what is actually happening here with the card image top, we can see that there's a slight radius at the top. And this would be perfect if we actually had it above our header there. So let's take that and place that above our header, and maybe this card should be a default width of 350, so it's in line with our image. So let's add that in here. So to give it a max width. And now let's go take a look at that now. So we'll see that once we add that image at the top, that we get that rounded effect there within the card. So it really nice and neatly fits in. And this type of stuff is really neat as well if you want it to really reproduce it. So let's say this is how you want your product to look like. So now I can really easily create a bunch of them. And I'll see how this is going to look now within the cards. So they're all nice and neatly laid out, and it presents that content within that same format every time. So that really is the usefulness of cards, and cards are an amazing way. They've taken over for panels, wells, and thumbnails from previous versions of Bootstrap. So the next lesson, we're going to look at tables in Bootstrap, and this is another really neat thing with Bootstrap and how you can organize and present your content. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome to Bootstrap Tables. In this lesson, we're going to be showing you how to create tables with Bootstraps, how to update the look and feel of your table, different head style options for tables, contextual classes within tables. So these are the default colors that we've been looking at earlier, where we could change the background colors and text colors and so on. And also how we can make our tables responsive and reflow tables. So this is new within Bootstrap, and this is a really, really cool effect. So when I show you this is going to be amazing because it allows you to change your table from going across to going vertically. So really nice, neat feature. So let's open up our editor and jump into tables. So first of all, let's create our basic table class. So within HTML, so there we go, we've got a table, and let's create some rows within this table. So first row there, and typically within the top, maybe we've got some header information, so head 1, and I'm just going to copy and paste this, head 2. So now we've got 2 headings there within the table row, and maybe we're going to put this within table head as well. So there's our head section of the table, and then now let's do our table body. So do T body. And let's add in some rows here as well. And keep that in line, so table row. So instead of table head, let's do these as just regular table cells. And then we'll make a few more rows within the body. So we'll just call it cell 1, cell 2, and copy and paste this over. And now this can be cell 3, and this one can be cell 4. So let's take a look in our browser, check out what this is going to look like. So there we go. So we've got our table, and really just with HTML it doesn't look like a whole lot, but now let's add in some Bootstrap classes. So first of all, let's create this table as a class called table, so that now when we go out here we can see, wow, Bootstrap really does transform that really nicely, and it makes it look more like a table feel. So with the tables, you've got a few choices as well. So you can do table, and as long as we make sure we keep that main table in there, we can do a table inverse. And you can combine these. So this is table inverse. Inverse is the colors. We can also do table striped. And these are just so easy to add in, and it really just makes your tables a whole lot more readable. We can do table bordered, and as I said, you can combine these ones. So table bordered. So you get this the border around the cells. There's also one that's an interactive one, so we can do table hover. And so now whenever I hover over the different cells, I can see it's kind of highlighting there. So it allows the user to really be able to distinguish between the content of the table. So within the table head style, we've also got some options where we could do, so we've got our default, we can also inverse the head. So notice that by default within the head section, we've got, by default with HTML, we've got a little bit of styling there within the head, but we can also update that as well. So in the T head, we can do class, and here we can do T head inverse. A lot of this, you probably don't use a lot of this within the head, but it does have an option if you want to inverse the colors of the head, so you can do it that way. We can create different table classes, so if we want to really highlight particular row or something like that, we've got an option to do that. So I can do class, and this is similar to where we were setting those background colors, where we could do table. So maybe we want to do table success or something like that. So we can see that we get that green color there. We can do info, warning, danger as well. We've got one that's table active. So this really works well with that hovering effect, where we know which one is active. So see, whenever we hover over that active one, it's already active. So that's what the active is going to do. So it allows us to represent our table content in a number of ways, and represent it in a way that users can really get a good interaction and a feel for the content presented within the table. So lastly, I also did want to show you table reflow. So check this one out. This one is a really cool one, and I'm sure there's a lot of really good uses for this one. So when I change the table to table reflow, now when I refresh it, we see that now the head is over here, cell 1, 2, 3, 4. So it essentially brought it over to horizontal a vertical structure where we've got the headings going down vertically and we've got the cells and aligning that way. So that's what the table reflow does. So it gives us a really cool function that we can do within tables where we can present that data within that on a different angle essentially within that content and presenting the same content. So there's quite a lot you can do with tables, and tables are a great way to present content to your web users, and Bootstrap makes it easy to make nice tables. In the next video, we're going to be looking at what we can do with images. Now, images are worth 1,000 words, and Bootstrap allows us to create those images and create them responsively. So that's key because once the pages resize, we want those images to resize as well. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at what we can do with Bootstrap images. And we're going to be looking at how we can create responsive images, use images as thumbnails, and also have rounded and bordered radius for images, floating images, and how we can align them with text, and a whole lot more. So let's open up our editor, and we're actually going to grab an image that we can use here. So I'm going to simply use placeholdit.com for some basic placeholder images. I've created a basic grid here where I've got a row, I've got 3 columns here, so they're all 4 across. And I'm going to add in some images. So what if we had a really big image there, and here we had an even bigger image. So let's go take a look at it and see what this looks like. So it doesn't represent very well within our grid because these images are just too large. So when we shrink it down, we can see it still doesn't look good. And this is where Bootstrap really makes it nice and easy to update and create responsive websites, because when you've got images like this that are hanging over, that just does not look good. So let's add in some Bootstrap classes to fix this. So there has been a change to how we make responsive classes within Bootstrap, and the class for making them responses is img fluid. So now let's go back out to that same page, and now we can see that everything gets resized, and we see that the dimensions are in proportion to what's available. So this basically means that we're not going to have pixelated images, that we're still able to see the images as expected within that full available spacing. So even when we do shrink it down, and notice that here, once we hit the breaking point, we do get the images once again going into all the different columns. So this was because of the Bootstrap grid that we're able to restack the image formats. But either way, we can see that the dimensions don't get ruined with Bootstrap and with the responsive images. So whenever you're using images, always make sure you use that img fluid, because you do want your images to be responsive. So with Bootstrap 3, we do have another option as well for images, and we can represent images as thumbnails. So this is a really nice, neat package within Bootstrap because it allows us to have an image that looks more like a thumbnail. So a user would be coming in and expecting to see this type of formatting around an image, so more represented as a thumbnail. So it just adds that slight little border around it. Previously with Bootstrap, we had a bunch of options here where we could do rounded and so on. So a lot of that is it's still available. So it's just a class called rounded. So it's no longer specific for the image. We can do rounded, and we can also specify what parts of it we want rounded. So if we only want the top, right, bottom, or left rounded, we can do that. So we've got these options for rounded. We also have rounded circle. So I'll show you what that looks like. And what basically Bootstrap 4 has given us the ability to be more specific with our content as we want to output it. So we've got that option to do that slight rounded. We could do the rounded images still as we did them before. So we can do a full rounding of those sizes and so on. So that's how you do the rounded. We need to just use that rounded class. And also, a lot of times when you've got images, you might have some text alongside that image. So I'm going to make this slightly smaller, and I'm going to add in some default text here. And let's open this up, refresh it. So now I just made that image smaller. So sometimes you might want to pull it to the right or to the left, so it's more in line with the text, and Bootstrap has a class for that as well. So that makes it really easy to work with these different images and style it using the classes to get it represented as you want. So with Bootstrap 4, we've got more control over when we've got these breaking points. So let's just set this at MD, and let's set it MD right. And these classes you can use for multiple different elements now as well. So see, once we hit that breaking point. So I'm going to show you how we can align images for our text as well. So over here I've got an image, bunch of text beside it, and we can have control over what we do with these images. So we can apply the floats within the classes. So we can do a float, and we can specify where we want to float. So if I want to float this over to the right, I do float MD right. So MD is going to be my breaking point when it floats over to the right. And we see that once I get smaller than the MD size, then it floats it. By default, it removes that floating over to the right. But when I get larger, I do have that floating over to the right. So in this type of scenario, I might want to even include a floating to the left as well. So I could add that in, and I could do an excess to the left. So this will give me that float within that element. So I refresh it, and if I shrink it down, it floats to the left, so it keeps all of that text in line. So that's what you want when you've got an image alongside that text there, and whenever I make it larger, I see that it floats it over to the right-hand side. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at one of my favorite parts, favorite elements, classes within Bootstrap, and that's working with buttons. And this is a really nice, neat feature within Bootstrap. And Bootstrap 4 now has button outlines, so I'll show you those, and that's all coming up in the next set of lessons. Welcome to our lesson on Bootstrap buttons, and I know this is the lesson that you've all been waiting for. So in this lesson, I'm going to show you some nice, colorful button styles, how to do button outlines, update your button size, and just do a whole lot more with buttons in Bootstrap. Let's open up our editors and start creating some nice colorful buttons. So we can use any element we want. So I'm going to use button because that just kind of makes sense if we're creating buttons. But again, it doesn't matter what tag you're using. You could use divs, you could use hyperlinks, and whatever you apply that button class, you get these really nice, neat buttons. So first of all, let's just start out by creating a button, and I'll just call it button. Go into our browser, and I'll show you what's going to show up. So we get something that looks like a button. But now, maybe we want to apply some colors and really make it pop, stand out for your web users. And this is where we've got that second class that we usually add in, and this specifies the colors. So by default, or most commonly used, is the primary. So that gives you the bluish color. Notice how whenever you hover over the button, so you get that kind of hovering effect. So this is all built in within these button classes. We've also got button info. We've got button secondary, we've got button info. So maybe I'll just create several of them here so we can get a better feel for them. So this one, let's try button info. Let's try button success. Button warning. There's also danger, link, and so on. So let's check all of these out. So see that Bootstrap makes it really easy to make these nice clean buttons that we can just represent, and they're really clickable, call to actions, amazing way to present content to your users. If we want to have some buttons, we've got options for the button sizes. So if I wanted this button to be large, I can do button LG, so that's the green one here. So it makes it slightly larger as well. We've got other options with buttons. I can do button, and I can do block. So that last one there, so we'll show you what happens with the button block. Takes up the full available space, makes the button a block. We can also disable buttons. So we can do button disabled if we wanted to as well. So maybe we apply this dynamically whenever the button's been clicked, or if we don't want the user to be able to click it, so we just disable it, add in that class, and it applies that disabling to the button. We also, with Bootstrap, we have the option to do outlines for buttons now. So instead of setting these buttons btn info, let's do an outline. So we're add in outline in the middle there. So btn outline, that's just one dash there, and info, we can do btn outline and success, outline and warning. So all the same, but the inverse is going to be that these buttons now are going to be the inverse colors. So we see that the text is the actual blue color, and instead of being white as it is over here, and whenever we hover over them, we get that same color effect that we got before. So it's just how they get represented to the users, that the outline ones outline it, and they're in line with the background of the content, whereas these ones actually get button colors. So just two different ways to represent your buttons. You can also represent buttons as active. So I know I've got quite a few buttons going on here with quite a few things happening, so maybe I'll add in one more here, and primary, and this one we're going to set a state of active on it. So one more button there, and so this button is an active state. So if you had a bunch of these buttons here, I'll show you, it's probably better to compare it without an active state button right beside it, so we can get a better idea. So these are the primary ones, these bluish colored ones. We see that the active state one is slightly darker. So if you had a whole bunch of buttons all lined up together, then you could see which ones are active, and just by applying that active class to it. So a lot of really cool things you can do with buttons in Bootstrap. And there's actually even more things that you can do with buttons. And I'm going to show you how you can use checkboxes, radio buttons, and how you can group these buttons together and represent them to your users in a more nice, usable fashion. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, we looked at buttons and what we could do, how we can create some nice, neat buttons in Bootstrap. So Bootstrap also allows us to do grouping of buttons. So this allows us to do a button group, where we can use checkboxes, radio buttons, and group them all together, present them in a nice, neat fashion to our web users. So let's open up our editor and create some of these grouped buttons. So I'm going to keep this part here where we had a bunch of these buttons that we were working at and looking at before, and show you how to do some grouping of buttons. So grouping of buttons, typically, I create a div here to split these off so that we can see that there is a difference between them, and I'm going to add in a class here and give this, so this is just a class that I'm creating so that we can differentiate between the two containers. So let's give it some padding and so on. So let's create another class here that we can work off of. And within here is where I can create some of these buttons and the button groupings. So now let's create another div here and give it a class. So this is where my grouped buttons are going to go. So I'm going to do button group, btn group. And let's add in a data toggle attribute. So this will give us an indication of what we're doing and give us some more information, or Bootstrap some more information to work with the contents of this particular grouping. So we've got a grouping of buttons, and within these buttons we can add in labels. So let's create a label for this, give it a class, and notice here that within the main class, this is where the label is going to sit, so primary. And when you've got several buttons, you can also set an active one as well. So this label, within this label, let's create our input, so input type, and the type is going to be a checkbox.
and let's just go check 1. So I'm going to make this all on one line here, so I can easily copy and paste it and create a bunch of other checkboxes. So checkboxes, they don't always sit together, so that's an important thing to note with checkboxes, and that's why we definitely do need to group them together in order for them to function kind of as one unit and get represented to the users as being together. So checkbox 3, label, and we're going to keep them all as primary. You could, of course, change that up as well, so that you can have a bunch of colors as well. So that's up to you, depending on how you're designing. So let's take a look and see what this looks like. So when I refresh it, so I've got all of these buttons together, and notice that these aren't actually buttons by default, that they were the checkboxes, that they're the inputs within the checkbox. And that's the interesting thing about it, because I can actually check these off. And that was actually one of the reasons why it's better to keep them all as the same color, because that way you can see which ones are checked off, because you can see which ones are active. So that was, but of course you can have options on that as well. So you see that you can check it, uncheck it, and so on. So they can get checked off and so on. So that's what we can do with checkboxes. We can also use them in radio buttons. So they kind of function within that same format as we saw with radio buttons, where we can do a group and we can create a bunch of radio buttons. So let me show you how that works. So here we've got a button group. I'm going to copy and paste this over. So instead of checkboxes, let's update these input types to radio buttons, and we'll show you how that's going to look. So radio and radio and radio. So now we've got a bunch of radio buttons, and we know with radio buttons that we need to have that same name. We can have different IDs for them, but we do need to have the same name for them. So let's do the name for R, just call them RAs, and give it an ID of RA1. So give them all the same names, give them different IDs. We can keep that check there, and let's take a look at this and see what this looks like. So now we see that they look and function the same way, and again, this gives you other ways to represent that content. And let's say, for instance, you had one that was checked off or already checked. So it's the radio button, you've got checked. So that one's checked. We also have the option to do one as active, so we should add in the class of active if this one, for instance, is our active one, and so on. And also if maybe this one is, so I'm taking the center ones as active, and I'm going to put this one as checked. So now let's take a look at that and see. So by default, we know which ones that we've already checked off, those center ones, and we can see that they, by default, it's checked off there. And the checked off is just that dark active button output. So this is another great way to represent content within Bootstrap, and it shows you the real power of Bootstrap that it has behind it in order to represent content in a better, more uniform format for web users. So the next lesson, we're going to look at Bootstrap alignments and styling and show you some even more really cool things that you can do with Bootstrap. So it's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap alignments and styling and how to work with those. So this includes things like text alignments, how we can justify text, and how we can wrap text. So let's open up our editors and create some text. So I'm going to go ahead and grab some default text from Blind Text Generator so that we have some text to work with. So just some default lorem ipsum text. I'm going to place it within a div here and add that text in. Style it a little bit so it presents a little bit nicer and neater in a nice, neat fashion. So we've got some text here, and possibly we've got a bunch of paragraphs. So let me add in those paragraphs as well and place some of this lorem ipsu into the paragraphs. So I didn't want it to be all the same, so that's why I'm going to create 3 separate paragraphs in order to house all of this content, and realign that there. So now we've got 3 separate paragraphs, and with Bootstrap 4 we have full control of how we're aligning this content within the paragraphs. So we can set that by using classes. So let's say we wanted this one to be over to the right hand side, but only on MD screens and larger. So let's do that, MD right, and show you what that's going to look like. We can also pull it over to the left if we want. So let's play around more with this, and by default it's already going to be on the left. So probably we can't really demonstrate too much over there. So let's add in text justify. So text justify is a way to justify some of that content. So let's add in text justify. So if you want the text to be over to the right, to the left, so on different sizes, you can do that as well. So if we want to do on LG, we want to do left. I know this probably doesn't make a lot of sense why we would be adding this in, but this is just for demonstration purposes. So I just want to show you that we can pull it to the left as well. So it's going to go to the right on MD, left on LG, and up. So basically I think for only MD it should be over to the right hand side, and for anything less than MD it will just take that default, which would be over to the left hand side. So now we've got some content, we've got some text, and maybe we should give this one a class of box so that we can set the default width. And add that one in over here, so box, and give it a width of, so make it so that there is some edging there for those that text content. So see that we've got our first paragraph. So I know we can't really see whether it's over to the right or to the left within this example. We can see the justify happening over here, and I'll show you what's on the different size screens. Yeah, we're not really able to see the adjustments because I added that in. So maybe let's pull this one out and refresh that. So you can see that it's over to the left. We can see it's going over to the right, and so on. So it's not really a great effect here that we can really see. Maybe take out this text to the left. And we see that once we get a large enough screen size, because we were zoomed in there, so it's pulling it over to the right hand side. So anything larger than that MD, we can see that's going over to the right hand side. And if I actually add that in, we can see that it should pull it back to the left once I get the screen large enough. So there we go. We've got the right hand side, we've got going back to the left hand side, smaller than MD, and so on. So we've got all of the properties and abilities that we can do with text. We also notice that once some of this text here, once it's hitting that it's wrapping, so we can also disable that wraps by doing the text no wrap. So let's pick this one here that we haven't used quite yet, and let's do text no wrap and show you what happens there. So this one down here at the bottom is not going to have a wrap. So basically what it's doing is it's flying outside of our box, and a lot of times that's not really good formatting. So the no wrap would be used for very specific situations where you definitely don't want to wrap the text, but always keep in mind that when you're not wrapping, then you always have the possibility that you're flying outside of that available area, and it's going to make for a really bad user responsive experience. So try to keep in mind that you should always have that wrap, and very few cases that you'd be using the no wrap. In the next lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap and some of the really neat components with Bootstrap. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap and some of the other really cool components with Bootstrap. So we're going to look at breadcrumbs with using in Bootstrap, pagination, and how it's made easy with Bootstrap, and also progress bars. So all three of these different components within Bootstrap allow us to present
to the user, to the web user, more about the navigation of what's available. So with breadcrumbs, we can see what pages we've been to and how we can go back to those pages. So those are typically when you're using your websites for very large sites where you've got a lot of folders and content within folders and so on, so that the user can better visualize and picture how they can get back to their originating source. Pagination, so if you've got a bunch of products, so let's say you have thousands and thousands of products, then you represent maybe 10 products per page and allow the user to click through and allow the user to understand that there's even more content available. So let's open up our editors and create some of this content. So with breadcrumbs, again with Bootstrap, you can use different elements to represent the different options here. So typically for breadcrumbs, you might want to use an unordered list or an ordered list because this is just, it's one of the easiest ways to output breadcrumbs. So it's just a class called breadcrumb. And it's just visually a lot easier to understand, so that we would have our initial list item here. And maybe this one would also have a class. So this one would have a breadcrumb item. So this would be breadcrumb item. And we also want to set active whichever one the user is active on. So this would typically be something like a home page. So now when I go out to the web browser, I see that I've got my typical breadcrumb here, I've got home, and so on. So this will essentially highlight that path of where the user is coming from and how to go back. And a lot of times too with breadcrumbs, you're going to have href in order for the user to be able to find their way back to the previous links. So here we've got home and so on. So now that they're able to find their way back to where they came from. And so you wouldn't have maybe just one, you could potentially have multiple items there as well. So also you might so let's add in multiple items here within our list here. So breadcrumb items. So these are all breadcrumb items. So maybe we've got home there as the first one, and you're in products, and this product is going to be games or something like that. So now let's open this up, and you wouldn't have a link to the current one, so that doesn't make sense. So we're going to get rid of that. And so this would be the current one, so this would just be active. So now let's see what that looks like. So see that it's just the path back. Essentially, if the user is within games, they know that they're going up one directory is products, going up one directory from there is home. Gives them the ability to really easily figure out where they are, how to get back. So another one that you typically would see is you'd see pagination. So this is another one that we can represent with unordered lists. So let me just grab that one, and this is all about navigation, giving the user the ability to navigate through and easier find their way back or find additional content. So just call it pagination, and instead of breadcrumbs, so this is a page item. And so this one actually should have a link as well. So we can give it a class of page link. And that's the other thing about Bootstrap. It's really easy to transform these, and it just really does make a lot of sense when you represent these different items here. So this case, we wouldn't have. Maybe we'll just do 1, 2, 3. So it's just a numeric increment of the different available pages. And then of course we need to add one here as well for this 3. So I'm gonna just update that to 3, and let's take a look and see what that looks like. So we see that the active one is blue, and maybe we need to add in a few more so that I believe you probably get the point here that
we're representing this content, and it's just another way to represent links to users, really essentially, so that now the user, just like over here in the breadcrumbs, they know they're on games, they can go back to products, home. Over here, if we're on page 3, we know that we can go to page 2, we can go to page 1, and so on, or we can go to page 4. Currently we're sitting on page 3. There's also another really cool feature that we can add in when we're adding our pagination. So a lot of times you'll see these previous next options within those menus. And that's just another easy way to represent that for users so that they know which page they can go to. And of course your hrefs would have to be in line with those. So typically here we would have, so this one, instead of being a 1, maybe we would change it into a previous. So you'd have that less than sign, and then this one would be a greater than sign. So we could do it like that. So you see you've got these links here, and then of course you'd have to update the hyperlinks in order to accommodate those. So another one that we want to cover off within this lesson is progress bars within Bootstrap. So this is just another way to maybe show progress through a bunch of different pages, so that the users, if you have the quiz and you've got 4 questions, the person's on the second question, you might want to be able to indicate that the person is halfway through. So let's create a div here for that. So this is where our progress bar is going to be, and we'll give it So with HTML, we've got the progress element, and within progress elements, we typically need some values here. So we need our max value. So a lot of times set max at 100, so that's 100%, just so you've got some easier numbers to work with. And maybe we've gone through 50% of what's available. So now we see that we've got this progress bar. So this is the regular HTML progress bar. But with Bootstrap, of course, they make it better. So we can add in a class, specify progress. That's just the simple class for Bootstrap progress bars. And now when I refresh it, it's represented in a nice responsive fashion, and just as Bootstrap does it really nice and neatly and presents that to the user. So as you can see here, there's a number of great ways to represent content and give the user a better idea, especially when you've got those really big sites with a lot of content, helping that user out and helping them navigate through all of your content. And Bootstrap just gives you the classes to make it better and easier to do. Welcome to section 4 of Mastering Bootstrap 4.0. In this section, we're going to be looking at going further with Bootstrap and show you all the amazing things that you can do with Bootstrap. We're going to be covering glyphcons and where glyphcons are at now for Bootstrap 4. So there's been some changes. Also alerts, more information about pagination, and also one of the most important things about having a website is having navigation within your website. So we're going to look at how Bootstrap handles navigation and your navigation options for Bootstrap. So all of this and a whole lot more is coming up in this section. Welcome to video 1, glyphcons and font awesome. So there have been some major changes with Bootstrap 4 when it comes to glyphcons. Some of you might have liked glyphcons, and now some of you might have already been using font awesome to provide some additional glyphcons and icons within your web projects. So now with Bootstrap 4, where they've dropped the glyphcons, so they're completely gone, and we've got some alternates to the glyphcons, so we're going to be discussing those within this lesson. And predominantly most people are just using Font Awesome, because Font Awesome is a great resource. It's got a lot of the top glyphcons and icons that you need to have in order to make your website look fantastic. So let's go over to Font Awesome. So this is the Font Awesome website. They've got a listing here of the different icons. They've got new icons, and they're constantly developing, updating the website, and there's pretty much any type of icon you can think of is present here. So all of the common images, and the good thing about using commonly used icons is that your users may already be familiar with these icons. So there is a definite benefit to using these common universal icons for various links within your website, and it also makes it look a lot nicer. In order to bring Font Awesome into your Bootstrap website, you can either download Font Awesome into, so there's an option here to download Font Awesome. So just getting started, you can go over here. You can also connect to the CDN. So here it tells you how you can download it, and simply click download, and it downloads the CSS file, or you can link to the CSS file. So within the project already, I've got my web browser open. I'm already linking to the Bootstrap CSS, so I'm going to drop that Font Awesome one in there. And we can pop back over to Bootstrap CDN. We can grab that first one there. So this is an HTML link, and they've got a few other CDN resource links there, or you could just simply link directly to this one. So they've got the HTML here ready to go. So I'm going to copy and paste that in. So the order doesn't really matter because Bootstrap has its own CSS file, and you've just got another CSS file with Font Awesome here. And now it's as easy as going over to Font Awesome and picking out the different icons that you want to utilize within your projects. So they've got the full listing once again at fontawesome.com/icons. There's also a really great website called bootstrapicons.com. So they've got a full listing of all the different Bootstrap icons. So they've got starting with Bootstrap 2.3, and they've got how to bring those icons in, and we can see how they've changed. So Bootstrap 3, if we want to bring in that icon, we're using the glyphcons. And again, this was another big piece of Bootstrap 3 when you downloaded Bootstrap, so it did take up quite a bit of space. So removing this has really streamlined Bootstrap 4. And now we've got Bootstrap 4, so Font Awesome. So we just used the FA adjust. So this is the Font Awesome indicator to bring in that icon. So it's as easy as just going over to our web project. I'm going to create a simple button here, and I'm going to give it a class. So we're going to do btn primary, so we can create a primary button and click me, and then we can add in our font. So there are a number of different ways to bring that in to your HTML. So you can either use span. So span is more semantically correct. So you just do span, and you could do class and attach the class of the Font Awesome. So that's FA adjust, and then just close that off. Save that, go out to your website, and then you can see that you've got the button with the icon there. You can also use instead of span, you can also use I as the element. So we can open and close I, and it's going to do the same thing. So the tag and the element will just take the content from Font Awesome and place that between the element, the different tags within the element, and add in the icon that you've selected. So it's just a matter of going over to Font Awesome or Bootstrap Icons and picking out the icon that you want to use and dropping in the correct FA dash whatever the icon's name is, and dropping that into your web projects. In the next video, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap for alerts. And alerts are a really cool way to send messages over to your web users. So that's coming up. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap alerts. Now, Bootstrap alerts give you a really great way to communicate information back to your web users. We're going to look at alert styling, linking with alerts, messaging within alerts, and JavaScript, and making it all work together. So let's open up our editor and start creating some Bootstrap alerts. I've got my basic Bootstrap template here, so linking to the Bootstrap file, I've kept in the Font Awesome, because sometimes Font Awesome can provide some really cool icons
for web users. So I've kept that link in there, and I'm just linking out to a blank style sheet here. I've got my container and I've got all of my JavaScript. And the JavaScript is going to be important to bring into your web project because some of the alerts to close off the buttons, they do require JavaScript. So add that JavaScript into your project if you do want that added functionality where you can dismiss the alerts via JavaScript. So I'll show you how to do that. So first of all, let's go ahead and create a basic alert. So alert can sit in any element from HTML. So typically we do them within divs, but again, just like the other stuff within Bootstrap, you can set it up within any of the different elements that you want to use within Bootstrap. So for alerts, we've got the ability to do success, info, warning, danger. So I'm going to do an alert info, and the difference is going to be the colors that are going to be output for the alert information. We've also got a role here, so I'm going to add that in. So this is for accessibility, although it doesn't affect the functionality of the alert, but it's always a good idea to add these in for accessibility when you're doing your web development. So now that we've created our element, we need to add in some alert information. So because we've got an info alert, more information to my web users. So I'll just save that and we'll go out to our web page and take a look at that. So basically it's giving us our kind of a highlighted output here for web users when they're coming to the website, so it sets apart some of that content. And this is the main use for alerts, is just being able to have it stand out and getting that attention. So typically an alert is just something that you want to highlight and add attention into. So in order to create dismissible alerts, and this is what we were talking about earlier with having JavaScript, there's a little bit of code that we can add in, and Bootstrap will take care of all of that, giving us the ability to actually dismiss this alert and close this alert down. So the first thing that we need to do is set up an icon or a clickable button here that can close down this alert. So now typically for a web user coming in, they see the alert information, and sometimes you see those X's where you can close those down, and this is what we're going to add in with Bootstrap. So let's go back into our code here and update this and add in a button. So I'm going to do a button type and equal it to button, and also give it a class. So this class is going to be close. So this essentially, it's going to be creating a closing icon in order to close off this alert. And we're giving it some more additional attributes. So we're giving it an attribute for data dismiss. And what we want to dismiss is we want to dismiss the alert. And let's close that off. And I'm just going to put an X there. So now I'll just show you what we've got now. So we've got an X and it's closing off the alert. So basically it's hiding and dismissing that alert. So there's some additional information that you can add in, some additional JavaScript functionality that you can add in as well. So we go over to that actual parent element, and I'm going to add in alert and give it alert dismissible, and we've got some options where we can fade in, fade out, and so on. So let's go take a look at this now and see what's happened, what the difference is. So just make sure that we add in fade in, because we want the alert, when we reboot the page, we want it to fade in. So now when I click it, we see we've got this fading out type capability with the alert. So that's what essentially that these classes do. They give us the ability, so if I remove those out, so this alert is going to be dismissible, we can see that it's typically a dismissible alert, and we can add in some additional classes as needed. And then of course that fade in is, this is jQuery functionality, and you can see once I close this, it kind of fades out, and that's what that's adding in. Just by adding in those classes, you get added additional functionality via jQuery.
So in the next lesson, we're going to revisit pagination with Bootstrap and show you what's changed with Bootstrap 4. In this video, we're going to be revisiting pagination in Bootstrap and Bootstrap 4 and how Bootstrap 4 handles pagination. And this would typically be used if you've got a product page, maybe you've got 100 products on your website, you want to display 10 per page, then you would give the user the ability to navigate through, and users would be easily be able to understand that there's additional pages of content, additional products, and so on. So essentially it's the navigation of multiple pages of similar or the same type of content, and this is something that the users would be familiar with. So I'm going to look at how we can set this up, and Bootstrap provides us a really good class to provide and create this. Also, the different sizing of pagination, and then the area labels. So this is for accessibility, making your web projects a lot easier and more accessible to web users. So let's open up our editor and create some code here. So we're going to start out as we typically would with navigation elements. So we're just going to use nav, and then within nav, a lot of times you're going to see that using unordered lists for navigation. So this is a very typical class that you would be using. So you can apply that as well for Bootstrap. And of course, with the Bootstrap classes, the elements can actually get reformatted to look and style a certain way. So even if you're using ordered lists or unordered lists, the result is going to be the same. Now we create a bunch of list items, and this is where the Bootstrap magic comes into place again. So we need to specify that this is a page item, and that's the class that we place for the parent. And then each one of these, as mentioned before, is going to be a link to another page. So we set up an href there. We'll link it out to nowhere right now, just to the hash. And we need to specify a class so that Bootstrap knows how to handle and how to display this content that's nested within that list item. So this is an href page link. That's all you need to include, and we can start out with, maybe for the first one, we're just going to do a less than sign. So I know there's also, if you're using Font Awesome and different icons, you can do that as well. So now let's just clean this up a little bit, and going to bring this back and update the list items. So instead of that, I do 1, 2, 3, and then this would be a greater than sign. And let's take a look and see what Bootstrap does. So it displays it really nice and neatly, and you can really visually see that bringing this into your web page, the users are really easily going to be able to understand what the meaning of this is and how the output of this can work. So we also have the ability to set different sizes. So we've got, by default, we can do an SM or an LG size. So let's open up our editor and add in those classes. And again, Bootstrap makes it really easy to make it large if you want. So if you want it to be really visible and stand out, you can really easily make it large as well. You can also update the different area labels. So I know that we didn't include those, but we could add those in. So we could do a label of, so instead of reading this as a less than sign, we could update this and we could read this link as area label, and we can give it a previous label so that it's accessible and it makes more sense when it's being read by screen readers that this is actually in place of a less than or previous symbol. And we can do the same thing for here, where we can do area label and we can do next. And there's a lot of really neat tricks that you can do with this, especially when you're developing these dynamically and you're listing out a bunch of pages with your server code. Then you can really build this out really nice and neatly and present it to your web users in a nice, neat fashion. So now that we've introduced you to nav classes, in the next lesson, we're going to dive deeper into nav classes, and that's coming up. In the previous lesson, we started to look at navigation in Bootstrap and looking at pagination. So Bootstrap also has a class called nav.
So this is different from the HTML element nav. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to use this. So navigation is essential for any website. And nav class is what we're going to use within Bootstrap to really present our navigation options to our web users. We're going to look at nav dropdowns and how we can handle tabbed content within Bootstrap using the nav class. So open up our editors and let's create some nav items in Bootstrap. So first of all, navigation, typically we're using unordered lists. So this is fairly standard within Bootstrap. And we're going to apply this unordered list. We're going to apply a class called nav to it. And every unordered list has a series of list items within it. And for Bootstrap, we need to specify that these are nav items. So we just specify it as a class called nav item. And then within each one of these nav items, we typically might have a link, an href. So for now, we're not going to send this href anywhere, so I'm just going to use the hashtag. But we do need to specify a class within the nav of nav link. So this is similar, very similar to what we were doing earlier in the pagination, where we had the links, we had the items, and we had the list items, and then we had the unordered lists or the ordered lists in order to contain all of these different items. So now we need to just give this link, so maybe this could be a homepage link. And let's say we've got a series of these nav items, so about, and maybe contact or something like that. So to show you what this is going to look like within Bootstrap. So let's save this one out, open up our editor, refresh it, and there we've got all of our nav items there. So really right now it doesn't look like a whole lot. It actually doesn't look like anything but an unordered list without the bullet points. And we see that we've got the ability to list out the different navigation items. So we also have the ability in Bootstrap to turn this inline. And this is a class called nav inline in Bootstrap. And this will make a big difference here in how these items get displayed, because this gives us the ability to display them inline. We can also update this and we can change this into tabs. So again, nav tabs, and all we're doing right now is we're changing and updating that class, and we're not changing anything else with nav. So there's also a few other things that I did want to mention here, is that if we've got a nav link, and let's say this one is our active link, so it'll show up differently. You also have the ability to do a disabled link, so you can do disabled, and I'll just show you what the difference is now. So we see that the disabled one gets kind of grayed out. The active one will show up as this kind of active one, the page that you're on, and so on. And then the contact here is just the regular typical one. We also have an option with Bootstrap 3, we had pills. We also have those pills back in Bootstrap 4, because this is a really nice, neat effect, and it's sometimes really useful when you've got some navigation items here within your content that you want to be able to just simply click and note and loop through. So we've got the ability to do pills. We can also do a stacked output here. So this is going back to that horizontal output where we do nav stacked, where we can stack them back into that same order. So this was that default there, but we can also combine them if we want. So we can do nav pills, and we can have pills stacked. And this again provides a really nice, neat effect using Bootstrap. So this is what we can typically do with Bootstrap. We also, we're not really limited only to doing list items. We can also do nav as a class itself, so we don't have to specify that we're just sticking with that nav. I could do a nav element, and I'll show what this is going to look like. So really with the nav element, to close that off, we don't have to do list items, so we can do just, we can take all of these hyperlinks, and these hyperlinks will allow us to act as the list items. So this is one of the big differences between when we're using unordered lists and when we're not using unordered lists. So if I refresh those, so we get this kind of inline effect to them and so on, instead of where typically
we wouldn't have that type of effect. We can see that we get this this effect to that, and then of course we can do something similar where if we add that in and go back over to here, we see that we've got the exact same output for users. So this is just two ways of presenting that same content as different elements, but as mentioned earlier, typically when you're doing website development, it's a lot neater to use the unordered lists, and a lot of web developers are accustomed to using that, so this is typically used more often, and it's typically the way that you're going to see this content being presented. But again, with Bootstrap, you're not limited simply to the tags. You've got a lot of flexibility because it's just going by the classes, and it's actually formatting all of those classes, and there's so much flexibility in what you can do with Bootstrap. And another really cool thing about it is that when you want to add in drop downs, so sometimes drop downs are a little bit difficult to present properly within, especially when you're using list items. But again, Bootstrap really makes this easy for us to do. So if I wanted to have a drop down item, so maybe I can just add in a fourth one here at the bottom. So this is still going to be a nav item, but we need to add in a special class called dropdown, so that this will give us the ability to understand, or Bootstrap the ability to understand that this is going to be a dropdown, and we need to add in one additional class in here because this is going to allow us the ability to do a dropdown toggle. So dropdown toggle is the class that we're using, and we also need some additional attributes. So I'm just going to give it menu information here as dropdown. So dropdown toggle, and let's add in some attributes here. So that is data toggle. So Bootstrap uses a lot of these data attributes in order to help JavaScript, better understand what we're trying to do with it and understand the roles of these different elements. So this particular one is going to be called drop down. So that's the toggle that is going to toggle the drop down. And then now we need to create that drop down. Notice that we're still within that list item element, that we're still creating that drop down within here. So that one is actually still contained within that one line of code. So let's create a div here and give it a class of drop down and dash menu. So we specify that this is the class that we want it to use, drop down dash menu, and here we can do something similar to what we did over here. So what I can maybe do is just copy and paste that, and we do need to make one adjustment. So it's similar, functions similar to that nav element here. So we've got drop down menu, and we need to just update this to drop down items here. So instead of having a class of nav link, let's drop, because these are the items that are going to be within the dropdown. And now let's go take a look at that. So when we refresh the page, there's our dropdown. So we've got our items in the dropdown. I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense right now, so let's just make some additional items. Instead of doing stacked, we're going to change it to nav pills. See how that looks. So we've got our dropdown there, and we can also maybe even get rid of this one here. So just save that, and now we've got our drop-down. So there's our 3 items that we listed in the drop-down menu, all within their links, and of course hyperlinking out to the different pages in your website. All you would have to do is update those hashes to the correct URLs and links. So in the next lesson, we're going to look deeper into navigation bars in Bootstrap. And again, this is one of those essential things within any website, having good navigation. And Bootstrap really delivers when it comes to navigation bars. And there are some changes now with Bootstrap 4 and nav bars, and we're going to be taking a look at those in the upcoming lesson. One of the things that Bootstrap is well known for are nav bars. And in this lesson, we're going to be introducing you to what's new with Bootstrap 4 and how to create cool nav bars using Bootstrap. And we're going to be looking at the nav class. We've briefly looked at that in the previous lesson, nav options, drop downs, and so on, and what we can do with those.
And let's open up our editors. So again, nav bars are going to be a really important part of navigation for your website. So it is very important to get these things up and running and created properly. So a lot of times with nav bars with HTML5, we've got the ability to use the nav element. So let's go ahead and just use the nav element. And this is going to be our main container for our content within our nav bar. And we got to give it a class. So the class that we're using in Bootstrap is nav bar. And this will transform this nav element into a nav bar. So another thing that we need to list out is we need to get some nav items and nav links. So depending again how you're doing this, if you're using an unordered list, or you can completely avoid the list-based list out, because again, Bootstrap is using these classes that we can completely avoid that unordered list. So if you are using unordered list, then you can set that in there and you could specify nav bar, or you could just simply use a div, and the div container can contain all of that information that you typically would be using in the unordered list and your list items. So the difference really is the classes are going to be the same, so you can list it out as a nav and nav bar. And it's nav bar nav, that's going to be the inside of the main nav bar. So this is going to give us a listing of nav bars and nav bar items, and now we just need to specify those items. So if we're using an unordered list, we'd have list item, and we would list it as a nav item and then a nav link for the hyperlink. But we can save ourselves a little bit of typing here by just going over and listing out nav item and listing out nav link all in one. So this tells Bootstrap that this is a nav item and it's a nav link as well. And then we just need to add in that hyperlink or that href there and where we're linking it out to. And then we can do home, and we can do all the different pages for our website navigation. And let's just add one more here. So very similar to what we were doing earlier. So I could do an about, I can do contact. So typically you would see these within the navigation bar. So let's go take a look and see what this looks like. And it basically produces what we were looking at earlier as the nav bar. But this has a lot more detailed functionality because we've got that parent class here for navbar, and this gives us the ability to do things like we can do navbar light, where we can specify different colors for the navbar, and we can also do navbar dark. And this should probably turn the font white, which it did. So we see that we've also got this option that we should do a background color for the navbar. And this again with Bootstrap 4, this is one of the big changes here, because when we do navbar dark, it turns the font white. So we need to make sure that we've got a good background, and we can use the default Bootstrap background. So we've got BG primary, and this will turn it blue and give us that same font there. And notice that I can always change this to navbar light to coincide. Or if I wanted to, I could also specify a color here. So a lot of times you'll see it that you might specify a color here within the style, and we might do something like background color, and then we can specify red or whatever color that we want to use here. And go and refresh, and we can see that way we can get a red background. And this is a change from what we saw within Bootstrap 4 or Bootstrap 3, because this really gives us a lot more flexibility in creating these nav bars, and it gives us a lot more colors that we can work with within Bootstrap, still keeping a lot of the classes and a lot of the main control within the Bootstrap classes. We can also do background inverse, so we could keep it all contained within these classes here. So Bootstrap gives us a whole lot to work with within Bootstrap 4, so I can do a background inverse here. So it inverses what our
main color is there. So an inverse turns it a grayish kind of black color. So a lot of times you might have seen this with Bootstrap, and we notice that now that our background is dark, we want to specify that the navbar is dark, so it knows to turn our font a lighter color. So this is a lot of really cool things that we can do with Bootstrap. We also have those same capabilities that we looked at before, where we can fix it to the top and so on. So let's add in some dummy content. So now we've got a web page with a ton of content here, and we want maybe to have a single page website where we want to fix it at the top. And Bootstrap makes this super easy to do, where we just simply add in another class here. So navbar fixed dash top, and just remember to put a space in there. So now when I refresh it, we see that the navbar is fixed at the top. Vice versa, we can also do this navbar fixed bottom. And Bootstrap again really makes it really easy to work with these fixed navigation areas. So we got the Bootstrap to the bottom. And we can really do quite a bit here with Bootstrap. So I'm going to bring it back to the top. Now there's going to be one thing that it doesn't come by default with Bootstrap 4 that you might have gotten really used to with Bootstrap 3, and that's the ability of doing responsive navigation bar. So this is something that is very important within websites, that you have the ability to make responsive websites. So far it looks pretty good, but when we do crunch it down, we don't see that we've got that hamburger icon and we've got the drop-down list. So that's something that I'm going to show you how to add in the upcoming lesson, in the next lesson, when we're looking at Bootstrap and we look at more of the options within Bootstrap and what we can do with the Bootstrap menu. So in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at how to make our navbar responsive, and that's coming up. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at how we can make our navbar toggle and make it responsive for all screen sizes. This means that the navbar collapses when the size of the screen is small and gives us an option for more items within the drop-down. So we essentially get a drop-down menu, hamburger icon that is clickable, and that users understand that that's where the menu for the navigation is for the smaller size screens. So typically you'll see this on mobile screens and mobile websites. So making your navbar ready for different size screens. And with Bootstrap 4, now we need to add this in, and this is just another series of classes that we need to add in. So we built out our navbar in the previous lesson, so let's make some updates to this and add in the ability to make it toggle. So the first thing that we want to do is set up our button. So our button is going to be the one that shows up whenever the navbar is small, and we can give the user the ability to toggle it. So this is called navbar toggler. And we also need to add, so let's just set that up right now and give it a button here. So this is typically for the hamburger icons. We can use this this character code. So let's go take a look at our web page and see what this looks like now. So when I refresh it, we see that now we've got the icon there, the hamburger icon, and actually with Bootstrap 4, we no longer need to specify any content in there, because it understands when you add in the navbar toggler that that's what we want to do with that content. So when I refresh it, we see that we get that typical, what you would normally expect, that we have the ability to click this and see the rest of the menu. So let's add that functionality in. And this is going to be another class that we need to add in, and this is going to be functioning as a parent class on top of our regular navigation items. So let's open up our editor. I've added a bunch of content here, so we have a lot of content here. We've got the navbar fixed at the top, and let's make our navbar responsive. So the first thing that we want to do is add in a button. So this button, we can give it a class of navbar toggler. And so this will allow Bootstrap in order to understand that this is what we want the functionality of this particular button to do, that we want it to show up and toggle
the content that we're going to list out below. We need to also specify some attributes here that what we want to toggle, so what we want this button to do, and these attributes will help Bootstrap better understand what we're trying to do with this content. We also need to specify a target, so that target is going to be the ID of COL menu. And we're just going to close off that button, and Bootstrap is actually going to be able to add in that button, that hamburger icon that we typically see for collapsed menus, and this gives us, the users, the ability to understand that this is what we want to do with this particular piece of content. So whatever content we want to have within that collapsed content is going to go within this div here, and we need to specify to Bootstrap that this is going to be the collapse content, so we just specify a class of collapse, and we need to give it an ID. That ID needs to coincide with our target ID, which is over there, and close that off. So maybe for now, or actually let's just build out our menu here. So unordered list, and within the unordered list, I'm going to specify that I've got a class, give it a nav bar / nav. And now here we can list out the list items, so do class and nav item. And we're going to specify the first one to be active. And then an hyperlink, give this hyperlink a class. So this is nav link, so that Bootstrap knows that this is going to be the link that we're going to be utilizing. href, and we're going to just href it to the hash. Close that off and give it an item there of home, and I'm going to just duplicate this. So we only have one active item each time, and so I'm going to remove those out and update these sections to be about and this to be contact. So now we've got a listing of all the navigation items, and we'll go out quickly to take a look at where we are right now. So we've got this icon, whenever we click it's collapsing and so on, but it's still not functioning exactly right, because what we ideally want to do, we don't want these showing up at the same time. We want to give the user the ability to click this and to hide the content and so on. So let's open up our editor and make an update to that. So we've got the navbar toggler, and we're going to also look at this deeper in the next lesson, where we can specify where and what we can hide the content. So we're going to do hidden MD up. With Bootstrap 4 now we can specify, depending on the media query, the size of the screen, what we want to hide and what we want to show specifically. So this is where I'm going to add that in, and we can now see that Bootstrap knows when to hide this particular content, and we have to also do the same thing here for navbar. So this is toggleable, and I'm going to hide it on SM, or I'm going to show it on or hide it on SM. So now let's go take a look and see what the difference is. So now we've got this content hiding and showing as needed. And this actually should be toggleable. So let's go out and see what this looks like within our browser. Refresh it. And now when we hide and show, so we've got to refresh that, and we hide and we show the content, and we can see that we're still having some issues with that content. So let's open up our editor and see what needs to be updated. And I need to specify what size up we want to show up, that content to show up. So let's refresh now, and now we see we've got that menu item, everything's showing up, and we've got a fully responsive menu. So when we see that whenever we're hitting the smaller size screens with the media queries, that we get the hamburger icon, and users are going to know that this is something they can click to see the rest of the menu, and then they can click again to close that. Whenever we grow the page size, we can see that we get the full menu. And this can all be set within Bootstrap. So notice here that we've got MD and we've got SM, so we can change this to XS to SM, and we can be really specific when we want this menu to show up. So now notice that we can go to an even smaller size screen before we get the hamburger icon. And with Bootstrap 4, we've got the full ability to control when and what shows up depending on what screen size. And in the next lesson, we're going to dive deeper into this, and we're going to look at Bootstrap and how it's responsive, and Bootstrap 4 and what's new with media queries. So all of this and a whole lot more is coming up in the next lesson. In this section, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap and some of the really useful components that Bootstrap provides in order to make web development quicker, easier, and look amazing. We're going to be looking at forms and how to make forms in Bootstrap, all the different options of forms, and some of the more important Bootstrap utility classes to really help you bring Bootstrap into your web projects a lot more easier and efficiently. So all of this and a whole lot more is coming up in this section. In this lesson, we're going to be working with forms and introducing you how to work with Bootstrap and integrating form elements into form classes into your elements using Bootstrap. Looking at grouping of elements, making forms inline, what Bootstrap grid and what can be done with forms and the grid together, HTML form types, and a whole lot more. So let's open up our editors and create a basic form within our HTML. So I've got my default Bootstrap template here where I've got links to the Bootstrap files, I've got links to Font Awesome, I've got a style sheet, and I've got my jQuery and Bootstrap JS file links down below. So when it comes to Bootstrap forms, Bootstrap 4 is now more in tune with what HTML5 has to offer. And HTML5, we need to specify the different type attributes for the different form fields. So let's create an example of a form. So there's a basic form. And now let's add in some inputs here. So typically we might have an input. So we're just going to do typical text type inputs, and we're going to give it a class. So in prep for adding in Bootstrap, and with Bootstrap we're going to do form control. So this helps Bootstrap understand how to control these form inputs a little bit better. And we're going to give it an ID, so maybe this can be F name, so short for first name. We could even have a placeholder. So this isn't Bootstrap, this is just HTML5. So we can say first name and close that off, and I'll do a second one. And so this could be last name. So we can, instead of F name, and we can change this to LAS, last name. And so now we've got just a really basic form here. Let's open up our browser, take a look at what we've got here. So first name, last name, and there isn't really a whole lot happening here, although Bootstrap is providing some styling here. We see these rounded input types and so on. So it is doing a little bit, but it's not doing a whole lot. So let's open up our editor and add in a little bit more into this. So typically when you've got these form inputs, you can group them together in divs, and a lot of times you want to add in a label, because this is also for the older browsers. If you don't have a placeholder, some of them don't take placeholders, so you want the users to always be able to know what is supposed to be input within this form. So it's very important. So that's where we need labels, so first name, and it's just much better format when you're adding in labels. So I'm going to do the same thing for this one, and maybe I'll just copy that over, and we'll add in, so instead of F name, we'll just do last name. And so this is just better format for your web users when they're accessing your form content. So let's go take a look at this now. So now we've got our first name, our last name, and I'm just going to remove out that extra F there. And now the users can actually see what we're intending for these form contents. So now with form grouping, this gives us a little bit of styling and allows us to better understand that we want to pull this content together. And this is where this form control is going to really help out, because it's going to give us the ability to
bring this content together. So it's going to use a block element style. So if I was to get rid of this, so just show you what it's going to look like without this, and I'm going to add these in later. But what it's doing, it's giving you that block element for the form field. So it really is making a huge difference in the way that's being output. So I'm going to add those back in, because I definitely want to add in that form control to get that Bootstrap look and feel for your web content. Because like this, it's not really, it doesn't really look like what you would expect from Bootstrap. So basically the form group gives us the ability to group together that content in a block level element. So we notice that the form control gives us the full width. So if we add in a class here, and I'm going to give this form group class, and I'll show you what the difference is. So basically what it's doing, it's allowing us to group this content together, gives us a little bit of spacing, and so on. So let's go add the form group to the other div down here. And again, this is just for Bootstrap spacing. It outputs that content in a more readable fashion. And every form typically would have a button as well, so a way for the user to be able to click and submit that content. So I'm just going to quickly add in a button and do a type. So this will be a submit type, and do a class. And we're just going to use the Bootstrap button style, so we're going to use primary button. So just give us a blue colored button, and I'm going to just type submit on the button, so that now we have what looks like a form with a submit button. So the next lesson, we're going to dive deeper into forms, and I'm going to show you some more really cool things that Bootstrap can do and that you can bring into your forms via Bootstrap. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're looking at Bootstrap forms and what more we can do with Bootstrap forms. So looking at hidden elements, how to attach file browser button. So you notice that sometimes across different browsers, the buttons look differently. So Bootstrap allows us to have a really nice fix for this. Also, how we can handle checkboxes, radio buttons, and even help text within our forms. So let's open up our editors and start making some adjustments to the form that we created within the last lesson. So with forms, so we notice that we just have a regular default form, but with Bootstrap, we're able to create forms inline as well. So we can do this very easily with Bootstrap, where we can create the form inline, and we see that now all of these elements automatically inline themselves. So this is a really nice, neat effect, and you can do quite a bit with Bootstrap creating these form effects. We can also use the grid in Bootstrap in order to provide us more options of how we can output our content within our form. So typically here we've got our form, and we've got a div here. So this is our first item here within the form. This is our second one. So we can treat it the similar fashion as we would any grid, where we've got the row and then the label itself. So we can give it a class for the label, and we'll give it COL, SM, and maybe we'll just do 3. And first name, so this will be for the label, and then down here for the input, we need to specify, and remember again, it needs to add up to 12. So now we've got a form group row, and we'll add the same thing in here so that this looks really nice and neat and gets presented in a nice uniform fashion. So that way we've got the ability to show, to display this content to the user in a grid fashion. So this gives us more control on how we're outputting that content. And notice that it's still in line, so I got to get rid of that in order to see the full grid effects there. So it doesn't exactly look like the grid, so let's make one more adjustment here, because we need to add another parent element here, give it a class, and this is actually going to be where we should add in that column span there, and just dump this one in here. So a wrap around a div around that input, so that we have full control on what size we want to make that output, and do the same thing for the other one that we've got down here. So instead of, so we've got the label
the label is closing off, and that's good enough to close off that column size. And over here, we need to make sure that we're doing the same thing. So I'm just going to do a quick update, L, and then last name as well. And now let's go take a look at this now and see what the output looks like in the browser. So refreshing that, and we can see that we've got that full form typed effect and feel. One other thing that we can add in as well, so to be really specific, and with Bootstrap, we've got the ability to do form control. And we're going to add in that form control label. And this is going to give us a little bit more styling by default around those particular labels. So just apply it around the label. And now when I refresh it, so we see we've got a little bit more control and styling. And also for the button, I wanted to add in to keep everything in line where we've got this form group as well. So let's add in a div, a parent there around this particular class. And so we can set this one to be form row, and we need to specify another div here that can contain the class for the row size. So we can offset this one if we want to center it, or we can just do it as a different size. So let's offset it, and we're going to offset it on SM, and we're going to offset it by 3. So we'll make this one call SM, and we're going to make it 6. So that we've got 3, 6, and 3. So this should center out this particular content within the div. So we've got our button there, and I'm just going to close off that div. Go out to our browser, take a closer look. So now we've got our button. It's more in line with the content that we've got here within our grid format. We also have some options to update the different sizing of the labels that we want to use. So we saw here we did a form control label. So if we want the label to be large, we can make the label large. We've got an option to make the label small as well. So we've got those ones, but also make sure you keep that form control label in there as well. So let's update that, and we can see that. And let's make one other update here. So we've got form control labels, what we were using before, but let's update this to COL to be more in line with the grid format. We've got COL form L label. And I'm going to do the same thing for the one down here. And here we can also specify different sizes. So I can do an SM here, or I could do an LG to make it large or small. So let's go take a look and see how this turns out. So we see that we've got the ability to control the different sizes of the labels as well, and so on. We can also add in checkboxes and radio buttons. We've got an option to either to just by default to stack them, which we normally would see, or we might want to choose to have them inline, so to save space on the form. And this is again depending on how we want this form to be output. So let's give it a div and give it a class here. So add in that class afterwards. For a Bootstrap class, we're going to need to set a label for this. And again, we'll just set that class. So we've set up our parent containers. So this, for instance, if we had a check mark or something where we wanted the user to agree to terms and conditions, then we can input that checkbox here. So let's update this to be input type is going to be checkbox. And one of the things with checkboxes, always make sure that you add in that value so that you do have something to pass when the users do check that off. So either they've checked it off or they've unchecked it, so you are passing some type of value in there. This can be a class form check label. And this one can just be form check. So to give us full styling for that, so let's go take a look at that now. So now we've got our checkbox there, and
If we want to, we could also offset this, or we can apply a label to it, or we could keep everything in line here where we've got the calls, the 3 for the label, and so on. So again, this is all dependent on how you want to output your content. So typically for label, we could add in some content here. So this so agree to terms and conditions. So now we've got agree to terms and conditions, and we've got a number of different ways to bring that back into our inline, where we could wrap another div around there to have it inline underneath our rest of our content. So we can do that with the label, or we've got a number of other options of what we can do. So we can do form class row like this, and show you what that looks like when we refresh it. So that brings it more in line, and I know we've been using 3 there, so we just stuck with 3 as well, and that brings it in line with the rest of that content. And typically with checkboxes, you would have the label information beside it. It doesn't make a lot of sense that you'd have it over here. So again, depending on how you're designing your form is how you want to output this. There's also some options where you can put checkboxes in line if you want as well. So if you want to update this label, and we've got form check label, we can do check in line instead of just a check label. So in line, and we keep the input there. We also keep the content in there. So this would be useful if we had multiple checkboxes. So it's going to say the same thing, but this is just to give you an idea of if we've got multiple ones that we want to keep inline. This is the same thing for radio buttons. So in case these aren't checkboxes, they're radio types. I'm going to update these to radio, and maybe we have one as a value of 0, one as a value of 1. This is where we also need to specify the name. So radio 1. And give it a name, radio 1. So let's see what this looks like now. So we have the 2 radio buttons. So they're either working yes or no. So typically you would see something like, instead of agree to terms and conditions, you might have that agree to terms and conditions out here. This might be a call span of. So you could recreate that SM3 agree to terms and conditions, and this might be yes, this might be no, and you give the user the option to either select either one of those. So now this label might make more sense, but typically you wouldn't have agree to terms and conditions and then have the radio buttons here. But again, this is all dependent on how you want to output your content and how you want to display it for the user in order for the user to be able to consume this content. And sometimes, in case it does get too confusing, you can always add in some help text within the form. So we've got an option with Bootstrap to do some form help text. So with this, in this case, we might want to do it adding in additional row there with the help text. So all again, depending on how we want to handle this, maybe we want to put the help text maybe under the last name. We want to have some more information for the user, some more help text information. So we could add that in here. So I'm going to just create another div to contain that help text. Help text, add your last name here, and give it a class. So with Bootstrap, we've got an option for form text, and just show what that's going to look like. So now we've added in the help text there, and a lot of times when you're adding in text, you do text muted to make it kind of grayed out and to make it show that it's not really, it's not text that you really need someone to really focus on, but it's just there in case the user needs it. And lastly, one other type of button that I did want to cover here, and a lot of times there's different types of file browser buttons and looks and feels. So Bootstrap has done quite a bit to help customize the look and feel of these file buttons. So I'm going to just do another group here and just group that in there. And I'm going to add in
So for this one, we'll do a label. So now we've got quite a bit of stuff going on here, but let's do a label, and we're going to give it a class. So right now we'll just leave that class blank, and then all that content is going to be sitting within the label. So we're going to input type file, and here we're going to do class, and we'll specify the Bootstrap styling after I show you what it's going to look like. And so this is what you would typically see when you add in a file class. You've got the option here to pick up and upload a file. But let's update it with some Bootstrap styling. So this is what you would typically see. Again, depending on the browser, it may or may not look different. So Bootstrap's way of handling this is that they hide some of it and they rebuild some of it. So I'll show you what this looks like. And it's important to know that these are available within Bootstrap, and it's just really easy to bring this kind of stuff into Bootstrap. So typically we would just do a span, and I'll show you what happens now when I add in that span. So now we've got this choose file, it's showing up here. So let's update that as well. So we've got the class here, we've got the file type, class, file, and we got to specify, maybe give it an ID, upload me, and I'll give it a class. So this is a Bootstrap class. So it's custom-file-input. And we're going to give the parent label, so this is going to be custom-file. And now I'll show you what this looks like. So watch how easily Bootstrap makes this update, and now this is going to be uniform across multiple browsers. If we want to bring it into a Bootstrap, that column type format that we were looking at earlier, we can do this as well, but this would be best to just be placed within a div like this, and we would probably just do another div here. So I know we're running with a lot of divs here, so we would do another one here to wrap around it and give this one a class of row. So this way we would typically go with what we would have by default for Bootstrap. So we'd have another div here, and then this would be where the label contents would go. So SM3, close that off, upload your image. And now when I go back out here, so everything is more in line, and of course we probably need to move this over a bit as well, so we can really be specific here where we can do control label and so on. So we can maybe apply that into there. So we've got some labeling options there, so it brings it in a little bit more. So it's more in line with the other ones. So see that it applied a little bit of styling there. And now whenever we want to upload that file, we just simply click and browse, and it's more formatted in line with what you would be expecting with Bootstrap. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at what we can do with Bootstrap and some of the responsive utilities that come with Bootstrap. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this section, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap responsive utilities. So this will again include looking at hidden up, hidden down for responsive design, and also how we can toggle print classes. So sometimes when you want your users to be able to print out content from your website, you want full control over what content gets printed out. And Bootstrap gives us the ability to create printable content, toggle printing content, and so on, specifically for users to be able to consume from your website. So in tune with the responsive stuff, we can also specify print content. Let's open up our editor and create some content that we want maybe hidden or maybe we want visible. So opening up, and if we want that content to only be visible on maybe smaller screens, we can specify the class there, so hidden, and maybe we want it to hide it on MD and down. Hidden on MD and down. And maybe we've got to add in a few of these so that we can see, get a better look and feel. So we can do maybe MD up. And this is going to be interesting because, so this is showing on MD and up. So popping over to our chart here on Bootstrap, we can see if we do hidden MD and up, it's going to be hidden on these larger sizes. Where we've done hidden MD and down is hidden on these ones here. So on MD, we're not going to see any of our content, but we're going to see visible on the smaller ones and larger ones as we change through them. We've also got the option for print blocks, so we can hide and show on different print blocks. So we can do hidden print. So in the browser, it's going to be visible. In print, it's going to be hidden. But we can also do the opposite here. So if, for instance, we wanted to have some content that was visible within printing, so we can build out our full printing section using blocks, inline, and inline blocks, and add all of our content in that format, and we can also hide it. So if, for instance, we wanted to hide all of this content within print, so we could add in the class. So this is going to be all hidden from print because maybe we don't want this to show up. So we just do hidden print. And this, wrapping it around these elements here, this would hide all of this from print. And then we could also do one where we could show for print. So if we wanted to, we're hiding this content for print and we're adding in additional content down here that we want to show. So this is only in print, and we're going to do visible. So visible, print, and we had those options to do inline, inline block, or if we want to just do block. So typically when you're printing and you're visible, when you're printing out content, that's all you would need to do to format and give the user how you want that content to be output. So we see that I'm going to just open up Chrome and readjust the size. So we have the ability to adjust the size of the screen. So we see that on MD and up, so we see that it's showing up there, but once we get to the MD size, it completely disappears. And then once we continue to grow out the size of our screen, we've got MD and down. So that's how we can work with the responsive utilities and really control what gets output and what the user is able to consume within those utilities. Welcome to Section 6, Bootstrap Resources. In this section, we're going to be talking about and looking at all the really cool things online with Bootstrap. Now, Bootstrap does have a lot of resources online. There's got a really good, solid community, a lot of people involved in the community. So there's a lot of information out there about Bootstrap. And I'm going to be highlighting some of the best websites and online resources in order to work with Bootstrap. It's going to help you build your Bootstrap web application faster. There's a lot of really cool themes that are ready to go and to launch your Bootstrap website quickly. So all of this is coming up in the next set of lessons. There are a lot of resources online for Bootstrap, and there's a lot of information, a really solid community online ready to help you with any of your Bootstrap needs. So in this lesson, I'm going to highlight some of the top resources out there online to get you started quickly. So I'm going to show you where you can practice Bootstrap online, resources for building Bootstrap websites, and also where you can get code snippets, Bootstrap code snippets that you can copy and paste and insert into your project to get started quickly. So let's open up a web browser, and a number of the resources that I want to go through are going to be first starting off at the Get Bootstrap website. So they've got a listing here of a number of examples of how you can use Bootstrap for. So we've got some basic starter templates here. We've got an example of grids, Jumbotron, narrow Jumbotron, how to use the nav bars, how to insert those. So this gives you an example of getting a fixed nav bar so that you can just simply copy and paste that code to start out and set yourself up quickly with these default examples and templates. There's also some custom components here. So these are the JavaScript custom components that you can build in. Also a really nice dashboard and so on. So I'm going to take one of these as an example, and we're going to bring it into an online editor
where we can practice our Bootstrap code. And the online editor that I like to use is called CodePen.io. So that's the URL there for it, CodePen.io. And there's a few things that you need to do in order to get your website up and running, a Bootstrap website up and running in CodePen.io. So first of all, just go to CodePen.io and set up a default pen. Now, the default ones, the free examples, free pens are going to be publicly available. If you want to make them private, then you need to get a paid account with CodePen. So once you've set that up and you've determined how you want to edit and work with your code, you see you've got 3 examples here, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So this is where your HTML goes, this is where your CSS goes, this is where your JavaScript goes. We've also got some options here on settings. So some of the settings here that we're looking at are adding in JavaScript files into it, as well as CSS files. So we need to add those in. I'm going to just make this a little bit smaller so we can go down to 100%. So for HTML, we don't need to add any libraries, but you do have an option here to add in head information. Also, we've got some more meta tags, title, description, and so on. So you can add those in, although it's not necessary to get Bootstrap up and running. And then we've got CSS and JavaScript that we need to add in, because Bootstrap, of course, contains a CSS library. So this is where we just go to CSS and we can add in the Bootstrap library. So just taking that URL from the Bootstrap website where the CDN is located and pasting that in. There's also a quick add option here. It's still on Bootstrap 3, so if you go ahead and add Bootstrap, it'll give you the latest Bootstrap library, which is 3 at the current moment. So if you do want to use Bootstrap 4, then you've got to copy and paste the URL of the CDN. And it's going to be the same thing for the JavaScript. To bring those libraries in, first of all, you need to add in jQuery, of course. So jQuery, there's a default quick add for jQuery, so you don't have to search out the library for that. So add in jQuery first, and then the 2 CDNs for Bootstrap 4, so the tether file, and then also for the Bootstrap file. And once you've done that, you're all ready to go, and you'll find that your content is now Bootstrap ready and ready to go. So what I've done here is I've simply copied and pasted out this carousel website from this from Get Bootstrap, just to illustrate that we can bring Bootstrap really easily into our web projects. So a number of other resources that are really great for Bootstrap. We've got Bootsnip. So this gives you a bunch of snippets that you can utilize within your web projects simply by copying, pasting them in, and predefined snippets that you can use within your web projects to really help you out and get you started a lot quicker. So I've just done a quick search and looked for any that are tagged with 4.0. So these would presumably be Bootstrap 4 ready snippets. There's also paintstrap.com. So paintstrap.com gives you the ability to update your color scheme for your Bootstrap theme. So depending on what you want it to do, there's a number of different color schemes here that you can utilize. So you can simply preview it, see what it looks like within Bootstrap. And if this is what you like, then you could simply download that CSS file and apply it into your projects. So this is a quick way to update those default colors of Bootstrap and get some different color schemes. There's also some options here for different color scheme IDs and to build out your own color schemes as well. So it's a great resource to update your color schemes for Bootstrap. There's also Bootstrap Magic. So this website allows you to build your theme quicker and easier. And again, having to deal with colors, you can simply pick and choose the different color schemes that you want to use. And you'll see that we can see the defaults here. All of these are Bootstrap 3 at the moment, but you can see, you get a better idea of what things are going to look like, the different groupings, the different components that are available in Bootstrap, and you can go through all of this, and once you're ready, you can build out your own customized color scheme ready to go with Bootstrap. Another one that has Bootstrap code snippets and where you can also practice working with Bootstrap is CodePly. So you can simply go to Bootstrap and update it and add in your own code here and see it run and rendered out down below. You've also got an option for the different view sizes as well, so that you can really easily see that these adjustments can be made, and you can see what your website will look like on multiple different screen sizes and so on. So there's a bunch of themes here as well that you can add in. There's starters, so simple grid if you want. You can add that in and so on. So a lot of this stuff, pre-built code, and it's all ready to go once you add in the code that you want it to use, that you want to check out and see what it looks like. All you have to do is run that code, and you can actually see what it's going to look like, update your CSS and your HTML, and get that styled the way that you want it to look. And the really cool thing about it right now is that you actually do have an option to switch to any one of the versions of Bootstrap. So you can go all the way up to the current version, you can switch it over, save it, and this is actually a good way to also to see what the differences are between the different Bootstrap versions. So if you've got some Bootstrap code and you want to make sure that's going to run on the newer versions of Bootstrap, you can simply copy and paste it in here and then update the version of Bootstrap, and then you'll be able to see if it's actually running properly. So this is another really great resource, CodePly. So as well as going over to the Get Bootstrap website. And then there's also bootsnip.com. And Bootsnip has a listing of Bootstrap resources. So there's a whole ton of additional resources here. If you're looking for even more resources and even more things you can do with Bootstrap, there's literally well over 100 websites listed out here, 100 links to more about Bootstrap. And this is another really great resource for Bootstrap. And then lastly, there's also Start Bootstrap. So again, it's got a really great listing of Bootstrap resources here. So going over to startbootstrap.com, Bootstrap resources, another really solid list of great resources and links to get you started quickly with Bootstrap and to be able to find what you need, what tools and resources to work with Bootstrap. So in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at more template resources for Bootstrap, because there's a lot of templates out there and there's a lot of ways to set up your Bootstrap website as a basic frame and get started with it really quickly. So all of this is coming up in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, we looked at all the really amazing resources online for Bootstrap. And this lesson, I want to highlight some of the template resources, because templates really are the base of building out Bootstrap. And if you've got some solid templates, then you're ready to go. You need to make some updates, change some colors, and you can build out your Bootstrap website really quickly. So we're going to look at where we can get default templates as well as some website templates using Bootstrap. So let's open up our editor for this lesson as well. And the first one that we're going to look at is going to be getbootstrap.com. And they actually have a lot of really great resources at getbootstrap.com. We've got all of these great examples here where we can start a project a lot quicker using the code for these examples. So if we're looking to build out some code using Jumbotron, maybe we've got the 3 headings here, so we can start out with something like this as a basic default for our website, update all of our links here, update the Jumbotron, add in our headings, and we're ready to go with a full functional website with just making a few adjustments to the default that we have within Bootstrap, when Get Bootstrap. There's also some different options for the nav bar, so depending on what we want to do with our nav bar, and really there isn't a whole lot of difference because Bootstrap really does a lot of the work for us, where we can do the static top nav bar, the fixed nav bar, and so on. But this does still illustrate a really good example of what we can do with the navigation bar, and as well just gets us really started quickly with some of this code. Also the custom components, so just to get a better idea of what you can do with the custom components. If you're building out a website, you've got an album website, you've got a bunch of pictures, maybe you're a photographer and you've got a bunch of pictures that you want to highlight on your website. So something like this would be ideal, where you could just jump in here, get this type of code, and then just customize the website as needed. There's also dashboard websites, sign-ins, sticky footers, and a whole lot more. Now with Boots Watch, there's also some free themes for Bootstrap as well. So these are, by default, they're going to be Bootstrap 3 at the moment. But these are more geared towards the different color schemes with Bootstrap, because as we know with Bootstrap, we've got the 6 basic colors, and these color schemes are used throughout Bootstrap. So once we update the CSS color scheme for Bootstrap, we can really easily update the entire website, because Bootstrap is based around using primary success info warning, and once we make an update to the CSS, we'll see that we've got an update to the entire website, and we've got a different look and feel to the website without having to do a lot of detailed work within our web pages. We just need to use and update the CSS files to update the color schema. If we're also looking for more detailed type websites, they've got some business themes here and a whole lot more here. So these are some really good examples of what can be done with Bootstrap, as well as you can utilize it to play around and update your colors and see what it looks like on different color schemes. So if you go to the preview, you're going to see all the different Bootstrap components and how they get laid out in these new color schemes. In the next video, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap templates, where to get them, and what your options are. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at more Bootstrap template resources that are online and get your website ready to go quickly. So we're going to look at all about online templates for Bootstrap and templates that are available online, so either paid or free resources. Now, of course, with the paid templates, you get a wider selection. For now, we're going to look at some more of the free resources. The last lesson, we did quickly look at Bootswatch, which has some free resources, free themes for Bootstrap. There's also an option within the Bootstrap website to go to themes. So you can see some of the themes that are available for Bootstrap, and it gives you some more information about what you can actually do with Bootstrap. Now, with the themes as well, you do have an option to purchase themes. So here's some of the different themes that are available on Get Bootstrap, where these ones, you can preview them, you get a better idea of what can be done with Bootstrap, and there's also an option to purchase the theme. Now, purchasing the theme really does save you a lot of time and effort, so sometimes it is beneficial to just go ahead and make that purchase instead of spending a lot of time setting up your theme, and then you can just tweak and customize it as needed. So with Bootstrap, there's also some options here at Start Bootstrap. So some of these are free and open source, and they're easy to use. So Start Bootstrap is one of my favorite resources for themes. You can also buy Bootstrap templates and themes. You can see the most popular ones here. So again, some of them are free, some of them are paid, but the costs are very minimal. And to get one of these templates up and running, it's just a really great resource to have. So something like this, if this is the website that you liked, you've got an option to do a free live preview. You can download the source and so on. And then there's some information about the site as well, about the developer and everything you need to know about using these particular themes from Start Bootstrap. There's also Theme Forest. So if you're looking for even more from Bootstrap and what you can do with Bootstrap, there's Theme Forest is one of the most popular websites to go to get themes. Over 30,000 website templates from starting at $2, and really great resource library to see some amazing things that can be done with Bootstrap for a really great price. So this is another really great resource, Theme Forest. And if you are also looking at building out your own website, there's several different builders online that help you go to build your Bootstrap website by drag and drop. I find Layout It is one of the easiest ones to use, where you can just simply drag and drop. You can see all the components. So depending on the component that you want, you can drag it and drop it in the place where you want to place it on your website, and you can simply drag and drop, update, and you can drag them and move things around. And this is a really great and easy way to build out a Bootstrap styled website. Currently right now it's still only using Bootstrap 3. You can go to preview, and when you're ready you can download it. You can log in and set up an account, connect with it, or you can continue not logged in, and you see you can get the source code right there. You can also download it as zip, or download it as HTML only as well. So a lot of resources online for building out Bootstrap, and this is another really great one that's available. In this section, we're going to be looking at jQuery and what jQuery can do when you add it into Bootstrap. Now you notice with Bootstrap, we've been working through a lot of different Bootstrap components, and we've always had jQuery added to the bottom of our web pages. And this allows Bootstrap to integrate with jQuery, and jQuery, it's a JavaScript library which adds additional dynamic functionality into websites. And we're going to also be looking at how we can add jQuery, how jQuery works, an overview of jQuery, and how to get jQuery and add it to your web project. So all of this is coming up in this section. This lesson, we're going to look at adding jQuery into your web project. With jQuery, you've got a number of options and how you can add jQuery into your website. So we're going to look at the jQuery source files, what jQuery is, and how to add it into your web project. So first of all, let's open up our browser, and we're going to take a look at a default Bootstrap website here, and we've got this really cool carousel slider. We can click the buttons, we can click the links, and we can see that the images slide through. Now, typically when you're developing websites, setting this up could be fairly complex. You need to bring in JavaScript, and you need to connect all of your HTML to your JavaScript and have it all work dynamically, adding in event listeners and so on. So Bootstrap has actually made it really easy for us to integrate jQuery and dynamic functionality into our websites via jQuery. So opening up our browser, we can see that what we've been working with previously, we've got a jQuery library here. So we've got just connecting to that CDN on Google. We've also using another JavaScript file here. So this one is the tether file. So this is used for tooltips and several different components that Bootstrap integrates with. And as well, then we've got our Bootstrap JS file. So JS is short for JavaScript. JavaScript is what makes dynamic interaction available within your web pages. Now, you need to make sure that you keep this within this type of order because this file here is relying on the jQuery file. And just as this tether file is also relying on jQuery, so when you're listing out all of your script resources, make sure you start out with jQuery first, and then you can list the other ones that would be depending on jQuery to be functioning. Now, jQuery is a JavaScript library, and it's a super fast and easy to use jQuery library. It makes essentially writing JavaScript a lot easier and quicker. So opening up our web page, if I was to remove this out, we still get all of the visuals that we have within our web page, but we lose our functionality. So that's just a good way to look at it, that even though we've got the same look and feel to it, without the JavaScript and the jQuery, we get no functionality. Nothing works, nothing happens. So always make sure that you add this in, because if not, then you're still going to be able to display that the components, but they're not going to function properly. So a lot of the Bootstrap dynamic ones, they're going to be relying on those libraries to be in place. Now, in order to get jQuery, you can go over to the jQuery website. Or you can go over to Google. There's a number of resources online where you can pull and link to CDNs. You could download the jQuery library, keep it on your web host, and just link to it locally. But a lot of times we're linking to it just via the CDNs because there's quite a few updates on jQuery, and usually we like to keep the latest ones within our projects. So this is a great way to just kind of quickly get jQuery into your web projects, copy out the CDN, and paste it into your project. So if you want to find out more about jQuery, you can go over to jQuery.com. So they've got a lot of great examples and resources there. And you're probably looking at this and saying, okay, well, there's 3 different versions of jQuery. So yes, there's always 3 different ones. The first one is more compatible with the older browsers. But for the purposes of using Bootstrap,
we're fine with using any one of these versions. But again, keeping in mind that if you want backwards compatibility, then try to use the version 1.x. So there are some subtle differences, slight differences between jQuery, the different jQuery versions, but when it comes to using Bootstrap, you can use any one of these three versions and you're going to be fine with jQuery in your projects. In the upcoming lesson, we're going to be exploring more about what can be done with jQuery. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, I'm going to be explaining more about jQuery, what it is and what it does, and how it relates to Bootstrap. So we're going to look at more about bringing jQuery into our projects, what files are required for Bootstrap, and overall the essentials of how jQuery works. So the last lesson we looked at bringing in all of these libraries into our web project to ensure that we have access to the library information. So what is actually contained within the jQuery library? So when you go into a web page and your website loads, I'm going to be using Chrome here, and I'm going to open up what's called the Dev Tools. So on a Windows machine, it's Control-Shift-I. It opens up this little window over here, and we've got some additional information that's available within the web page. So I'm going to simply go over to my script file, and I'm going to do something called console DRI, and I'm going to load in the document object. Now the document object is an object, a JavaScript object that gets loaded whenever any web page loads, and it serves essentially, as mentioned there, as the entry point for the content of the website. And notice down here that I've got this document ready as well, so I'm going to be explaining that as well within this lesson. So let's go back out to our web browser, and now we're doing this thing called console directory. So this essentially is going to load all of the document information for this object, and it's going to give us access to actually view it and see it. And you can also see it in a number of different ways within the Dev Tools. So notice here that now when I refresh the page, I've got something called the document object, and within this document object, I've got a whole bunch of just information. And essentially this is what the DOM is, document object model, and jQuery gives us a really quick and easy way to interact with all of the contents here of this document object. So all of this information is available via JavaScript, and with JavaScript there's quite a bit more coding to get access to it. So that's why we use jQuery, because jQuery just really simplifies our access to all of this information. And you can see here that there's some default events here, so on drag, on load, key press. So all of these are event listeners that get utilized within the DOM. So if this web page has any events, dynamic events, they're going to get listed here, and again, we're going to get access to all of this information. We see we've got a ton of different values here, variables. We can also dig down deep into every single one of the elements on our web page. So I just simply clicked and went down to the first child, and we've got child nodes here, and we can keep clicking, and there's literally just a lot of information here that we can access. So it's going to include every single element here on the web page is actually going to have information that's going to be DOM accessible. So we've also got properties here within the Dev Tools where we're able to see the different paragraph, and we see within this paragraph alone it's got all of the same information. So there we've got our inner HTML, our inner text, we've got our first child, and so on. So again, every element on the page has its own set of event listeners as well. So you can see there's really just a lot of information. We can even see where we're scrolling, scroll height, scroll top, and this type of information can get really utilized within jQuery and within our web projects. Now with Bootstrap, we don't always have access to all of the functionality that we might be looking to use, and that's why bringing in jQuery and having a basic understanding of JavaScript and jQuery is really essential, because it gives you the more ability to be more flexible with what's happening within your website, and also build out upon the different JavaScript that you've got within Bootstrap.
So going into our code, once again, we've got this code line here within the script tag. So this is JavaScript. Any content within script is going to be JavaScript, or we can link out to that script file. So it's going to be the same thing without the tags here. So this is just the HTML tags where we add in our JavaScript. And notice that the first line here within jQuery, so we're doing document ready, and then we're firing off a function. So basically what's being said here is that we're waiting for the DOM or the page to load. So all of this information first gets loaded into our web page when the web page loads, and we don't want to try to access any of this information until it's already loaded into the web page and it is accessible. That's why we start jQuery off with document ready, just to make sure that the document is loaded and that it's ready to go. And then once we've loaded that document in, we have access to all of these event listeners. So I'm just going to show you a really quick one here where we've got a bunch of classes here called nav links. So these were default within Bootstrap. And I'll show you how you can access those and actually make those clickable simply by just a few lines of jQuery. So jQuery looks and functions in a similar fashion to what you would see with CSS. So if we're accessing classes, we do the dot. If we're accessing IDs, we do the hash. And if it's just a regular tag, then we just do it without any kind of precursor in front of it. So to add an event listener, we can do on. So this gives us gives jQuery information that we're looking for a click on this particular class. So any one of the DOM elements that has a class nav link will now be active under a click. And I'm going to add in that function, and I'm just going to put an E there and explain that as well, because notice that on these nav clicks we already have some default events. So whenever they get clicked, they're going to automatically try to go to this page URL. So we can, with jQuery, we can null that out by doing an E prevent default, and essentially that is going to prevent the default function from firing off. We can also get that information that's contained within the hash. So if I do console log and I do this, so this relates to the current active item element. So once we click on one, so notice that we did have 3 of them on the page, but we can click on any one of them and we can retrieve back different information. So we can do something like this hash and just show you what is going to get returned now. And actually, before I forget, we just got to make sure we've closed that off. And because I'm looking for this hash, right now I have hashes, but I don't have anything following those hashes. So I want to add in some content here after the hashes. So I'm going to do contact and so on. So now let's open up our browser and take a look at this. So I can actually get rid of this and open that up again in the console, refresh the page, and actually I want to get rid of that part there. So now whenever I click on any one of those links, JavaScript, jQuery is pulling in that information, it's taking out that information, and it's allowing us to get access to it. Simply by adding in a few lines of JavaScript, we've already made our website dynamic. We've removed out the default action of bringing it over to this particular href within the anchor text. We've pulled out that information that we're clicking to because we're pulling out that hash information. So if I was to just use, I can actually just do another console here and show you what it's going to look like with just this, just to show you what we're actually pulling back. And so this is just a really quick way, and it's a great illustration of what jQuery can do, because if you're just using JavaScript, you'd have to loop through all the different classes that contain this value, whereas jQuery makes it simple and we don't have to do any loops. We can do this all within just a few lines of code. So we're opening up our jQuery and we're preventing default, and now we have access to this information, and we can update things, and we can do update content as needed just via jQuery. So let's open this up once again, refresh it,
And now whenever we click it, we see we've got access to that entire element and all the information contained within that element. We're still picking up that hash information up here at the top, and we can make use of it within the rest of our code. And I'm going to show you how to do that in the later lessons, and we're going to really utilize this when we're building out our web pages. So this was a really quick overview of jQuery, and there's a lot of power behind jQuery, and it really brings JavaScript functionality. It really simplifies that JavaScript functionality. So if you're familiar with JavaScript, you haven't used jQuery a lot, you can jump into jQuery and really start building out that dynamic content a lot quicker and easier. If you're familiar with CSS and jQuery, it really just does make sense with how we're accessing the elements on the web page and how we're providing that functionality within our code. The next set of lessons, we're going to be looking at how jQuery and Bootstrap work together and all the really cool things that can be done using Bootstrap, incorporating some dynamic components of Bootstrap, and all the different things and how easy it's going to be to add this into your web projects. Even if you're not familiar with jQuery and or JavaScript, you can really easily get the concept here just by bringing in Bootstrap, because Bootstrap, just like the other functionality that we've been showing you within Bootstrap, it's a matter of adding the right classes, and we've also already added some of these attributes in order to provide this dynamic functionality within the elements of our web pages. So it's a connection of classes and attributes that provide all of this functionality and give you access to the jQuery functionality of Bootstrap. So all once again on that HTML page, and all of this can be brought in seamlessly for the user and creating an amazing seamless user experience. This section, we're going to be introducing Bootstrap tooltips. So this is one of those dynamic functionalities that requires jQuery within Bootstrap. Now Bootstrap makes it really easy to add any one of these dynamic abilities into your web projects. So I'm going to show you how to hide and show tooltips, as well as different event functions using Bootstrap and jQuery. So we are going to also require a little bit of jQuery within this lesson as well in order to fire off and get our tooltips up and running. Now it is important to note that with the new version of Bootstrap that we're using ES6, so that allows us to take advantage of all the latest specifications within JavaScript, and it gives us even more control over our content as it's being output within our web pages. So let's open up our editor, and first of all, we've created a default website here, and for tooltips, generally you'll see those when you hover over and you get some additional information maybe about some of that text. So if we've got informational website and we want to have a more detailed, or maybe Jumbotron, so maybe users of my website might not know what a Jumbotron is, so having a tooltip there when the user hovers over it to give us more information about the Jumbotron might be useful for our web visitors. So let's open up our editor and find where we've got Jumbotron written, and I'm just going to create a span around that, and I'm going to bring that one in to the span. So this gives me ability to work with some of that content within Bootstrap. So I've got span opening tag here, and as mentioned before, a lot of what Bootstrap does and a lot of the interaction with the dynamic content is done through attributes, and Bootstrap really makes use of a lot of these customized attributes, these data attributes. So we've got data toggle, and we're going to specify so that Bootstrap understands that this is a tool tip. And we're also got some default information that Bootstrap can utilize. So we've got data placement, and we're going to specify that this is placed on top. And then we're also going to have title, or I should spell placement properly there. So that's placement and title. And then this is the actual content that we've got within the tooltip. So Jumbotron is a Bootstrap
component. So that's the message that I want coming out. So let's go back to our web page, go over it, and whenever we go over Jumbotron, we see that we've got the default HTML tooltip because we've added in the title. So whenever we kind of hover over there, we see that Jumbotron as a Bootstrap component. So this is good, but Bootstrap actually provides a better way to do that. And in order to fire off these tooltips in Bootstrap, this is where we need to use some jQuery. And I'm going to just simply do jQuery, and I'm going to access just like we do with CSS. So if I want to find so I want to fire off the tooltip method, and I want that to fire off on all of the events that have data toggle and have the value of tooltip within those. So now when I go out to my web page, refresh it, we see that now we've got Jumbotron is a Bootstrap component whenever we hover over it. So that one is a lot easier to read, and it's listening for any one of those hover events on top of it. We can just as easily do bottom if we want as well, and we can update it just with the Bootstrap coding. So now it just shows up at the bottom, if that makes more sense for us at the bottom as well. So we get full control, and we're able to really utilize these components. And again, if we were to, if we wanted an underline on this, we could do it with CSS so that the users can understand and be able to identify any items with tooltips. Or we could link it as anchor text, so we can use any one of the elements in HTML to add in tooltips on. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at one of my favorite components in Bootstrap, and these are modals, which provide you a really great way to communicate information back to your web users. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap 4's modal functionality and what modal methods are, how we can create modals, and how we can even create multiple modals within the same web page. Now, modals are a really useful way to communicate information back to your web users. So let's go take a look at our web page. We've got our default website here. We've got Hello World, and we've got this button here that says Learn More, and it's actually not doing a whole lot. We also have View Details down here. So maybe we could take some of these buttons here and actually have a pop-up window that will tell the user even more information about that particular link that they're clicking. So just over here, we're going to provide some more details for maybe what this product would be about and so on. And we can do this using modal. So we already have the buttons set up, and now we just need to build out that modal, that basic modal functionality. So let's go into our web editor, and first of all, let's go take a look at this button here where we've got a button. We're not linking out to anything as of yet. We've got a role as a button, and we're just linking to an href. So let's update this and turn this into a button that's actually going to open up our modal. And again, with Bootstrap, it's just really easy to do, where we add in this data toggle functionality. So similar to what we were doing with the tooltips, where we just do data toggle tooltip. This time it's data toggle modal, and this allows Bootstrap in order to understand what we're trying to do with this attribute. And for this, we also need to target ID. So we're going to target an ID, and we're just going to call it M1. Because the idea here is that we're going to build multiple modals. So hash M1, targeting the ID with M1. So whenever it gets clicked, we're going to look for and open up this modal that's got an M1. So now let's go down to the bottom of the page, and typically when you're building up modals, you can actually place them anywhere you want within your HTML, but by default, it's always good practice to place them near the bottom of your website. So let's give this one a class of modal so that Bootstrap knows what to do with it, an ID. So we had linked target to M1, so we're just going to put it as M1 and close that off. And then within every modal, we need to have some
content, some dialogue. So let's do class modal dialogue and close that one off. And then within here, this is where we can add in our content. This is where the content will go. So let's take a look at our code so far and see what happens when we click that link. So far, we get a grayed out area whenever we click it. So we're not actually opening up our modal quite yet. So let's finish off some of this code here. So we've got our modal dialog, but we need to specify what content we want within this modal. So class modal, and this is where we do a modal content. And this will help Bootstrap better understand what the content is, our modal container. So now when I go back out here, I open this up and I get content. So it's not really formatted great, and Bootstrap actually provides us more information on how we can better format this. So instead of just having content there, we can break this apart where we can do, so now it's a lot of divs here, but once you create a modal, you can just simply copy and paste it over for the other items, so for additional modals as well. So let's add in another class. So this class is going to be modal header, and with Bootstrap, it allows us to actually break apart the modal information into multiple sections. So we could have our header information. So maybe this can be an H2 and my more info. So just to keep in line. And then next, what we want to do is create a modal body. So I've got modal header and modal body. And then this is where I can have the contents that I want displayed to the web user. And then lastly, keeping in line, we've got also a modal footer. And then here's where you can have content to actually close the modal and so on. So we could have a button here and just do type button and give it class button and button primary, so to give it some color. And what we want to do is we want to do a data dismiss, and we want to dismiss the currently opened modal whenever that gets clicked. So essentially it's just going to be a button to close off the modal, and maybe we can just do an X or maybe close. So let's take a look at this and see what it looks like. So now when we click the learn more, we've got more information, we've got content, and we've got the ability to close off that content. And so we see that's really nicely formatted. It's also fully responsive. So if we were to adjust the size of our viewing area, we see that the modals are a really effective way to communicate information on different size screens as well. So even though it's on a smaller screen, it still shows up in a great place, really easy to use and utilize within web projects. So really great content for sending alerts and information to web users, and it's not too intrusive within the web content. They can really easily understand how to get back to the main page. They can either close or they can just simply click off of it, and that brings them back to their web content. And now that we've created our first modal, it's just as easy as taking this template of our modal, and I can create multiple modals. So I can do modal 2, and maybe just copy this out, modal 3, and so on. And of course, we'd have different content in each one of these. And what I want it to do is I want to link out these hyperlinks here. So I can simply copy and paste this over. And we're going to target M2. And we're going to target M3. And we could also maybe target M1 in this particular instance, just to show you that there are different ways to access those same modals, because the modals are actually different. They interact differently than the links. So even though we've got two different buttons linking to that same modal, maybe the user information can get updated dynamically, or there's a number of different ways to approach this. So this gives us the full capability, providing these pop-up alerts for our web users without being too intrusive, and we can really style these and make these really nice and user-friendly. That's one of the reasons I just really love using modals. And another component I really enjoy with Bootstrap, and it's made it super easy
to bring these amazing, nice graphical carousels into your web projects via Bootstrap. So there are some slight changes from Bootstrap 4 now with carousels, and we're going to be going over that in the upcoming video. In this lesson, we're going to be covering Bootstrap 4's carousel component. And the carousel component is a really great way to add some visual effects into your web project. And again, it's all based using the attributes within your HTML, linking to the classes, and this gives you all of that amazing functionality, bringing in jQuery and Bootstrap right into your project without actually having to code it. So a great advantage to using Bootstrap. So we're going to look at the carousel methods, how to create a basic carousel, and different carousel events. So let's open up our web project, and maybe let's place a carousel here between the headings and the hello world. So we'll place a large set of images there and utilize those images. So opening up our editor, we've got a spot just between here that I wanted to add that carousel. So let's add that functionality here. I'm going to do a div in order to indicate what part of the web project we want to add the carousel. And let's start adding in our carousel options into Bootstrap. So first of all, we need to give the particular element an ID. So I'm going to give it an ID of, just give it an ID of car. And give it a class. So the class is going to be carousel class, and we want to have a carousel slide. And the data ride, so this is the attribute that Bootstrap uses in order to identify carousels. So we're going to give it a data ride of carousel. And then within here is where we've got to add our carousel items. So we've got our option here for carousel items. So let's create another div within here. And then this is where all of our items will get contained. So let's give it a class so that Bootstrap can identify it as carousel inner class. And now let's give it some items within this class. So again, we're going to use divs. And this is going to be carousel item. And the first item we want to set active. So always make sure that you have at least one active item within your carousel. And I'm going to go over to placehold it and grab an image path so that we have an image actually sitting in there. So I'm going to give it an image path, and I want to make this much bigger, and maybe 350. So we can also add in text slide +1. So this is just from placehold it. So a way to get some placeholder information into your web project. So let's take a look at what we've got now. When I refresh the page, so I've got this slide 1 sitting there. Not much is happening as of yet. So let's copy out some additional slides here. So we've got slide 1, and I'm just going to update this to be slide 2, and update this to be slide 3. Also going to bring this one into the main container so it looks a little bit better and it's more flush in line with the content. So right now we've got the 3 slides there, and it's not really functioning exactly as a carousel as of yet. So let's still make some additional updates. And one of the problems here is that I've got 3 active, so only have 1 active at a time. So now when I go out and if I refresh it, we see that it's on slide 1. We've got carousel, we've identified as carousel items, and so on. So we can see that now we've got all of that slide capabilities there, but we don't have any of the indicators. We don't have an ability to move to the next slide, and so on. So let's build that in now within our coding here. So this is where we can add in the carousel indicators. Although most of the time it's done through ordered lists. So I'm going to do the same thing where I'm doing a class,
and carousel indicators. So it's dashed indicators. And so carousel indicators, and we'll just close that off. And then the list items are going to be coincide with every one of these inner items here within the carousel. So let's do a list, and we're going to use the data attribute of data target. And again, remembering how we used it previously within the tooltip, so we're identifying that this is the carousel that we want to attach it to, so they're going to be all under that same data target. And we need to specify where we want it to slide to, so data slide to, and which slide we want it to slide to. So that's going to be the only one that's going to be different. And we also have to make sure that we've got the class of active in there so that it matches with what we've got down here. So this one, and we'll just copy and paste out the list items. And this one will slide to 1. And then the next one will slide to 2. So we've got three items here within the carousel that we want the ability to slide out into. So let's open up our browser, and now we see we've got our indicators here. When I click them, we can slide to 2, to 3, and so on. So this gives us a really nice functioning slider here for users to interact with. We can also update the indicators on the left and the right. So typically this is another really great functionality for sliders. Users might be expecting to move to the next one and so on. So you can add those indicators as well into your carousel. And we can also see that by default it is sliding, it is rotating the images. I believe the default is every 5 seconds that it's going to slide to the next one. So it is by default automatically sliding to the next one. So full carousel functionality just by adding in all of the right data attributes into your web project. So let's take a look at our code once again and just do a quick overview of just how easy it is and how simple these carousels are to add. So the main thing is that you've got a main parent container. You give it a class of carousel. You want to slide over, so just give it a carousel slide class. That lets Bootstrap understand that this is the functionality for these particular elements that have this class, and they're going to look for additional information from the data ride. So it'll confirm that even though you're selecting carousel and slide, it's going to look for this attribute in order to finalize and add that carousel functionality into those images. And then it's going to know that you've included the carousel inner, carousel items for each item. So you could add even additional items if you want. So if you want to have item number 4, slide number 4, it's as easy as this. You could add this in over here. And you don't always need to add the indicators, although it's good practice, but they're not necessarily tied to each other. So even if you had a whole bunch of slides here, you don't necessarily need to link to them. It's the indicators and the carousel inner, they can work independently of each other. The indicators are tied to the different slides, but the carousel items can work independently of the other functionality as well. So the next lesson, we're going to look at even more stuff you can do with the carousel. In this lesson, we're going to look at more carousel options. In the previous lesson, we introduced you to carousel. So now we're going to look at how we can customize the carousel and what options we have with the carousel. So we built out this carousel. We had the indicators here, and I'm going to show you also how to add the sliders here at the side in order to be able to the indicators to move to the next one and the previous one and so on. So now I've added in actually another one, so I've got 4 slides here. So now we've got quite a lot of items there, and we should add in some additional controls here. So this is outside of the carousel inner, so make sure that you're outside of that, and this is where we can add in an href, so a hyperlink, and we're going to link it to the default carousel. So we're just linking it to the main parent. So this is so Bootstrap can understand the functionality of what we want to accomplish here, and we're doing a data slide attribute, so Bootstrap knows that we want to slide it to the previous slide,
So whatever the previous one is, it's going to do all of the proper calculations and be able to slide to the previous one. Just got to update that. And let's also add in the class. So this one is going to be the left side, and it's going to be a carousel control. And we also, so we've got a previous one, and we're also going to need a next one. So left, and we'll do a right one here. And now let's just show you what this is going to look like. So now we've got the carousel controls added in, but we don't have anything within those controls. So let's update that as well. So just to note that you can actually see that there are, it does get a little bit shaded when you hover over there. You can see that there is some shading over there. So let's go back into our code here. So we've got carousel left, carousel right, and there is some shading. So we do have the ability to click through and maneuver between the slides. Let's do a quick update here. We can add in the chevrons if we want. So we can add in these types of icons as well. There's also there's different icons available within Bootstrap as well, where we can do a class and we can do an icon previous, and we can just close off that span. So that should add in that icon there. So we can see that we've got the previous icon. We can also add in, do the same thing for over here. So we've got a number of icons that are already predefined within Bootstrap that we can utilize in these types of scenarios. So now we can see we've got the right one as well. And we've got the full functionality of the slider available to us. And one of the things that I did want to note as well is that always make sure that your images are the same size, or you can control it with CSS. Because if I do something like that, and if I've got a bigger slide there in the middle, it's going to really throw off the way that the look and feel of my carousel. So this is one of those important things, that either control it via CSS or just make sure all your images are set to the same size so that your carousel looks nice and smooth within the functionality. So that's something that's not built in within Bootstrap, and you'd have to customize in order to get that uniform dimension for the images. In the next lesson, we're going to look at Scroll Spy, and this is a built-in function within Bootstrap that gives us the ability to, as we scroll through the different pages, for Bootstrap to be able to detect and update as active the correct navigation item. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at Bootstrap Scroll Spy, how to use it, and how to implement it into your web pages. So Scroll Spy works within the Bootstrap Nav class, and it allows you to better track the position that the web user is on within your navigation bar. So typically used for single page websites within Bootstrap, it makes it really easy for the user to understand what section they're on a single page website. You can also use Scroll Spy to update your navigation menus within your web pages as well. So let's open up our editor. So first of all, we've got our default website that we've been working on, and I'm going to turn this into a single page website. I've added in a couple other sections to coincide with what we've got up here. So we've got About, we've got Contact, we've got Home, and whenever we click on them, HTML brings us over to the correct corresponding section of our web content. So we need to make some updates to this to give us the ability to scroll. And what's going to happen with Scroll Spy is, as we scroll through, when we're looking at About section, this should be active, Contact should be active. Let's open up our editor, and notice that here I've added in the sections Home to coincide with this URL, link, hyperlink, About, and Contact. So first of all, let's do some CSS here and make these sections a little bit more prevalent. So I've added them all under the tag of section. So this makes it really easy. I need to add in some padding at the top. So I'm going to do 75 pixels of padding at the top. Because again, remember that we've got a fixed top navigation bar. So this is where I want to have that padding at the top Also, I want to give these sections a minimum height. And let's give it a minimum height of maybe 1200 pixels so that they're nice and big sections. So now when I go back out to my web browser, refresh it, I've got About Me, I've got Contact, I've got Home. So this is basically a typical single page website. You'd have obviously a bunch of content in here and so on. And then as we're scrolling through it, we want the user to be able to better understand where we're sitting with that. So first of all, let's also update our nav so that we can actually see which, we're going to change them to nav pills. So just updating that, and whatever one is going to be active is going to be highlighted when we set up those nav pills. So let's refresh that. And now all we need to do is add in the magic of what we want, what part of our web page, which elements we want to be active within the scroll. Because we want to be applied to the entire body, I'm going to select the body element. If we had another section down here, and if we only had all of the navigation contents, the scroll spy within there, we could do that within those sections, and so on. So let's update the correct attributes. So typically, if you're doing the whole body, then you would just do it on the body tag. And this is going to be scroll. So data spy is scroll. So what it's doing is it's waiting for a scroll and it's going to activate. Looking for the attributes navigation menu to update that. And so whenever we're scrolling, it's going to activate here and it's going to look for a target. So this is where we need to specify data target. And the data target has to match with wherever our menu items are, our navigation menu items are. And remember again, this is an ID, so we need to include that hash there. So let's update this, refresh it. And now as we scroll through, just going to give it a second here to update. We can see that as we're scrolling through, we've updated the pills there, and we see that we're getting the correct items. So when we move into About, the navigation gets active to About, to Contact, and so on. And as I said, this is really ideal for those single page websites where you want to have this dynamic functionality and have the user be able to better understand which page they're actually looking at. And especially if you've got a lot of content, you've got the navigation bar at the top, this is a really helpful functionality for web users. And again, made easy with Bootstrap, just by adding in a few simple attributes and linking to different elements within your web content. Within this lesson, we're going to be planning, designing a website. So first of all, we need to start out with our website concept, and that's what we're going to be covering in this lesson. We're going to be working on building a single page website within this section. So we're going to look at planning the website and what to consider for a single page website. Now, single page websites are super popular and they really make for a great user experience. Having all of the content on one page, you simply click and go to the section, or you can scroll down to the different sections that you want to access as a web visitor. So usually before I start creating a website, I like to create a quick wireframe. So I have a guideline, a blueprint essentially for what I want to do and what I want it to create. Now, because this is a single page website, it's going to be relatively straightforward. The blueprint, because all the contents are on one page, we don't have multiple pages, and we've got all of the different sections of content taking up an entire page from top to bottom. So essentially, we need to create our basic website. So this could be our representative of our basic website. So we just create just a simple square there, and we're going to need to have some navigation. So the idea for a single page website is that we've got a bunch of content in here, and we've got our navigation or nav bar sitting at the top. So I'm going to place something up here, just another rectangle here, just to represent the navigation bar. So this will be where we've got a navigation bar. Maybe we can change the color of it. And then in here is where we're going to be all of the content of the website. And of course, the single page websites are amazing to be responsive. When we resize them, we want to keep the navigation bar still at the top. So this is going to be a fixed top navigation bar, and we're going to have all the content within the sections. We're also going to include on the navigation bar all the different access to the different sections of the website. So we're going to have a number of different buttons there to click through and access. So let's create some navigation bar buttons. So we probably have a few navigation buttons, or probably even better yet, we can just add in some text here for this. So we could have our home, we could have an about section, we could have products, and lastly we can have contact. And spreading this out, so just spread this one out across the top, and then we would have a format where we have all the different 4 navigation links, and we can just link them together. So they just sit there across the top like that, and as we can click them or as we navigate through, then we present the different sections of the website. So basic, really straightforward layout for a single page website. We don't need to do a lot of additional charting because it's going to be fairly straightforward as we design this out. So let's move on to the coding and create our template and our container for our content, and that's coming up in the next video. In this lesson, we're going to start coding our website. So we had a basic idea of how we want our website to look like. It's a single page website. We've got a navigation bar at the top, and we're going to have 4 different sections of content within the page. So let's go ahead and create our template and our basic container for the content. So we're going to show you how we can structure your website, what type of different files we can add into the website, and how we can add the different content areas in order to produce our website quickly from scratch. So opening up our editor, we're going to start with the basics. So we're going to enter in a doc type. We're also going to specify HTML. So this is going to be an HTML page, opening and closing HTML files or pages. We've got some meta information that we need to add in here. So the UTF-8 viewport, again, so that it is mobile ready and for different size screens. I've got Bootstrap downloaded, so I'm going to just simply link to my downloaded version of Bootstrap. We're also going to bring Font Awesome in there in case we need to use it. So the CDN for Font Awesome, or we could of course download it as well. And we're also going to link out to a style sheet so we can bring in some style. Although on a single web page, you can also do an on-page styling. So we could open up the style tags and place our style content in there, because of course we've only got one page that we're linking to. But a lot better effects and better design structure, it's always best to link out to your style sheet. So to keep everything as separated as possible. So this of course sits in the head elements. So I'm going to just close the head. And then we've got our body where all of our content is going to be loaded. I also wanted to bring in jQuery. So linking over to a jQuery CDN to bring jQuery into my project. And then of course I want to bring in Bootstrap. So right now we're doing a CDN to the tether file for Bootstrap because the Bootstrap that we're using requires this as a default. So at the moment for Bootstrap 4 we do require tether or it's going to throw an error. So I'm just going to keep that structure there. So essentially this is our basic website template. If I go out to here, we don't really see much happen because we haven't started to build the structure of the website yet, but we've got the basics set up, and this is a basic template that we can use and reuse and create our web pages really quickly and easily. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at adding in some content to give our website a real look and feel. So adding in some default content and images and breaking apart our basic page structure into different sections in preparation for linking our single page website together with the navigation bar. So this is coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at adding in placeholder content and setting up our section structure for the website. So this will make the website look and feel like an actual website. And this is where we use dummy content, dummy images, and in this lesson, we're also going to be showing you where to get that dummy content and dummy images. So sometimes when you're designing a website, you don't have the assets ready to go. And this is where we start to use dummy content and dummy images so we don't slow down our production process, and we can go right ahead without worrying about having the assets ready and create our website design. And then when the assets are ready, then we simply place them into our website project and we're up ready to go. And we've delivered our finalized website quickly and easily. So I'm going to show you how to set up the different sections, because again, this is a single page website and it's going to be relying on multiple sections within the website. And we're going to have a navigation bar at the top that's going to bring you to these various sections. So let's go into our editor and create some code for this. So first of all, at the top here, I want to set a placeholder for our navigation bar. So our nav bar will be just sitting up here. So that's just a placeholder for the navigation bar. And then down here, I wanted to create essentially a wrapper for all of that content. So this isn't a Bootstrap or a Bootstrap class or ID. It's just a simple container for all of our content. So we have it all sitting within one place. And next, I want to create multiple sections. So we're going to have, going back to our original design, our original framework, we're going to have home, about, products, and contact. So essentially we need to create 4 different sections that we can link to within our project. So first of all, we're going to link to, maybe we could just call this one main, and then we can copy and paste this out because we want to have 4 separate sections for the website. So we had an about section, so we'll just give it an ID of about. And we're giving them IDs so that the navigation bar knows what part of our website that we want to link to. So we've got main, we've got about, we have products, and we have a contact one at. So now let's go out and get some text in there so that we can fill that out, because right now we still don't really have much happening or much visibly happening within our web page. I'm going to use a website called Blind Text Generator. And one of the reasons I like to use this one is because I'm able to put those HTML paragraphs in there, those paragraph breaks. Some of the text generators, they don't have that, and depending on the editor that you're using, when you copy and paste, you might not get that present within your content. So that's why I always like to use Blind Text Generator. BlindTextGenerator.com is the site that I'm using. So let's go ahead and place some text in. And actually, before we do that, I want to put some heading tags there. So this is my main section, and then I've got my content down here. So I can either break that apart with a div and then place our content in there, save that, and just do a quick format in there so it looks more presentable. And I'm going to keep that same format for all the different sections. So this one is going to be about, and then of course this one, we'll just change that to products. And for the products one, we're probably going to do something slightly different than just have that. But just for now, we're going to keep them all the same, and we're going to make updates as we go through the lessons to make the web pages actually look different. So let's go take a look at this now and see what it looks like. So essentially we've got a basic website structure. We've got our 4 pages of content, and we're ready to continue to build out our website. So in the next lesson, we're ready to start adding in our navigation bar, and then we're going to continue to build out our web page to give it a nice look and feel using Bootstrap. So this is coming up in the next lesson. Every website needs a navigation bar. So even a single page website, it's always a good idea to keep that navigation bar, because you're going to have a lot of scrolling content and you want to provide the best user experience possible. And that means having your users have the ability to scroll to any one of those sections that you have on your main page. So in this lesson, we're going to be looking at building out that navigation bar and linking to the sections of content that we created in the previous lesson from that navigation bar. So essentially adding navigation into our single page website. So let's open up our editor and add in that navigation. So notice in the last lesson, we had created a bunch of sections here. We had given them IDs. So what we want to do now is create the navigation bar where we've got that up here, and link out to each and every one of those sections and give the user the ability to access that content when they click it. So here we need to start out by building out our navigation bar. So we're going to use some Bootstrap classes here, and we're also going to give this one a class of main nav so that we know that this is our main navigation bar. So we're going to give it an ID of main nav,
And let's add in some Bootstrap classes to structure it. So navbar, so that's a Bootstrap class, so that Bootstrap understands that this is a navigation bar. I want it to go fully across, so this is going to be a navbar full. I'm also going to do navbar dark so that we know that the color of the background is going to be dark, so it knows to adjust the text accordingly. I'm going to do a background faded, so it's not really that dark. It's going to be just slightly off, and of course I want to fix it to the top, so navbar fixed top position for the class. So know that's quite a lot of classes in there, but this will give us the ability to keep our navigation bar at the top and apply some styling to it. So even when I refresh it, there's not a whole lot going on there. There's just that kind of grayed out line there, and that's because we still haven't added in our content. So let's go ahead and do that. So starting another line here, let's create a div to contain this content. We'll give it an ID so that we can reference it. Give it an ID, maybe the mini menu or something like that, so that we know this is the one that we want to access. And I'm going to give it a class, but right now I'm going to just leave that blank. And we're going to use the unordered list in order to hold all of our navigation menu items. And again, we need to apply some Bootstrap classes there to apply the look and feel. And then list items for each one of the links, and then of course hyperlinks linking out to each and every one of the sections. So the way that this is going to work is that we're going to hash out to the sections. So we're going to do hash, and the first one is going to the top section, so that's going to be hash to main. And we need to add in a Bootstrap class for that as well. So I'm just putting in some placeholders there. And essentially this is going to link out to the main section. So that's this one down here, or it'll bring us right up to the top. So let's add in those Bootstrap classes in order to get it ready. So let's do class. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste these over. So class, so the class for the items is nav item. And the class for this one is going to be nav link. So these are Bootstrap 4 classes, nav link, nav item. And also for the unordered list, we want to have this as a navbar nav class. And also I want to add in another utility class from Bootstrap, so I want to change this to be all uppercase. So let's take a look and see how this looks at the moment. So see, we've got our one class there, and we still need to make some adjustments there. So I guess that we put the one as faded, so maybe we'll get rid of that one there. And we're going to use a background primary. So now when we go out there, we've got main. When we click it, it will bring us to the main part of our website. So this is just regular HTML that's going to be doing this movement around. So let's copy and paste these out and build out the additional links. So we've got another one going to about, products, and then contacts. So this one is going to about. And let's create another one here. So this one is going to products. So you see that we're just linking it over to the corresponding sections that we created in the last lesson. So we've got section called ID products, section ID contact, and this will give us the ability to link through to those and move the website content down to the appropriate area of content that the user wants to visit. So we'll just do contact. And then also I wanted to add in one additional class over here to set this one as active. So let's add in that active class, go over to here, and we can see that now we've got all three classes. And probably a better way to see this happen is we see we've got all three different areas here. And when it's large like this, you can kind of see that when I click it, we're actually changing, we're actually scrolling down. So this is just regular by HTML, so we see that it scrolls over to the products, brings the products to the top, brings the contact in frame, brings about in frame, brings main in frame. Now we do notice that there are a few issues here where we've got the navigation bar, it's hovering over the content, so we definitely need to make some fixes with that, as well as update these sections so that they take up a little bit more space, add in some Bootstrap styling to style it much better. So all of this is what we're going to be looking at in the upcoming section. where we're going to dive deeper into creating that content area, and we're also going to be doing some updates with CSS and styling. So that's coming up in the next lesson. This lesson, we're going to be creating the content area, making some updates, and tweaking our website to look more as our planning and design phase had set it up. So we're going to be setting up some website content and so on within this section. So let's open up our editor so we can also take a look at our website, and we notice immediately that there's a few things that we do need to take care of. We need to move the content down, we need to structure it a little bit better, and so on. So let's open up the editor and add in some styling. So what I've done over here is I've linked to a CSS file. So that's just linking to this style sheet over here, and I'm going to just clear that one out there and add in essentially body and height width to 100%. So this is going to give us a full viewing area of the content. So notice it really doesn't do a whole lot visually, but it allows us to establish that our HTML height and width is at a full 100%. So regardless of how much content we have in there, and especially if our content is running over, then we know that we're only looking at establishing that 100%. And this is typical for a single page website in order to do this type of breakdown of the content. We can also set up some additional structuring of our content here, where we might want it to look more within a Bootstrap fashion as well. And we might want to even add in some background images and so on into our backgrounds in order to really structure it and make it look like it's a different part of the website. So this is common within single page websites where you've got this, essentially this different structuring and coloring of those background images. Also, another thing that I did want to add in is I want to add in a head section here. So a lot of times within those single page websites, you'll find that there is a head section. So I'm going to just add in a header here. We could also use the main as the header as well. And I can just give it a class here because we do need to move all of this down. Or we could just simply move down the wrapper here. So let's just go ahead and do that and move the wrapper down. Or actually, we're just going to keep it within that head section there and add in a class. So we'll add in a class here for, let's call it htop. And this is going to be essentially the class what we're going to use in order to move everything down so it's not sitting underneath the navigation bar. And then in here, we can create a div and we can add in some content. So maybe we could have our h1 content, welcome to my website, providing some messaging to the users. We could also add in a paragraph, some text. And now let's take care of the styling and add in the styling for this particular area. So going back into our style sheet, so we want to make sure that we're calling for the class htop. So going into the styling, some styling for htop. So first of all, I want to position it relative so that it gives us the ability to move it down slightly. So it's going to be relative to the surrounding content within the CSS. Let's give it a margin at the top. So this will move it down from the actual navigation menu and give it a width. So I do want it to go 100% across. And let's align our text, because this is a heading. So we probably want to center that text. Maybe we'll also do minimum height. So do an auto for the minimum height. And let's add in a background image for this. So background image and a URL for the background image. And we're going to grab an image shortly and do background size. So we want to cover that all the available space. And let's color the font white. Let's give it a font size of 1 pm and give it some padding so it's got a little bit of padding around it as well. So let's take a look at this and go grab our image. So when we refresh it, so there we've got our basic header area there. So notice that it's sitting underneath the main content there. So if I make it a little bit bigger as well, we can see that
we're still scrolling, so that HTML is allowing us that scroll capability. Let's go over to Lorem image, and this will give us the ability to add a really nice big image. So they've got a number of options here. You can pick and select the different images you want to add, and this gives you a sampling of the image. So this is height, or this is width, and this is the height of the image, and this is the classification of the image. Let's go ahead and just use that same default one and give it a height of width of 1600 and a height of 700. Let's see how that looks now within our web page. So now when I go out to the web page, I can refresh it, and I've got my nice image there for the header. I've got my welcome to my website, and of course with Lorem Pixel you can control the images, but it does take a little bit more time to load. So right now I've just got the random sports images that are loading into the website. So now let's go back into our editor and make some additional updates and tweaks to the styling and so on. So now we see that we've got that image loading in the background, and we're ready to go back to our editor and make some additional styling and updates to our web page content. So let's go ahead and open up our style sheet. And I want to update the background color of my main navigation bar. So that's going to be hash main navigation bar. So this can give us more flexibility with the different colors that we can use within our nav bar. And this is one of the benefits of Bootstrap 4, is that now we've got more control over how easily we can update the colors. And I can actually get rid of this background primary. And now we can go back out and do a quick refresh, and we see we've got now a black background to that. We probably also should make some updates to the different content sections and add in different maybe background images to those as well. So let's go ahead and do that within our styling. So we could call to them individually. So I'm going to just beautify that. So it's one of the add-ons here for the editor that I'm using for brackets, where you can add on different add-ons, and one of them is beautify to make your text look really nice. So we had our About Me section, so maybe we want to add a background image to there. So it's always going to be background image and cover, so that we take up the full available space. So we might want to do sports, we might want to do something else. I think another one that we had was city. Let's add in a few of the other ones as well. So we had our contact section, and maybe for this one, let's do cats. So we've got quite a variety of different background images that are going to be showing up. So let's go back into our website, do a quick refresh. And I probably need to clear out the cache on my system, but we do see that some of them are loading. So we did have it is taking a little bit of time here to load. So as I mentioned before, with Lorem Pixel, sometimes when you're working on localhost, it's not the quickest system. So that's why we could also use placehold it. So maybe for now, while we're still within testing, I'll update these to placehold it URLs. And I'm just commenting that out within the styling. And let's just do a quick update here to be a placehold it image. So it's 1600, because placehold it actually does load quite a bit quicker. So it does make for a better development experience. And then also with this contact, reload that as well. Let's go back into our website, and we can see that now they're loading a lot quicker. So in the next lesson, we're going to continue to update and tweak our layout to get it to look and feel as desired. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at tweaking and updating our website and our layout. So in this lesson, updating the look and feel, adding some styling, background, and just fine-tuning the website to get it to look the way that we want it to look. So let's open up our website. So in the last lessons, we've added a navigation bar, we've added a head section here, and we've got all of these main content areas. We've also added backgrounds to about and to contact, and we also added in a header section. So let's make this look a little bit more like Bootstrap. We can add in a class, and we'll just add in the container class. So remember before with Bootstrap that we've got container and container fluid. So when we add in container, it brings it more together. Another thing that we might want to add in is we might want these different sections to kind of stand out, pop out a little bit more, where we've got also the content here that we might want to add some background styling to that as well. So let's open up our editor and notice that top, we've got our headers, so we've got a class of, so we want our first divs here really to stand out. So let's go into the styling and set that up. So the first one that we want to grab is that top class, and we want the divs within the top class to get this. We've also got about, and within the about one we did have a div as well. So let's just go back and take another look at the structure of this. And maybe a good idea would be to add an additional class in each one of these so that we can a lot more easily identify which divs we want to apply this to. So it won't just apply to all of the divs. So I'm just doing a quick update here, adding in those divs. Go back into the styling. So now we have a div that we can work with and we can apply the right class to. So we've got about, and any about that has container class. And also, I believe we had contact as well. So these are just ones where we want to have a way to actually be able to see that background text content so that we've got images in the background. So let's do a background color, and I want to use RGBA. So this is red, green, blue, alpha. So this will give us an alpha and 0.6. Give it a padding as well, so give it 10 pix padding. And we'll just color the text white because we've got a background color. And for the browsers that can't take the RGBA, we're just going to do a default of RGB. So actually, this one should go first. And so this one we only have the 3 values that we're looking at, and we're just going to keep them all at 0 and add in transparent. So let's go take a look at this now and see what this looks like. So now we've got some more structure. We can easily see the text content that's in there. We can also make these different sections, we can make them larger using the VH section class. So we can do, so we've got them all in sections, so that using the section tag, we could also add classes as well to apply this style to and give it a height, or maybe give it a minimum height 100 VH. So this is 100 of the view screen height. So that by default reserves all of that spacing for the height. And a lot of times you'll find this on the single page websites. And notice when we're clicking it, we're still covering off part of it by the navbar. So we're going to take care of that with jQuery as we apply jQuery in the next lesson. And we'll also take a look at and see how it resizes, how it looks on the smaller screens. And for the smaller screens, we might want to apply some additional CSS into those. So let's do a media query here at the bottom of the styling and update that top. And I'm going to give this one a minimum height. So minimum height of 100%, and just make this look a little bit better. And so now when we take a look at it, we can refresh it. We can see that we've got all the different sections are clearly outlined. We've got the content, it's more visible, even though we've got background images and so on. So in the next lesson, we're ready to add some more custom styling and fonts. So that's coming up in the next section. This lesson, we're doing some more tweaking of our web page, adding some custom styling and fonts. So I'll show you how you can get Google fonts, add additional CSS as needed, and then test and just preview your website, make sure that everything is working properly. So let's open up our editor, and one of the first things that I wanted to take care of was actually for the nav bar. So when we go on the smaller screens, a lot of times we want the nav bar to collapse. So let's add that in. So right now we just have the regular straight nav bar. I'm going to add in a button, give it a class of nav bar. So this is nav bar toggle, and I'm going to hide it, so hidden on SM and up. Give it a light color, and I also want to float it. So I'm floating it on all sizes over to the right hand side and give it a type, so that for HTML, so its type is button, data, toggle. So this is Bootstrap, so that it understands what we're doing with it, and we're doing a collapse with it. So it knows what type of attributes to expect. Data, target. So this is where we need to specify what we want to collapse. So we need to use the ID that we have here. Don't forget the hash there, because this is an ID that we're referencing. And I'll just close that up. And let's also add in our collapsible content here in the mini menu. So collapse. So the Bootstrap knows that this is a collapse navbar, and this is navbar toggleable on excess. So let's open up our browser, and at this stage we do quite a bit of testing just to see that everything is working the way we want it to work. And you can see here that by default HTML automatically scrolls down to the pages and so on. So let's go ahead and make some additional updates to this. So we set up all 3 different sections. They all essentially look the same right now. So let's do some quick updates to this. And so for the main, we'll just leave it as is. For the about, we can leave it as is. For the products, let's make an update to this one and make it more uniform with what we'd be expecting with Bootstrap. So we've got div, class, and we'll use the grid here to set up some structure for the website content. Maybe what we want to do is have a row, and then in each row we're going to have some more divs, and maybe we want to have break on MD4, so we'll have 3 columns there, and just close that off. So we're going to do 3 of these, and then within each one of these I'm going to use cards so that we can really easily reproduce what we want the output to look like. So each one of these cards, and we've got quite a lot of divs here within divs. So we've got class, and this is going to be the card block. So the main container for the Bootstrap 4 cards. So card block. And then in each card block, we want to have a title for the product. So, or actually this could probably be an H3. So give it a class of card title. And this could be product 1. And we can also close off that card block. So I'm just going to close this one and open up another card block with some content in there. And so this will be paragraph with a class of card text. And so then here is information about the item. And just between the card block, we could have an image as well. So we could do an image and do a source for the image. And I'm going to give it a class of, to make it responsive, so a class of image fluid. And I'm just going to go up to my web browser and grab an image here that we can utilize. Just copy that, go back into here, and paste that in. Maybe even make it a little bit bigger so that we've got a bunch of products here. So let's go take a quick look and see how this looks. So that's our product there. We've got our card. So I'm going to make it, beautify it, and I'm going to take this, and I'm going to just copy that out 2 more times. And now let's go take a look at it. So essentially we've got, just so we have something different happening there, and potentially we could just copy out that entire row as well and make another row with products. So maybe we've got 6 products that we've got for sale on our website. So this will give us a really nice grid fashion of a bunch of products that we have on our website. So when the user goes down, and of course it's breaking on MD, so we've got all of the products being outlined there separately. They're getting their separate blocks when we're on the smaller screens. And this is what you'd expect from the breakdown of the different sections and products. And let's do a quick update on contact as well. So for the contact section, we still went with this default text, and let's get rid of that and actually add in more of a contact form so we can have more of a format. So we've got our main container. Let's set up a quick form here and do a field set.
And then within here, we're going to group some of the forms. So class equals form group. And then give it a label here. So label, we're not going to ask for a lot of information, so maybe this could be just the label for the username. So let's give this one for username and give it a class of control label. So this is all Bootstrap 4 stuff. And also let's break this out at call 4. So we've got our username. It's going to sit grid as well. And just do username. And then next, let's create another div here. And this will contain all of our, and here we're going to add in another class here. And we'll break this one up as colmd8. And we're going to do that input here. So input name. So this input name should match with what we have over here. So the username or uname that we've called it, given an ID. So usually I like to keep the IDs and the names the same. And give it a class of forum control. Type of input is text. And we can close that off. So let's save that, beautify it. Take a quick look and see what this looks like. So when I refresh it, I go to contact. So I've got my contact form there, username. We could ask a few other questions as well, but let's just keep it really simple and finish this form off with our input button. So this one can go under a form group as well. And then of course we can add additional input fields as needed. So I'm going to just do this one as a blank one. We could also offset it as well if we wanted to, and do another div here. Close that div off so that it matches in with what we've got up here in our div. And then let's just add in the button. So this is button type, and it's going to be a submit button, and give it a class. So a button class, and just give it a primary color from Bootstrap, and send message. So let's go back out to our browser, take a look and see what that looks like. So now we've got our contact information, and of course we could have a whole bunch more contact information there as well. Let's make some adjustments to these background images because they seem to be over to the right hand side. So going back into our CSS, so just beautify this. Go into the CSS. So we've got our backgrounds images here that we've got as placeholder. So let's update those and add in so no repeats because we don't want them to repeat. Let's center them, center, and maybe get them fixed. And see what that looks like in the About section. So now let's refresh, go down to About. And also want to add in for the background cover so that we're more compatible with the other default browsers. And now we can maybe comment this one out so that we get our images back in here. And I'm going to just make some quick movement around here. And also do the same thing for the contact area here. And then also for the htop so that we're taking care of any of the other browsers that for cover for the other browsers. And I'm going to add in that no repeat center for all of them. And actually I'm going to do it as a separate cent here as well, and also do the no repeat separate as well. So I'm going to simply just add those in here and add that into there and add that into there as well. Beautify it, and let's go take a look at the web page, refresh it. So we've got all of our content nice and neatly centered and all of our images nice and neatly centered. So now we've got this part working where when we click the links, we scroll down, but it's not really a nice smooth scroll. And a lot of times with the single page websites, you want to add in some jQuery to get a nice look and feel to your website. So in the next lesson, we're going to be finalizing this project by adding in functionality with jQuery. And that's going to allow us to create a nice, smooth, scrolling environment to our different sections of our website on the single page website. So that's coming up in the next lesson. We're going to be finishing off our project by adding in some jQuery. And the jQuery is going to allow us to create some dynamic functionality into our web page. It's going to allow us to improve the user experience and within our website, And also we're going to do some final testing and review of our web project. So we noticed that when we're going on our website here, when we click these links, we do actually move down to the different sections of our web page, but the problem is that it's not a really nice, smooth, intuitive user experience where we see that we're scrolling down to these different sections. And this can easily be taken care of with a little bit of jQuery. So let's open up our editor and add in some jQuery into our web page. So as mentioned before, so we've got our index page here, and we can link out to our web content, or we can just add in a script. In this case, because it is a single page website, I'm going to add the script in here at the bottom to save me the trouble of flipping back and forth between the two files. But of course, probably if you're creating this on a regular basis, you might want to just have a script file and just link into it, and that way you can always hook up to that link within your web project. So also going over to our nav bar, so it's important to notice that what part of our navigation bar, so we've got these nav links here, so these are default by Bootstrap, and we can utilize this within jQuery. So let's create our jQuery container, and jQuery of course utilizes the DOM, so we need to open up jQuery, call to it, and have that jQuery functionality. So once the document has loaded and it's ready to go, then we're going to fire off our jQuery. And the first thing that we want to do, we want to add in our event listeners. So we're going to be listing on that nav link class. And what we want to happen is if anyone clicks on the nav link class, so the event that we're listing for is a click, and once it gets clicked, we fire off the function. And we're actually going to prevent the defaults. We need to pass through that value there as well. So the first thing that we want to do is prevent default. And essentially this cancels out the default action, which for the hyperlink is to move it to the next page. We can pick up a variable, we're going to call it hash, and we can get this information, and it's just called this hash, because this actually gets passed when the link gets clicked. So we're just going to console log out that and take a closer look. Let's go back into our web project, click it, and view page source, or just actually inspect. So you can see our console there. So whenever we click any one of these links, we're actually getting those section names. And notice that now they're not doing anything because it's canceling those out. So now let's add in the functionality to move the webs and scroll the web page down to the appropriate section. So in this case, what we want to use is we want to animate the entire HTML document, and we also want to animate bodies. So we want to animate these entire tags, these entire elements within the web page. The function in jQuery is animate. It's easy enough that we want to animate, so we set up an animate. And then here's where we enter in the parameters of the animate. So what we want to do is we want to scroll to the top. And what we want to scroll to is the ID of hash. So we already have that as a variable. And what we want to do is we want to offset it from the top. And here is where we can enter in some additional parameters of how quickly we want to animate it. And also we can add in a callback function. So once the animation is complete, then we want to run through and to window location is hash, it equals the hash. So let's try this out. So in our web project, we've got our menu here, and we see that we've got a nice smooth scroll. This is being taken care of by jQuery, and this provides a really nice user experience for your web users as they interact with your content. So one other thing that I did want to add in quickly into this project, and this is another Bootstrap a bit of functionality, and that's Scroll Spy. So we noticed that before with Scroll Spy, we can activate any one of these navigation items that the user is on. And it creates essentially a better user experience, because as the users go through, they can see that, okay, well, we do want to animate it, we do want to activate those. So let's go back into our editor here, and we're going to add a Scroll Spy on the body. So it's data, and spy is the attribute that we want to apply it to. So we want to make sure that we're applying the right attribute
to the entire element that has the contents that we're scrolling to, and we need to target it. So what we want to do is we want to use the mini menu element as the target for the scroll spot. So now when we go out to our web page, we go to products, and we can scroll up, we go to about, we go to main, and so on. We can see that the navigation bar actually scrolls alongside with our content, so everything looks nice and uniform and provides a great user experience. Now, of course, with a single page website, you can do your own tweaking and adjustments. So these are the basics of setting up a single page website and providing a really great user experience. Now, sometimes you might not want to have all of this content sections taking up 100%, so you can make adjustments as needed. Sometimes if you have images in the back, it's always a great idea to provide these full view area height images. Again, depending on if your image, if your website design incorporates a lot of images, then you might want to use it. But if you don't have images, then you're just going to have this blank space. It doesn't provide a great user experience. So in this section, you might want to try to avoid using the full height for that particular element. And of course, the other Bootstrap components are really easy to incorporate. You can simply drop in some additional code and add that added functionality via Bootstrap.
In this section, we're going to be looking at how we can create a multiple page website with Bootstrap. And it's going to be quick and easy using Bootstrap to create your web page and all of your website structure. So we're going to be looking at how you can plan a website, creating your basic template and the containers within that template in order to prepare to be adding in content, exploring different page options within your website structure and design, and of course looking at website navigation, how users can seamlessly move through the different pages of your website. Then we're going to be tweaking and updating the layout as needed in order to produce a nice, smooth flowing, multiple page Bootstrap ready website. And of course, we're going to be adding in some jQuery for some dynamic functionality and capability. So all this and a whole lot more is coming up in this section. In this section, we're going to be looking at how we can do our planning and design for our website concept. In this section is that we're going to be designing a website from scratch, bringing in Bootstrap to apply different structure, adding in some Bootstrap components, and making a multiple page website really quickly using Bootstrap. So to start off, when we're setting up our website, I like to do some quick planning and just do a quick outline of how I want the website to look. So there's a number of different tools online in order to accomplish this, and in order to do a quick wireframe, I usually do a basic wireframe of my overall website template, and then per page, depending on how much content and how many assets I have to bring in, I will customize that as needed as well. So let's open up our web browser, and as mentioned, there's a number of different tools, and then if you've got a really complex navigation structure, it's always a good idea to create an outline of that as well. As you develop your website, that's going to come in useful in order to help navigate your website. So the one that we're going to be creating within this course, it's going to be a fairly simple and straightforward website. Of course, it's going to be mobile ready and responsive, as with most of the Bootstrap content. Of course, that's what it's designed for. So we're going to start with a basic home page. We're going to probably be doing 4 pages within the website. So your typical home page, so that's the introduction, content about your website, and that's really kind of like your splash page when somebody comes into your website so that they can get a good look and feel and understanding of what your services are or what your purpose is for being online. So this is going to be the home page, and then we're going to have an about. So usually you can include a nice history and services. So if you've got some services to offer, you can offer those at that point as well. And then, of course, the contact area. So every website, it's always a good idea to include that contact information. So basically, this is what the website is going to look like. We're going to add in a navigation bar. So the navigation bar is going to sit completely across the top. Let me get that in there as well. Maybe we'll do it in a dark color. Just design that one there, just give it a square, and then double click it there, give it a dark color. So it's going to be across the entire width of the page. Maybe I'll just go down a little bit. We'll have our content area here. So we're going to use a Bootstrap container. So this is going to be a centered content area, fixed width content area up here at the top. Let's add in some text here. So we'll have our home, we'll have our about, we'll have services, and lastly we'll have contact. So, and of course, depending on what you're designing, sometimes you might want this to be more aligned. Of course, I'm just doing a really rough one, so I'm not going to have exactly pixel perfect positioning of all these different elements. But if you are producing something for a client, then it's always a good idea to take a little bit more time, maybe use another application where you can really fine-tune the location of all of your different menu items as well. And of course, it is going to look different depending on the size of the web page. So let's add in another component here. So I'm going to do a rounded one here. We could probably use a Jumbotron here and give company name and some information about the company. We'll do this website as 3-section website. So utilizing what Bootstrap has, so we'll have our first section here. And again, depending on how we want to split it, how much content we have to produce in each section, we might have one section a little bit wider, one section a little bit more narrow, and then a side menu. So maybe these two might be the same width, so these would be 5 and 5, and then we'd have another one here that would be the side menu, so we could get 12 altogether, so we'd have 5, 5, and 2, and then once the page resizes, then we would lose this split. And then maybe we could also have another block here, and then this would be where the footer would go. So we'd have our footer content sitting down here at the bottom. And maybe make this gray as well. So when you're designing, if you're not sure about your color scheme, it's always a good idea to stick to the grayscale colors. So basically, this is a rough outline of what we want our home page to look like. And then we're going to do some different styling and setup for about. So we're going to keep that same menu here at the top, same footer here at the bottom, and we're going to change the number of columns. So we're going to change these Bootstrap styling options as well. So all of this is coming up. In the next lesson, we're going to start by opening up our editor, creating our template, and starting to create our main container for content. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this video, we're going to open up our editor and create our basic container for our website design and start adding in our basic structure of our website. So we're going to design how the structure of the website is going to look like, different files that we have to link to, like, of course, Bootstrap and jQuery. And we're going to start by creating one main page, and then we're going to duplicate those pages out so we get the same structure of our website across all the different pages, because we have a kind of uniform look and feel to the website. So let's open up our editor, and as of right now, when I go to the local host, I have a completely blank page. So we're all ready to go to open up our editor. I've basically structured it that I've got a downloaded version of Bootstrap here, CSS. I've got downloaded Bootstrap here in my JS folder, and then I've got a JS file and a CSS file. So typically, you probably would want to paste these ones within these folder structures. So we'll probably move those in afterwards once we start utilizing those. But for now, let's create basic website and our website structure. So we want to start by specifying the doc type. So this is HTML doc type. Then next we want to specify HTML and the language that we're going to be using within our web page. So, and of course, this is going to be an English language website. Next, let's set up head, close off head, and let's set up body and close off body. This gives us our basic web page structure. Within the head, let's add in our meta content. So we've got UTF-8 for the character set, also to be compatible with IE Edge and Internet Explorer and Edge, viewport to set and allow it to be responsive. Title for the web page, So I'll just do my website for now for the title. And we want to link out to our Bootstrap code. So we can link out to the CDN, or we could link out just to our local file. So either one, we could do that here. So let's go ahead and just link out to our local copy of Bootstrap. And we can link out to Bootstrap. So let's move that into CSS Bootstrap. So it's within that CSS file, we're linking to the minified version. So we've got the link there. And also let's link out to Font Awesome. So Font Awesome really comes in useful, especially for Bootstrap 4. Now we don't have the glyph cons anymore. So it's always a good idea to have access to a really nice library of icons that you can use within your web pages. And users always really love that kind of those icons and the different effects. And then also let's link out to our style sheet. Because we're creating a multiple page website, we want to have a uniform styling for each page. So best practice, link out to those style sheets. And what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to move this style sheet. So I'm going to simply move it into CSS, and then I'm going to drag and drop that file in. So that now it's sitting in style.css, and I did the same thing for the jQuery or the JavaScript one. So we can move that JavaScript file in there as well. And now we can link out to it. And it's not showing up, but it is moved in there. So now let's also finish off the linking to the jQuery files. And it's always a good idea just to set up all of your structure right off the bat so that you have all of your linking done. I'm going to link to the jQuery library here. This is the Google library for jQuery. And also let's link out to the tether file, and then we'll also link out to our Bootstrap.js file. So we'll link out to all of these files so we're all ready to go and start adding in our Bootstrap. And then also lastly, let's link out to our script file. So we're at script.js. Go back out to our web page, just refresh it. Make sure we don't have any errors within our console. We're linking out to all the files properly. And link out, we can see our source. So we've got the JS file there, even though it's not showing up here within the menu. So we're all ready to go. We've built out our template, and we're ready to go to start adding in some content within our website. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In the next video coming up, we're going to be looking at adding placeholder content and sections within our web page. So that's coming up in the next section. In this lesson, we're going to look at how we can add placeholder content and set up our sections of our website. So adding in dummy content using placeholders, essentially making it look and feel real. So you can use this when you don't have your assets ready on hand in order to create your website and give it a nice look and feel, make it look real. So I'm going to be using Blind Text Generator in order to generate some content. Placehold it for some images, lorempixel.com for some images as well. So the first thing that I wanted to do is I actually want to set up my main website structure. So let's go back into our editor. I'm just going to minimize these right here. And first of all, I want to have a basic navigation bar. So I'm going to just add a placeholder here for nav. So this is where our navigation bar is going to sit. And our navigation bar is going to just sit fixed at the top. It's going to be just sitting at the top of the page. And let's set up another div here, and I'm going to give it an ID of wrapper. So a lot of times I like to have these wrappers ready to go in case I do want to apply some styling just to the main content section. Again, this is all depending on what your style and how you're designing your website. So let's give the wrapper a class of container and start out by building out a grid here. So the grid will help us structure how we want our content to be laid out. So we're going to have a row here. And within the row, we're going to have another div here. And this div is going to have a class. So this one is going to go entirely across. So it's going to be across all columns. And we'll just do a column excess. So that one is our first row there, and we just have one going all the way across. And then because in our original design here, so it's going back to where we had our design. So we've got this first row there, we've got fully in cross. We're going to probably do just Jumbotron across there. And we don't necessarily need, obviously, a grid there for just that one element, but I usually like to keep that in place just in case I want to add additional structure at some point within the website design. It just makes it easier and when you want to make some adjustments to the design at a later point. So this one's going to be 5, 5, and 2. So let's set those up. And as you can see with Bootstrap, it makes it super easy to do this. So let's set the breaking point at MD. And we'll do another MD5 and an MD2. So this will give us all the way across 5, 5, and 2. And then maybe in here we'll just do an H2 section 1 and do section 2. And then here, this is going to be the side menu. So let's go back out to our browser and see what our website looks like right now. So let's bring down the size. Of course, I need to make some adjustments on that as well. And actually, I've done this backwards here, so let's fix this up. That's why it's not responding properly, because I did it within the wrong order here. So that's something to watch out for when you're designing your websites. Let's go back out and take a look at it now. So now we've got essentially our 3-structure website. Once we expand it out, once it resizes, then it stacks at the breaking point of MD as well. So now we're all ready to go to continue building out our website. We should also add in that placeholder for the Jumbotron as well. So opening up editor, we're going to create another div, give it a class, and another Bootstrap component. Jumbotron, close that off, and just put in content. And maybe here we can have an H1, my website, and close that H1 off. And then the content can sit in a paragraph. I'm just moving it around a little bit. Let's do the beautify so that it's more readable. So let's see what this looks like now. So basically, we've got our basic structure here for the website. So next, we need to still continue to build this out, but it is essentially taking shape. And this is just how easy it is to work with Bootstrap and really get this look and feel for your website content really easily with Bootstrap. So the next lesson, of course, we need to create a navigation bar. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be adding a navigation bar to our website. And of course, every website needs to have a navigation bar. You need to have a way for your users to travel through and look at all the different pages within your website. And the navigation bar is what ties it all together. So we're going to look at linking the navigation bar to multiple pages, adding the navigation bar and the different URLs for the web pages. So let's open up our editor and add that navigation bar in there. So we already have a basic setup here for a navigation bar. So let's go ahead and set up our navigation bar. So let's add in some Bootstrap classes here for navigation bar. And so Bootstrap nav bar, and let's do nav bar dark. And then we'll set some colors for it. So a lot of times you can just do it as an inline style as well, or you could link to it. So depending on what you want to do and how you're familiar with, or what you're familiar with. So I can do a background color of black. And then let's add in, so we do need to add in a button. So to make it responsive, collapsible button, add a class here, navbar, toggler, and we're going to do hidden SM, or we could do SM or MD up. So again, depending on when you want the breaking point for this navigation bar to hide. So this Bootstrap 4 has given us more control now over when we want to hide different elements and so on. So we're going to be adding in the attributes of Bootstrap toggle, so collapse, and data target. So this is where we're targeting. So we need to create what we're collapsing. So this will be nav menu. We need to make sure that we do name it correspondingly as well. So next, let's create our navigation menu that we want to collapse. So this is the content that's going to be collapsed via the button. So we're going to call it collapse navbar, and this class is navbar toggleable, and this is where we want to break. So let's break it on SM. Give it an ID. So this ID has to match with this nav menu. So make sure that your target and the ID match together in order to make that link and that connection. And then this is all the content here goes here that we want to collapse. So let's do an unordered list. And this is usually the best way to go about it, to just do an unordered list. It makes it a lot more readable. And then, of course, if you need to make updates, it's a lot easier to see which are the different list items and menu items. So it provides a really nice, neat structure. And that's why a lot of web developers will use it. So now we need to specify nav items. Again, this is now Bootstrap 4. href. So this is where we need to be specific on the pages, the URLs that we want to link to. So if it's within that same root directory, we don't have to include any additional path information. If you've got a dynamic website, you might want to include your domain as well. Specify the class as a nav link, so Bootstrap understands that it's treating this as a link, and then this is the home page. And now what we can do here is we can simply copy and paste out for the additional pages. So maybe we've got, just going to go back to original design. We had about, services, and contact, so let's keep in line with that. So about, and we're going to have to create another HTML page, about.html. And usually the way that I do it is after I've created all of the structure that I want, I've got it looking and feeling the way that I want it to look, and then that's where I add in, and I just duplicate those. So services, and keep it consistent, services. And then lastly, we're going to have contact. So this one is contact, and then this is contact as well. Make quick adjustments, and let's go look and see, make sure, always whenever you're finished doing it, just make sure that everything is working properly, because sometimes you can misspell some of the classes and so on. It's always a good idea. Once you finish writing it up, just take a quick peek and make sure everything looks proper and is functioning properly. So that's our website so far, and when we resize, so everything looks to be proper. We need to also set that active class. So whatever page we're on, so we get it highlighted so the user can better understand which page we're on. Then, of course, if we're on about and so on, then those would get highlighted. In the next video, we're going to be adding in some content and creating some content areas in order to add content into our web page. So that's coming up. The previous lesson, we built out our Bootstrap web page structure, and now we're ready to add some content. So we're going to look at adding in that content, some styling, and also some planning and more design with our content. So a lot of times you do need to sketch out what you want your content to look like in different content areas. So you should have a good idea, even going into your web page, how you want your web content to be displayed. So for this instance, we're looking at a fairly basic website. We haven't really drawn out if we've got images within this content and so on. So we've just got a side menu here, couple content areas. So maybe one could be for news and updates, and this one could be for messages, and then this could be just for ads or sponsors and so on. So all depending on what you need within your website. And we've got that all built out here. So first of all, we've got the different sections here. So maybe I'll update this to be news. And then this will be, maybe we could even do blog entries, and this will be, and then this is just resources or links or something like that. So now we've got that structure built in there. and we're all ready to go to add in some content. So let's look where we can add some dummy content here. So opening up our browser, I've got content generator here, so I'm going to simply copy and paste some of this in. And just do it as a paragraph down there, beautify that. And in this one, let's make it look a little bit different here. So maybe this one's got 75 paragraphs. So that's going in there. And then lastly, let's have some images here. So we've got placeholder, so let's add in some of these images. And maybe we've got a number of different images. Let's make these images responsive, so add our Bootstrap styling into those. And that's adding in the class of fluid. I should have probably done that and copied and pasted after. So let's just do the class and do image fluid. And that's the new one for Bootstrap 4 to make the images responsive. And maybe some of these images are bigger and so on. So we want to take up all of that available space. Let's see what our website looks like now. So we've got all of our images there. We've got news, blog, and so on. And maybe we even want to add in some images here as well. So let's add in an image here within the news section. So we're starting out with an image here, and we can pull that image over to the right-hand side if we want to do that. So let's float access right. So it's always floating over to the right-hand side. We can also add a thumbnail or something so that it gets some additional styling for the image. And actually that should be IMG thumbnail to be correct for Bootstrap. That's why we weren't getting the right styling. So now we've got more of a styled type image there. One of these words is really long, so we might want to do something where we've got an even smaller image. And this is where you really need to do like some fine tuning with the content, because sometimes you get a case like that where there's just not enough space for the text, and you've got to downsize the image and just work a little bit smarter with the images that you're producing. And as of course, always take a look at and see how it looks responding. So you might even be better off floating it over to the left-hand side instead of over to the right. And in this case, that's probably true where we want to float it over to the left as opposed to floating it over to the right. Just so that we get more uniform feel to that image. It feels more as part of the content. So now you've got the essentials, your home page, and we also probably want to add in our footer as well. So let's go ahead and update and add a footer into the content, and then we can use this as a template and create our additional web pages. Let's go back into the editor and create another div here at the bottom. So depending again on your design, you may or may not want to keep it within that wrapper. So I'm going to do one outside, and I'm going to give it its own class container so that it stays in line. Now if I did it within the wrapper, I could do that as well. So this is just another class here, and let's give it semantic footer, and class is going to be footer, and text access, and we'd like to center that text. So using the Bootstrap class, and then within here, let's add in a div, and maybe do some copyright 2017 Bootstrap website. So we add some text in there. So let's go take a quick look and see how that's turning out and that's looking. So we've got basically our footer there, and I usually like to do a little bit of a tweak there so that we've got some class for the footer. So let's add some default styling, and again, remember I had identified it as a class called footer. So this is not Bootstrap, this is just regular CSS. So this was my way of identifying my footer by a class. I'm going to give it a height of 200 pixels and background color. And let's do a grayscale color because we're not really sure of our color scheme at the moment.
Go back out to refresh it, take a quick look, and so we've got our Bootstrap footer there. And I just had to clear out the cache there, refresh it. So now we've got our Bootstrap website all ready to go. So next, we're going to look at creating a contact form. So we're going to essentially be duplicating this content and setting it, updating maybe just this middle part here in the content area as a contact form. So that's coming up in the next lesson.
In the previous lesson, we looked at how we could create our website, and now we're ready to start adding additional pages. So we've got 4 pages here to go. We've got contact, about, and services. So let's create that contact form, and that's what we're going to be showing you in this lesson. So Bootstrap forms, creating a basic form, and that contact area options. So let's open up our web page. And we'll take a look at this. And this is an important part where we have to figure out what part of our content we want to keep as our template and what part we want to be able to change. And typically here is where I would be making the changes. So I'd have that all of that content that would be below here. I'm just going to comment it here and just do template ends. This is just a comment here so that I know where the template ends. So I know that what content, and as basically I'm going to be using this index page as my main template. So I know that I can update and remove it. And then this is where my template starts again. So I'm going to keep those in just as guides to help me better work with this as a template, because now I'm going to be copying and duplicating it because I want to create another page called contact, and this is what we had linked out to over here. So let's create contact.html. So all I'm doing is saving this file as contact.html, and now I can go and I can remove out what I had here, and we can start again and create our contact form. So we can do an H1 contact my company. And now let's go back out to our web page and take a look at it. So contact my company, we've got all of that structure and we're ready to go to add in our form. So let's go ahead and create a container for our form and add that form in and set that up. And maybe we'll start by creating a div here that's going to hold that. So div, and give it a class. This is a custom class, my form. And this is going to allow me to provide some padding and some additional styling to make my form look nice. So I've got my contact form, and now we can probably just start our form. And get rid of that. And the first thing that we want to do, create a div here, give it a class, and do a form group. So we can group all of these elements together. And then within the form group, start out with a label for, and most contact forms you're going to be asking for a name. So just put your name, close off that label. And then next, let's create our input. So input type is going to be text. Class is going to be form control. ID is going to be name. And we can maybe put a placeholder. So placeholder is HTML5. It doesn't always work for every browser. So some of the older browsers, it's not going to show anything up. So don't ever rely on the placeholder. Always make sure that you have a label within your forms. And let's just go take a quick peek and see what this looks like now. So now we've got the your name. Let's also duplicate this and create an email. And then we probably also want to have a message area as well. So your email, and then this will be for email. And the good thing about HTML5, we've got
default, if we put email, then we've got a default vetting for making sure that the user is actually putting an email address in there when they add in content. It's a really cool thing with HTML5 edition. And now let's add in one more form group. Well, actually, we need two more, but let's do another one here for the message. So close off that div. So another form group, again, just keeping everything together. Same type of format, except this is going to be a text area, and we're going to do for. So this is going to be potentially for the message that the user is going to send to us. And we'll just put message. And then this is just text area, and give it a class. So I'm giving them all form control classes, and this helps Bootstrap know that everything is working together. Give it an ID to correspond with the label ID, so message, and give it a default. Maybe we'll just do 3 rows by default. Text area. Take another quick peek to see how that's coming along. So now we've got your name, your email, message, and lastly, we still need to include a button to click. So let's add that button in, and we don't need a form group for the button per se, so we can just do button type equals, so this is a submit button, and give it a class. So this is Bootstrap class button, button primary. So that's for the coloring of the button. And send message. Maybe just capitalize that button. So now let's go take a quick peek again, see what it looks like. So now we've pretty much set that up. We can go into our styles and just do a quick update. So we've got class of my form. So let's go into our CSS and add in some styling for that. And how about we do padding, so that we have some padding around the form content of 10. We can even do a border. Sometimes you see with the forms you've got borders, so solid, and we're going to stick with really light grayscale again. Maybe even give it a margin, so it's got some margin around it. And now let's go take a look at that. And so now we've got a nice contact form all ready to go. We've got our home page, contact page, and all ready to go on our website. So next, we're going to look at creating that portfolio page. So this is more for services that we're offering. So here we create some nice visuals and images and so on. So I'm going to show you how to do that in the upcoming lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be showing you how you can create your portfolio page. So a lot of times this is to showcase services. We're going to be using the cards from Bootstrap 4 in order to divide the content. Of course, it's going to be responsive, and we're also going to use the grid in order to structure how we're presenting this content. So opening up our editor, first thing that we want to do is actually just duplicate this page. So just like what we did for the About Me page, so we're going to just create this and call it services.html. So make sure it links to the same as you've got within your navigation bar. And now we know we've got this services here. I'm actually going to keep this part in here because we're going to add in some additional content in there, and just make a quick tweak to adjust what we've got here. So we can keep that row, but I do want to get rid of the structure that we had from that initial content. So let's go take a quick peek and just look at services. So essentially services, now we've got a blank template all ready to go and work with and design out our services. So one of the things that I wanted to do with the services is this is a great place to start using cards for Bootstrap. So really great opportunity. So I'm doing a div, and I'm going to give it a class. So we've already got a div class of row. So this one here, I'm going to do a call MD4, or maybe if we want to do MD3, so we can have 4 items across, working on the grid of 12. So 12 divided by 4 is 3. And here let's build out our div class. And this class is going to be a card. These are the new ones for Bootstrap 4. And within the class, let's do another, or within this element, let's do another class and give it card block.
So now we're all ready to add in our content here within the classes or within the cards. And in this case, so we've got our card here. So I'm going to just make it so we can see what's happening a little bit better here. And I want to have an image on top of each one of these because typically it's a great way to present your content. So I'm going to do card image top. This is a Bootstrap class and source, and I'm going to put an image source there. So that will give us an image here at the top, and then I also want to do another class for card title. So a lot of times you can do divs, but let's do an H class, so an H2. So that really stands out, class and card title. Close that off, so service number 1. So this is our first service that we have. And do another card. So the elements actually don't matter. We could do divs, we could do paragraphs, all depending on how you want to structure it and what's more readable for you. So we could do card text as well. And another one, this is another default Bootstrap class. And then this is where we'd have information about the product. And that's where we could structure some of that information about the product. And then lastly, before we finish off with our card block, we could add in maybe a button. Type equals button. And give it a class. Button. Maybe this is actually better off being a hyperlink. So button primary, and instead of button, let's create it as a hyperlink. So this would be going to more information about the product. And then of course we'd have to hard code that in for each product. Buy now, or whatever we want to call it. So let's go take a quick look and make sure that this looks the way that we want it to look, and of course we still need to add that image in. So let's go over here, and this is where we can grab some image source. And let's also add a class here to make the image fluid, because you do want that image to be fluid for your web pages. So that's again that Bootstrap img fluid. So again, this is a change in Bootstrap 4. To make those images fluid. And just a quick update, move that, I already had a class here, so I moved image fluid to there. Now when we take a look at it, so this essentially is what our cards are going to look like, and if you're happy with that, then just go ahead and duplicate it. So we can do it up to 4 times per row. Make some quick updates so they look slightly different. Refresh that, and so now we've got a bunch of services here, and also let's just grab that whole row and duplicate that whole row out. And maybe another 2 times, so now we're going to have 12 services that we're offering whenever they go to our service page. Each one of them has a hyperlink and so on, and let's just beautify this and update the numbers here. So we've got number 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 5. And of course, if this was a real website, you'd actually be putting your product numbers and links and so on to make it actually work and function the way you want it. And of course, if you don't have 12 services, then you'd go with the number of services that you have in order to display for your website. So now we've got contact, we've got services, we've got the home page. We've got a different look and feel to each website or web page. And we're ready to proceed to continue to update and tweak our layout in order to make it look and feel like a complete website. So that's coming up in the next lesson. This lesson, we're going to be updating our web page, tweaking it a little bit to make it look and respond better, and making some updates, just some visual updates. So in the previous lessons, we've fixed and we've set up multiple pages. Now our About is still not set up, so let's create that one. And this one can be very similar to what we had on our index page. And again, we're going to use that index as a template, create about.html. And so now we've got our About section. We've got About open. We should have About open. So now we can go ahead and make an update on this. So maybe we don't want to have this row here at the top. We might want to add in additional content here. So maybe this could be 6. This could be 6. We'll get rid of this one here. History. So this could be a history. Staff. Maybe some images of the company and so on. It doesn't really have to be completely something entirely different. And this is where you can really feed off of what your initial content is that you can create your website just by using them as basic templates. So again, remember that once you've set up that overall structure, that you're all ready to go to continue to build out the rest of your pages. And then always take a look through and just make sure that it's looking and feeling and actually delivering all of the pages that you had initially planned to deliver within your website. So let's open this up again and just beautify that. And always just eyeball your website and make sure that it looks and feels proper. There is actually one thing that I've been forgetting to do here, and that's setting that as active. So setting the actual page as active. Sometimes that's one thing that gets overlooked when you're creating multiple pages like that. So just go through that and make sure that's proper. And so I'm just copying that out and updating the active class so that now when I refresh it, About, Services, Contact, and so on. So everything seems to be functioning properly and working properly. And this is a great opportunity, once again, to add some customizations to your website, to review your web pages, and add additional styling as needed into your website. So next, we're going to look at adding more styling and fonts and delivering a website, a different look and feel to the website. So that's coming up in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to look at customizing the styling and updating the fonts on the website. So web page fonts are a great way to add a different feel to your website, and also we're going to be reviewing our web pages. So looking at how to add Google fonts, changing our web fonts, and overall doing a quick review of our website to make sure that we haven't missed any pieces, and just fine-tuning and just a good review of the website content. So let's go open up our browsers and go over to Google Fonts. Now this is a great place to get fonts, and you can really easily bring them into your web projects. So they have 816 different fonts to pick from. You can select different styles as needed. So if you want more of a handwriting feel to it, you can just simply select the different fonts that you want to utilize. So let's just pick one here, and I'll show you how you can bring this into your web project. So this gives you a good idea of the different fonts and how they're going to look and so on. Select this font. Once you've selected it, it gives you the ability to bring them into your website. So the way that I usually like to bring it in, because I import it into my style sheet, so I want to just simply import it in. So let's go over to our style sheet, and this is why it's great that we've simply linked out to all of the style sheet, because we can update the font look and feel for the website so easily within this type of format. So now maybe if we want to apply it to our full body, we can just do a font style, and it's got the instructions right here how to add font family. So I can simply copy and paste, save it, go back out to our website, and when we refresh it, we see that all of our fonts are now updated on the website. And it looks and feels completely different. So it's taking a little bit of time there to load, but we've updated essentially all the fonts on the website. So really cool and easy things that you can do to bring out the styling of your web pages. Also, just going through here, I noticed that these ones are really close together, so ultimately I probably want to create some spacing there. So let's go over to index, and this is where that tweaking of your web content is going to become very, very useful and important. So I can simply grab that entire class. I can add in another class here as well. So home resources. And I'm going to grab this class and I'm going to update the styling on all the images within there. So IMG, and let's add a margin. So let's do an overall margin, so do top and bottom. And now let's see what that looks like. So we add some more additional spacing there for those margins, and maybe if you want to have some more spacing there. So again, depending on what you want to do with your website, this is the time to kind of really go over it and make sure everything looks and feels the way that you want it to look. So the next lesson, we're going to add in our jQuery. So we already have linked to jQuery, and we've linked out to the CSS file on every page. So now we can really easily bring that jQuery functionality. Sometimes you might have jQuery across your entire site. So again, depending on how you're utilizing it, if you're utilizing the Bootstrap components, all you have to do is link to it and you can get started and bring those components in. So we'll take a look at that in the upcoming lesson. This lesson, we're going to look at how we can add our jQuery functionality into our web project. So with jQuery, you can do more. And jQuery is a great asset to have within your web pages. And as we saw earlier on the single web page website, jQuery provided some really nice scrolling functionality. And there really is quite a lot you can do with jQuery. And the lucky thing is, within our project, we've already linked to jQuery and we have it within our template, so we're all ready to go and update our jQuery. So a lot of times with Bootstrap, as long as you've linked out to jQuery, you can bring in the Bootstrap components, but in some cases, you do need to add some jQuery that goes across the entire page. So in case you're doing something like you're adding in a tooltip, so I'm going to give this one a class and data toggle tooltip and data placement. So this is where we place the tooltip. So if I want to have a tooltip on top, so just do data tooltip top, and title tooltip in action, and close that off. And so now we need to add in, and maybe we'll just give it a class of tooltip. So now let's go out to our web page. So this is on the index page, so let's refresh that. Go out to index, and actually I should add in some CSS so I can see the tooltip. So let's go back out to style, and let's add some color for the tooltip. So color red, background color, and so really make it stand out. So you probably wouldn't want to have this much highlighting, but just in case. And let's actually add in tooltip style, because this, if we're adding in a class for the tooltip, as we can see in the demo here, when we hover over it, we're not actually able to see it, because with Bootstrap, we only see it on the tooltip. So let's make sure we add that into the CSS. So tooltip style, and this is maybe where we want to do a background color of yellow, and maybe this can be a background of blue or something, so we can see that there is a difference. So let's refresh the page again. And I'm just going to get rid of this as tooltip, so tooltip style, and we'll refresh it. So now we can see the tooltip where it's located, and we can see the tooltip in action that way as well. And make some adjustments there as well. So this is refers to the actual tooltip, and then this refers to the tooltip with the CSS. And again, this was customized. So maybe I'll just do that yellow so it just looks like it's highlighted out. That didn't turn out that great, so let's update this to be black. go back, refresh it, and make whatever tweaks that you feel that you need to make. We see the tooltip in action. So basically it's just taking that content that we have within the title there, tooltip in action, placed on the top. We can also place it over to the left, to the bottom. Toggle tooltip class is basically so we can apply some styling to that class and so on. And then just do like a quick review of your website, making sure that everything looks and feels the way you want it to feel. And also maybe another case here is if you want to make these all with jQuery, so whenever they get clicked, that we can update that content. So you can do that with jQuery as well. So we've got our button now, click. So we can add an event listener within the JavaScript, the jQuery, in order to listen for functionality. So let's just set that up as well. So we'll do So let's add in jQuery. So we're going to do the jQuery function and then add in the jQuery method. So this is the same thing as doing the document ready. And I just want to add an event handler to listen for clicks on those particular elements. So let's add that event listener to under services there. So we've got an element, so just looking at what's unique about these. So it's always within card text, the hrefs within card text. So we want to have particular functionality event listener to show up. So we've got a class called card text, and we've got our hyperlinks in there. So anytime those get clicked, we want to fire off the function, and then whatever we want to contain within that function, we would add in within this method. So maybe for now we just console log that out and use that as a placeholder. So we'll pick up whatever information is within the text of it. Now let's check this out. And actually this should be card block because the main container, just looking at this now, so card text doesn't actually contain that button. So let's just update that to card block. So any hyperlinks within the card block would go there, and maybe we want to really isolate this down just to buttons, so BTNs, so we can get all of that text there. So click, card block, the button. And we can also pick out even some more information here. So if under the card block, maybe we want to get the title, the card title for that card block. So we can traverse up to the parent, and let's go take a look at our structure quickly. So under services, so we want to get the card title information, maybe pass that into jQuery and maybe utilize that within our jQuery. So we've got our card block, which is the parent, and we want to find card title and return that into our console here. So card parent, and we'll do a find, and this is where we look for card title. So it's going to find any elements that have the card title and get the text from there. So let's go and refresh that. So now we're getting the card titles being returned back as variables, and of course we can utilize this within our web projects. So a lot of functionality you can do with jQuery, and this is just one sample of how you can add in dynamic capability within jQuery. And of course this would go across all the pages, so you could reuse this over and over again as long as you've got the structure the same across web pages. So next we're going to look at adding in some jQuery components within Bootstrap. So that's coming up. In the previous lesson, we had looked at some of the really cool things we could do with jQuery, and Bootstrap comes loaded with some really cool jQuery components in Bootstrap. So we're going to show you how to add some of those components, and then just a final review of our website. So going back to our web project, we had added in some of that jQuery in the previous lesson, and maybe what we want to do is go back to this About section, and we can add in a carousel here on top with some images about our company. So let's do that within the About page. So open up About, and I believe within the services, this is where I had left that empty div. So let's get rid of that because we probably don't need that anymore. Bring that into about. And I'm just going to add that in over here. So let's add a Bootstrap carousel. So we don't necessarily even need to have that row and so on as the container. So we could just do a container or something like that. And then in here is where we can set up our carousel. So let's give this one an ID, because for carousels you need to have an ID, care about or something like car about. So for carousel about me section, we're going to give it a class. So remove this one, carousel, and we want to make a sliding carousel. So need an attribute, so it's data ride is the attribute, and the ride itself is called carousel. And then within here is where we can have our carousel images and so on. So let's set up first placeholder for our carousel indicators, and I'm going to give this one a class of carousel. It's actually carousel dash indicators, and then we're going to have all the list items for the data target, and the target is going to be the same as the ID, so that we've got our main container targeted there, and then we just need to specify data slide 2 is the attribute, and which slide we actually want to slide it to, starting off with 0. And I do the first one, set the first one as active, and then close that off. And then Bootstrap knows what to do, so it'll take care of the rest of these. So I'm just going to do, maybe we'll have 3 images, get rid of this active class, because we only want to have one starting out as active. And maybe this one could link to number 2. So now we've got the indicator set up, so let's set up our main container here. So this is class, and we'll call it carousel. Actually, this is Bootstrap again, so carousel inner. And then this is where we place all of our carousel items. So typically same type of format, so div class, and let's do carousel item. And then the first one we want to set as active as well. And then this is where we can have an image source, and let's just do lorem pixel source, so that we have some nice colorful images. Do a really nice wide image by 500, and do some different images so they don't all show up the same. And I just gotta update that, fix that, do a little bit of tweaking there. So now we've got our carousel image, the first item for an active image. And let me copy these out. So of course these don't have to be active, and I'm just going to do a quick fix there to make it look a little bit better. And I believe there's another one called cats, and another one maybe called people. So let's go take a quick look and see what this about page now looks like. So we've got our carousel, we've got some nice images here and so on. We've got our indicators all set up. And this is a really great way to introduce some content visuals to web users. And of course, because it is Bootstrap, it's fully responsive, which is another really great addition. And this is where Bootstrap really shines, because it allows you to make websites so quickly and easily. And then of course you can navigate to the different pages and so on. And because we're using random images here, the images are changing. So let's add in the indicators to finish this off for the carousel. And of course there's a lot of different components you can add in within Bootstrap, and that's what makes it really amazing and easy to work with. So let's add in class. So these are going to be the indicators on the left and the right, and of course you don't need to include any of this stuff, so it's all depending on how you want to design your website. Carousel control, left carousel control. So Bootstrap 4 already knows what to do with this. Make sure that we're linking it to that same target, so that same href there, and we're doing an attribute called data slide, And the attribute is going to be previous for the previous one. And let's add in that icon. So Bootstrap has some icons. So we've got icon previous. So these are the commonly used icons that we use within Bootstrap. So you don't have to place anything within the span. And then you could copy this out, and we'll do another one for the right side. So we've got left, we've got right, and we've got previous, we've got next. And we just got to make sure we update all these icons. Now let's go out to our web page and take a look and see what this looks like. So again, this is adding in these icons to shift the images for the user. So one last quick look over your website, make sure everything is working as needed and looks the way that you want it to look. And do a quick once over, test all the different functionality, ensuring that your web page looks as you wanted it to look.